All right. I decided to start this a little early. Woody Johnson's going to join us after 10, but I saw a couple things that I wanted to share first. This one is rather disturbing. Apparently, Elon Musk's daughter is 15 and is now turning away from her father. Now, people can blame LGBTQ plus bullshit all they want, but literally it's the feminists who are doing it. My question is, where's this girl's mother? What is she saying about this? Anyway, I'm going to play this because this is crap. I mean, yes, schools are a part of it, but the feminists love to hide behind LGBTQ+. They use that shit as a shield. So anybody who blames that is totally taking the accountability away from the feminists who are actually doing the shit.
Blames elite schools for brainwashing communist trans daughter into hating him for being rich. By the way, these types of stories, you have no idea what this does to me when I read these types of stories. Oh my God.
It's just
17. Go to page 17. Here we go. Here we go. Elon Musk attributes his daughter, Vivian Jenna Wilson's distancing from him to her school's influence, stating she went beyond socialism to being a full-on communist and thinking that anyone rich is evil. He discloses the rift is deeply painful, comparing it to the loss of his first child, and laments, I've made many overtures, but she doesn't want to spend time with me. Musk reveals that in April 2022, Wilson's transformation into a fervent Marxist led to a breakdown in their relationship. He emphasizes her desire to disassociate from him by changing her name and gender, and adds she doesn't want to have anything to do with me. Musk singles out Crossroads School for Arts and Science. Can you pull up the school real quick? Crossroads School and Arts and Sciences as a contributing factor, indicating I partly blame the school for her ideological shift. He draws a parallel between the school's influence and his perception of Twitter, which he purchased later to defend free speech and counter suppression. Tom, you're a father of two daughters. What do you think about the story?
She will be back on the long walk to the middle. Trust me. She will be back. This reminds me of the young girl who ended up in a viral Twitter pic. She's sitting in an airport with a MacBook Air, expensive sneakers, holding a $7 Starbucks with a big sticker on her MacBook. Capitalism sucks, yet capitalism built everything that was in the picture with her. You remember that?
Yep.
And I feel this is the same thing. Whatever was in that girl's head is what's in Elon Musk's daughter's head. You've got these, $60,000 a year liberal teachers that think all rich people are bad. And so they're out there telling these stories about it because, I don't know, they think there's a money tree and the government's just going to give you universal basic income. And
yes, these teachers who are also feminists. No, Darkblade, it shouldn't shock anyone. But it's the same thing that's happening everywhere between fathers and their daughters en masse. So, something about the destruction of the family. Yeah, feminists are really good at indoctrinating young girls and turning them into man-haters. And they promote daddy issues, for sure. Hey, bullets. Yeah, all these crazy bitches literally need to be fired. Actually, I saw something else that I wanted to share because I've been reflecting a lot lately on why it is people have a hard time firing these crazy bitches. Actually, Sam totally, he totally explains why feminists are so damn toxic for corporations and cultures in general. Yes, he says narcissists, but let's be honest. All feminists are narcissists. All of them. Every single one of them. It's an ideology that infantilizes them and makes them actually treat adults like children, which is fucking weird. Hello, Saunders. Good to see you. Yeah, listen to this. Still trying to figure out. Well, it's something I want to talk to Woody about later. Need to bounce some ideas off of him.
And there's no problem with that if it is limited to one person. You can always weed him out. You can always fire the narcissist and get rid of him. Sooner or later, the mask falls and you see who you're dealing with. The problem is that the narcissist, as I said, narcissism is contagious. The narcissist infects, it's a vector of infection. He infects the entire workplace, both lower level and upper level. Even the leaders of the corporation succumb to the narcissist's natural charm, seductive offerings, proposed shortcuts, and so on and so forth. Before you know it, the entire corporation is compromised. The entire workplace is decrepit and corrupt and criminalized and seething with envy and malevolence and conflict and so on. This is the narcissist's contribution. And so it's very dangerous to compromise with the narcissistic employee, to countenance him, to make concessions, to somehow accommodate him. Very dangerous. As in intimate relationships, the only strategy in the workplace is no contact. Fire his ass. Get rid of him. Now. Not a moment too late. The minute you identify an employee as someone who engages in any or all of these practices, any or all of these, or some portion of these practices, fire him or her. No one is indispensable. Don't be afraid. Someone is bullying, colluding, conspiring, disrupting, destroying, engages in one-upmanship, is being passive-aggressive, rageful. Someone is treasonous. Someone is subversive. Someone is constantly the victim. Someone is litigious. Someone is entitled, prefers shortcuts, is antisocial and possibly criminal, fakes expertise when there is none, plagiarizes, claims credit for other people's work, misrepresents himself, inflates himself, is grandiose, has disdain for details, procrastinates. Any of these practices, get rid of the rotten apple known as the narcissistic employee. Because if you don't, all the apples in the barrel will end up being rotten.
Hello, Chaos. How are you? Yes. Infectious indeed. Yeah, Chaos. I agree. It's not psychology that is a problem. It's the people steering the ship. Well, people steering that specific ship are predominantly feminists. Women that have no business being in such a profession that has so much damn authority. Like, the psychology field as a whole has so much authority. Going back to the LGBTQ and the trans stuff, like, none of these kids would be undergoing any kind of chemical castration or body mutilation if it wasn't first signed off by somebody in the psychology field. So they're the ones that are doing this. They're pushing this agenda. Hey, Primo, how are you? Yeah, they are. All of them. All of them are infected. Well, they all have feminists in positions of power and authority. So, hello, Freebird. And you know what? Johnny Midnight sent me something earlier. I haven't played any Ryan Long in a while. And he uploaded something today that totally when men get therapy for girls. This is how incompetent these crazy bitches are in their job. These therapists.
I just feel useless. I got laid off. I had to move back in with my parents. I just don't know what to do.
I just want to say I see you, I hear you, you are valid, and your feelings are valid.
I was applying to so many places and I just got discouraged. I guess the market's bad.
Losing your job must have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yeah, I guess so.
And I think we really need to process that trauma before you're even close to ready to getting back out there.
Yeah, I mean, it just sucks. I literally have nothing to do.
And how did that trauma your boss inflict on you make you feel?
I mean, he was pretty apologetic. He just said the company was losing a lot of money.
And narcissists will often gaslight you into thinking they're sorry and you're the crazy one. But let me tell you something, you are not crazy.
I don't think I'm crazy.
Now, have you confronted your ex-boss about how unsafe he makes you feel? And practice on me.
No, it's just living with my parents is kind of garbage and just it's tough to bring chicks home.
Yeah, I'd really love to dive into the passive emotional abuse your parents are inflicting on you when they don't let you do that.
What? No, they let me. It's just my dad's always buzzing around,
Taking up a lot of space, trying to make you feel small.
It just kills the mood.
If your father's not respecting your boundaries, this is something we definitely need to address. You cannot be letting people walk all over
I
you.
mean, I guess it is his house.
You need to honor your own needs. And if your narcissist father wants to hang that power dynamic over your head, it might be time for you to tell him that you've reached your emotional capacity to handle his toxic behavior. Practice on me.
Yeah, but I'm staying at their house. So what do you think about the job?
I think I kind of already told you, you've been through a lot of trauma and we need to start unpacking that bit by bit, session by session before we even think about jobs.
No, I feel like the job is the main issue because I'm going out with my friends and, I don't want to spend money because I'm just blowing through my savings. I just feel like a loser.
You are not a loser. You are valid. You are seen. You are accepted. You are loved. Now, have you considered a vacation? Just you, really get to know who you are.
I think a vacation is like the last thing I'd want to do. What I probably should do is just take a temp manual labor job and then just to apply to other jobs on the weekend.
Yeah, we like to say I feel instead of I think here. And just a note, but continue.
So then what do you feel about this temporary job plan?
I feel that might be beyond the scope of what you can offer. I mean, have you considered the possibility you're gaslighting yourself?
So no.
You keep talking about jobs when you might not have the emotional capacity to deal with some of the narcissists you might find at the temp office after all you've been through.
I feel like you're draining my social battery.
This is what I'm talking about. Yes.
And maybe not applying for jobs is my coping mechanism.
Yes.
Sometimes I just disassociate.
Speak.
You know what? Maybe I should hold some space to have that conversation with my dad and my ex-boss. And maybe I should take that vacation and focus on my healing process.
Let's go. Yes, of course. That does make sense. Of course.
I just feel used.
He totally got the idiotic feminist down to a T. Ryan's awesome. Yeah, how does that make you feel? Right? Lots of talking in circles. Hello, JR. How are you? So the last thing I wanted to share, and this kind of ties into exactly why feminists have no business being in positions of leadership. None whatsoever. I've been listening to Jordan Peterson's biblical series, and it is so damn good, all of it. But I have a couple timestamps that I wanted to share. Because, I mean, this actually goes back to something I heard PBD say earlier that I might share. Like one of the people that are letting society get destroyed are the people that don't say anything. And a lot of it does come from, I guess if you're doing the polarized political stuff, the right, the religious folks, the people that are not really takers in society, but they don't really say anything when the takers cross boundaries they shouldn't. So, yeah, isn't it good? I wish I had a exposure to stuff like this when I was younger. I wouldn't have had such a disdain for religion for so long. I was just in environments where people abused religion. And actually, it was a bunch of hypocrites They would pick and choose from the Bible in order to try to manipulate people. So there's a lot of that goes on in our society. I do know that, but listening to this series has been pretty good. Hello, Outlaw. How are you? Hey, Brax. Good to see you. All right. This is exactly, and it says it in the Bible, why feminists have no business being in leadership.
Is a term that can only be applied in society, right? Between people.
So I would take some exception to the juxtaposition of justice and mercy. So I'd like to take that apart a little bit. So whatever God is, correct me if I'm wrong here, is represented in the Old Testament as the principle to which both mercy and justice are subordinate. And so if mercy and justice are operating properly, they operate in relationship to a superordinate third principle. So if you're mediating conflict with someone, I've done a lot of this in my clinical work, mediating people through conflict. It's like you have to use justice to get mercy and vice versa. And that's partly because when you're walking through a conflict with someone, maybe you're working with a couple who's on the verge of divorce and you have to sort things out. It's like you're getting rid of a lot of stuff, and that's judging it. It's like it's separating the damned from the elect. It's separating the chaff from the wheat. And there's a judgmental quality about that, because it's like, no, don't do this thing anymore. It's like that's gone. But it isn't, the point of the judgment isn't the damning. The point of the judgment is the bringing forth of what's most valuable. And so that's the merciful part. It's like when you chide your children, it's not because you want to damn them. It's because you want to stop them doing something they're doing right now that's wrong, get rid of that, but so they can preserve and maintain that which is most precious about them, let's say most valuable. And so you can't have justice without mercy, and you can't have mercy without justice. It's also partly because mercy just forgives everything. It's like, well, that's fine. If you're 100% perfect the way you are, then every bit of you can be accepted. But then what are you going to become? And so it looks to me like this intermingling of mercy and justice is the handmaiden of becoming out of being. It's something like that, because it brings what's best.
Right, but society has to be governed by justice first. Mercy, as I don't know if I said it here, but I've a dictum that we have to show mercy in the micro and justice in the macro.
Yeah. You know,
justice is the system and mercy is the relational.
Okay, so you can see this reflected at the level of personality, in temperament, biologically. There's two fundamental mediating principles that are instantiated in temperament that are social. So extroversion just means you like being around people. Forget about that one. Agreeableness, that's compassion, that's maternal care, that's mercy. And some people are by temperament more merciful. Women, for example, particularly in egalitarian societies. So it's a maternal virtue. And that makes sense because the primary orientation towards infants should be compassion, because infants under 6 months are correct in everything they assume 100% of the time. And everything in some sense should be sacrificed to them. But it doesn't work. So here's an idea, is that compassion doesn't scale as you move up the hierarchy of complexity. So what happens is that you move from an ethos of agreeableness to an ethos of conscientiousness. And conscientiousness is judgment and rule following. And if you look at what predicts, and you could test this, you say, okay, if agreeableness is the fundamental ethos for large-scale social organizations, then more agreeable people should make better managers. And they don't. They make worse managers.
Way worse.
What makes better managers is conscientious people. And it also tends to be the case that conscientious, disagreeable people make better managers, and those people tend more often to be conservative. So I think the data on this is already clear. There's no indication that the ethos of compassion scales. And so
I don't know if we really differ.
No, I don't think we do. I was just elaborating on your point.
By the way, on your point about the 6-month-old is always right, which I subscribe to. in a nutshell, part of our crisis is that a lot of people want to remain infants.
Yes, well, I think part of here's the world conceptualization view of compassion. It's reflexive. There are three categories of creature: infants, infant caretakers, and predators. And you're in one of those categories. And so if you don't differentiate your ethos beyond raw compassion, you regard yourself as an infant caregiver, let's say. You regard those who you're interacting with as infants if you're responsible for them, and everyone else is a predator. It's like, well, that's exactly what we have now. And it
is exactly what we have now. Now that we have all this displaced mommy energy everywhere. Thank you, feminism. Yes, well, that's true, JR. I have zero compassion for crazy bitches. I really do. Or for adults that behave like children. Like, I think it's so damn inappropriate to treat grown people like babies. I think it's disrespectful, for one. Plus, I thoroughly think it's fucking abusive. Like, you're abusing an adult by treating them like a child. Like, that is the height of supremacy that I see all these feminists practice. First, they think they're far superior than men, for one. And I've seen them in workplaces, like literally talking to grown people like they're babies. It's fucking weird. It's so weird. Hello, Easy. How are you? Yeah, I don't fucking get it. And I don't get why our society tolerates it.
The next verse about the 4 characteristics of a leader, please note what's missing.
Okay. And the work that they must do. Okay, so now you have the principles, and that tells you how to walk forward, so it's active, but also what you should sacrifice to, because you sacrifice the lower to the higher constantly, and the work that they must do. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people, this is so cool, able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness, so they're not selfish, and place over such them to be rulers of thousands and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s,
so
and rulers of 10s.
Capable, God-fearing, men of truth, hating corruption. That's really corruption, not covetousness. Doesn't matter. Same thing. What's missing in the type of person who should become a leader? What I was talking about. Doesn't say a word about compassionate men.
So I thought this, when the Americans were going to bring democracy during the Gulf Wars, it's like, well, you get rid of the tyrant, now you have a desert. Well, so what do? Well, they dissolved all the intermediating structures. It's like, well, that isn't going to work because you need intermediating structures. You move into a country and you get rid of the tyrants. Now, what do you have to do? Well, you need rulers of thousands broken down into rulers of hundreds, broken down into rulers of 50s and rulers of 10. So an entire hierarchical apparatus. And so one of the things that people...
It's military, really. The way we understand the military is exactly that way.
Yeah, well, Hernando de Soto pointed out when he was analyzing attempts to economically transform cultures who didn't have, say, a capitalist system based on the notion of rights, that you just couldn't import that and put it on top of a desert. The intermediary structures, and we don't even know what they are because they're invisible to us in our own society, the intermediating structures had to be built. And so this is so brilliant here. You have the people calling for judgment. Moses provides it. Jethro warns them, don't become the Pharaoh. How do you do that? Well, a little humility on your part would be good, but distribute the responsibility, and it has to be distributed hierarchically all the way down, in some sense, to the unit of the individual. So you have 10 people together. They say, well, this guy's good enough. Then you get the 5 of the 10 together and you elect him, and you build a hierarchy all the way up to God. That's essentially what's happening here. It's so smart. And let them judge the people at all seasons. And this is an echo of the whole English common law court system. There's local courts, and then there's courts of courts, and courts of courts of courts, all the way up to the top. And if you try to mediate the principle at the most local possible level, which would be, say, between you and your wife. You can't manage that. You get divorced. You go to the next highest authority. And then if that causes conflict, there's another authority above that.
All the way up to the Crown Court in criminal proceedings. So that the Crown, as it were, is the source of sovereignty and the source of ultimate judicial power and sovereignty. But as you say, there's a kind of waterfall of justice all the way down to the local level.
Right.
And there is a principle of subsidiarity, which has developed a great deal in the Catholic social justice tradition, which means that there's got to be a proper allocation, a proportionate application of justice at the right level. Right. So there will be some
and
cases.
the rule of thumb is that the best level is the lowest level possible.
If in doubt, that's right. Justice should be meted out at the closest, at the most local level.
Right.
Unless
this is
it's
so
appropriate to
crucial
move it
because
up.
part of what's happening with the EU shaking is that this principle of subsidiarity is being violated, is that too much power, and Larry, you were talking about that last night too, is that there is a proclivity for the thing in the highest place to become everything. And that's happening by your estimation with the federal government system in the US, where it's just eating up more and more and more and more and more and more of the resource and responsibility pie. And then the necessary and inevitable consequence of that isn't utopia. It's pharaonic tyranny. So, or the desert.
It's the
True story. Our government is way too damn big. But, we need all these jobs for all these women who, got all these degrees. So, yeah, Jordan, Sam, and Richard, Holy Trinity for you. Actually, I did see something earlier. And this actually reminded me of, and I didn't find it. I might have to pull it up. But it totally reminded me of that. Well, because feminism is a cult, for sure. And the whole love bombing stage of this cult indoctrination reminded me of that. Which channel is it? It's one of the feminist channels that go over the great works of the feminism, or the feminists of the past. And this one woman was like reading from a book that a feminist wrote about her experience in college. So I guess she did get some feminist indoctrination at the high school level, and she did join some groups, some science, or not science, but like political, I guess, social justice-y type groups. But it wasn't until she got to college that she got fully indoctrinated and love bombed by these feminists. And she went into great detail about going to one of these group meetings and how, like, they had this stack of things that everybody got to choose one and read aloud from. And, once she read what was on the paper, everybody applauded and made such a big deal. Like, she said something just profound, and at one point they lifted her up and carried her out. Yeah, cult indoctrination. It's what all these damn feminists do. There we go.
You've heard of love bombing as a term from cults. Love bombing is a term from cults, and what happens when somebody enters a cult is the cultists gather around them and tell them they're amazing and that they're wonderful. Why? Because receiving all that love as an adult gets you addicted to the person or the cult or the movement or the leader that is offering you that love. You want more of it. You become addicted to it. It also has the powerful secondary effect, fortunately for the abusers, unfortunately for the targets, of eroding boundaries. So experiencing a lot of love unexpectedly from strangers in a strange way is a kind of a trauma. for somebody. And it actually breaks down boundaries as you try to recalibrate to this completely novel and somewhat invasive experience. So even experiences that are pleasurable and feel good can still do damage to us. Love bombing, you've heard of. Love bombing is a term from cults.
Yes. Yeah, Blade? It is, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. I think at the core of their ideology, feminist ideology, is lying, cheating, and stealing. The unholy trinity of criminals, right? I mean, we know it's a lie. We know they hire women in so many different positions because they're women. So they're literally cheating a system. And I think they steal. I mean, I see these diversity, inclusion, equity policies and these hiring practices as literally a form of welfare. Like you get women into a position that they have no damn business being in. It puts a strain on the rest of the environment because a lot of other people have to pick up the slack, but yet these feminists get the credit and the paycheck. So I think it's a form of welfare. It is. I'm going to play the final thoughts on this because it's so good. This is the last one till the next section of the series, but they're closing thoughts.
But it's because, do you want to do this? Like, do you want to worship me and to be my people? And the answer was yes. Mm-hmm. And so that is this beautiful.
It has to be voluntary.
It has to be voluntary, and it really is like from the beginning of Scripture. The difference between God did not create us as robots. God created, and that's even why Adam and Eve can fall in the garden is because God wants our consent.
It's a call.
That's a call.
It's a call.
Yeah.
Okay, and the desire on the part of the Spirit that's calling people out of tyranny is the desire for voluntary movement out of tyranny.
Has to be answered.
Right. Oz, anything to say to wrap up?
No, I think we've come to the heart of it.
Yeah.
The Jewish notion, liberation, the covenant, and I love the fact that the Torah, people say the law, and it is law. But actually, doesn't it mean instructions?
That's what it means.
And I think sort of operating instructions.
Right?
It's a
rather than
it's a word closer to wisdom. You know, the word law is so often legalism.
Right.
No, it's
an
not
inhibition
coercion.
rather than
there's the consent, and it's wise operating.
Right. More like rules of a game than things you can't do. Yeah, rules of the proper game.
But then the big mystery one, the third one, the tent of meeting. And how we in our lives live meeting with God. That's the question you raised, Dennis.
James?
Well, might just say that really what we've come, as Oz says, to the heart of the matter, as we might say, right at the top of the mountain, an appropriate place for a cliffhanger, you might say. And it's God speaking. The chapter opens God speaking all these words. And I think we're meant to think back immediately to the beginning of Genesis. We're invited, I think, again, I've said this before in the seminar, Jonathan said it a number of times, that we are invited to see creation in through, as it were, two lenses as a kind of stereoscopic sound, that there's the order of nature that God brings into being in Genesis, and then he is, as it were, revealing and casting into relief the moral reality, the fabric of moral reality. These two are together. Science, as we might think, uncovers the natural world, and morality, the conscience, discerns the fabric of moral reality. And so I think...
So you have here too, with God using the word on Mount Sinai, the use of the word to bring into being, out of the potential of the Israelites, the order that is good.
That's right.
That pertains to the operating principle idea too.
Yeah,
So,
it's speech, logos, that is the animating principle. And of course, for Christians, that has profound Christological resonances. And that is what I think the opening of the Gospel of John is recapitulating, not just the opening of Genesis, but the opening of this chapter too.
Yeah. Larry.
This is the God who claims to be the one God and the maker of everything. And this is the greatest revelation I know of what our relations with him might be like if we meet up. That's, for Christians, that's amplified and deepened in the New Testament. But here, this is just awesome. And it's awkward. It's difficult right from the start. And the reason is we're meeting perfection, and it pleased him to make us. And we're not perfect. Pleased him to make us imperfect so that we could judge and be a different kind of relation to him than anything else. And so how this all works is getting worked out here for the first time.
Could I add something?
Yes.
Rodney Stark says monotheism, the single most innovative idea in human history. And about the same time, Gore Vidal gave a lecture at Harvard and said that monotheism is the great unmentionable evil at the heart of the American experiment. And you have these dramatically different views.
Yeah, well, if you confuse
we're
monotheism with domination and power, then that's exactly what you do. That's what you present.
But for him, any idea like that is wrong. I think we have the stark choice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dennis?
To 3 quick points. Your point about it is not just liberation, it is so that they will serve me, worship God. So I don't think this is well known to anyone outside of Judaism, unless they're truly a student of the Bible. There is one of the 613 laws of the Torah is that the Jew must count with a blessing using God's name every day from the first night of Passover until Pentecost, the receiving of the law. That's 49 days. It's 7 weeks. That's why the holiday is called weeks. Pentecost means, I think, in Greek, what is it, 50 days? Is it right? So it's the 50th day. In other words, getting out of Egypt without going to Sinai is useless.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's
just stuck in the desert.
Just stuck in the perfect. Stuck in the desert.
Yeah.
Point number 2 is a downer. It is terribly painful to me that the Bible is not taught outside of narrow religious circles anymore. You couldn't.
We're doing something about that.
We
right
are
now.
indeed. We are indeed. God bless you. That's right. Do you know that you could not get a BA at Harvard until 1800 if you didn't know Hebrew? Isn't that
That's crazy. A BA at Harvard till 1800 if you didn't know Hebrew. Hello, Gone with John. Hey, Timothy. How are you? All right, Chaos. That's fine. You said after 11:30, so I think we're going to be up for a while. Woody Johnson was going to join this, but he's the one that actually, this was his idea. Yeah. Yeah, we're in the same state. Yeah, Timothy. I agree with that.
Amazing. And the third is sounds self-serving, but I'll risk it. If the things that I have said and others have said here move people, I hope they will read my commentary on the Torah, the Rational Bible. Exodus is one of the 3 volumes that are now out, and I pray to live through the next 5. Leviticus will be a very serious challenge.
So people waiting for the next tranche of these seminars can do some background reading.
That would be great.
That'd be very useful.
Thank you.
Dr. Blackwood, what have you got to say?
Well, I've been thinking as we've been reading and rereading this text, which I've been reading for 40 years or so, that it really is about revealing the fundamental structures of reality. And I think where I want to close this moment is with this profound image that it's in the wilderness that God is revealed. And I want to say that because I think we are living in a wilderness, the civic alienation and rising depression, broken families, a wasteland of architecture, failing things that with the individual and within our states and our world, the ideology of power that is so corrosive and destructive and demeaning and diminishing. And yet, perhaps that wilderness is an index of our closeness to revelation. And I guess I just want to speak to the listeners and say, if you're hungry, you're longing for home, for an answer, for revelation, I would say, attend to this text and see whether it actually can be a kind of exodus or revelation of the way of let's say, liberation for you. Here's hoping that this conversation, however much we all don't understand, I'm so deeply aware of how little I see here and how limited even a gathering of 16 hours can be in relation to such an infinitely rich text. Nonetheless, my hope, you might say my prayer, is that it's
a mountain in the desert.
It's a mountain in the desert.
Mr. Pajot.
First I want to thank everybody, and I've been really amazed at the conversation and the amount at which we're able to dive into the text and look at everything. And I think that my hope and I think my joy as I see where we are is I really hope people come to see, and I think that's your hope as well, Jordan, that the things that Exodus are describing, although they might seem idiosyncratic at the first glance, they might seem strange and odd from people that were there a very long time ago, are describing things which are absolutely inevitable and that are as relevant to us right now as any psychology, any cognitive science, any theory of evolution, or any of these theories, that what Exodus and Genesis and Exodus and the books of the Bible are offering are really the best frame through which to look at reality, and that people can slowly get a sense of that and realize that this text it's inevitable.
No, I think all of you have done a wonderful job in elucidating that evidentiarially, let's say, right? And to guide people through a text like this to say, well, look, here's what it may mean insofar as we're able to penetrate it. And isn't that useful in 15 different ways, many of which you didn't expect? And we've all had the opportunity to experience that and then to share it and to build our mutual knowledge in this dialogical process. We're thrilled, by the way, that all of you who are watching and listening are watching and listening. I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty good. No, Blade, I didn't. Let's see what YouTube mom blogger 8 passengers got arrested. I haven't heard about it. Yeah, the end times. A lot of people talk about that. I'm hoping for more of revelations. Yeah, I don't know. What did she get arrested for exactly? Blade. I need to share something else, only because it keeps popping up in my algorithm, and I don't know why. So this chick. So I don't know why she keeps popping up. I'm not subscribed to her. Like her community tab, I think, keeps getting recommended in my feed. I don't know if the algorithm gods are trying to tell me I need to pay attention to this crazy bitch. But I read some of her community tabs. And you know what's crazy? So she posts this. Red pill alert. Here's the thing. I'm sure most everyone is aware that as women, we use feelings in our decision-making process. Logic is usually a close second. My point, emotions suck because half the time you have immediate reactions instead of carefully thought through responses, making things a terrifying roller coaster ride for interpersonal relationships. Without men's ability to be stoic and problem solve logically, this world would be chaos. Case in point, an hour ago, I was super upset and sad. Now I'm quite pleased with this smirk on my face. So, men, please keep being stoic for our crazy asses. Stay safe and stay sane. So, I mean, this crazy bitch is being completely honest. Another reason why women have no business in leadership positions. But she always says, stay safe and stay sane. Like this crazy bitch. I don't know if she claims she's sane. I mean, she's got a studded mask on in this. But just her appearance. I mean, crazy ass makeup. Neck tattoo of an upside down cross. I don't know. She has studs in her head. She literally, what are those called? Like dermal, or what kind of piercings are those? I don't know. But I know, JR, right? I mean, just her name, Toxic Queen. 83, which, I mean, if she's literally born in 1983, she's the exact same age as me. I'm just curious. Maybe I should talk to her. Lizard bearded dragon studs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know anything about her. I haven't listened. No, maybe we should listen. While we wait for Woody, let's see what she has to say, shall we?
Why can't people just be their own authentic selves? Why does everybody have to wear a mask? And I'm not talking about these ones. I'm talking about the figurative ones that turns them into complete assholes. You know, I don't get it. Why can't people just be their own authentic selves? Why does everybody have to wear a mask? And I'm not talking about these ones. I'm talking about the figurative ones that turns them into complete assholes.
See, and I'm wondering what she means by that. She's talking about herself? I did see something in the community tab about that, though. Yeah. It's Tuesday, as I'm sure you've noticed, and also I'm sure you have noticed people still suck. I'm not sure why it's so hard for humans to be authentic without ulterior motives. SMFH. Oh well. This is the world we live in. Have a great day wherever you are in the world. And please, just be you. Stay safe and sane. Just be you. I know a lot of feminist puppets that say the exact same thing. Lots of them. Oh, she comments on your videos. Is that why she's popping up in my algorithms? What does she say, John, on your videos? Is she for or against your content? Is she argumentative at all? Hmm. Well, good. Maybe she wants to have a conversation. I'm going to write her a little note. And because I said this, I'm sure my crazy bitch baggage is going to run over to her channel and be like, don't talk to GM, she's psycho. Oh my god, I still can't believe Ash thought up on the panel for her 3 minutes of fame. She couldn't even answer a simple damn question after she ran her mouth like a crazy bitch. Yeah. I'm just curious why she's wearing all this shit. Why she fucking put holes in her head like that? Shaving her head. And I'm curious about her history with feminism. Where she grew up. Why she shaves off her eyebrows and then Sharpies them back on. If she has any children. If not, why not? If she's 40. Right? Well, JR, I don't want to hurt her. I never go into any encounter attempting to hurt anybody. My self-defense, though, is kind of bitey. If she is, in fact, an authentic individual and wants to actually engage in conversation like a grown-up, she is welcome on my channel for that. So, well, I don't know where Woody Johnson is. I mean, she downright looks like a crazy bitch. Every signal that she's giving off just screams feminist indoctrination. So. Yeah. Right? But he is. He's a little late from returning his videotapes. Right. I mean, how do they say that? More red flags than a communist parade or a Chinese parade or whatever? I don't know. I'm just curious what her channel's about and why she keeps popping up. I mean, she's in this space for a reason, right? She's on your channel, John? Oh, she literally... Okay, hold on. Insomniac Rants video, as well as other very site. Hashtag real women. Hashtag let women speak. Hashtag adult human female. Hashtag turf. Hashtag MGTOW. Hashtag red pill. Okay. It's a lot of hashtags. It reminds me of that bastard factory Alice and her fucking hashtags. Why does she have MGTOW in there, though? Red pill. Yeah, JR. Right, Timothy? Uh-oh. Yeah. Alice found herself a single dad with kids to hook up with. So strange. She took the fucking metal out of her mouth and the stupid straggy braids out of her hair. And she found herself a mate to torture for a while. So last time I checked out her channel, she was talking about how great her life was going to be now that she will be moving out of her parents and with some dude that also has kids. So to be continued. And Scorp Thought also got married. So hopefully she's fucked off for a while. So yeah. Right there. Yeah, I don't get it. Well, Woody is terribly late. I know. Well, they get pissed off at the things that I say. So, because Alice, for instance, claims to be a conservative, even though she's been literally milking off the government tit, and she's never been married and has been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock. And it's completely counter to everything I've ever heard come out of the women in my life's mouths who claim to be conservative. Like, goes against really, really kind of basic values that they hold. So when I call her a lying bitch in a bastard factory, she didn't like it. So. And then when I told her to get her damn son off the internet and quit trying to drag your 7-year-old into internet drama that you started with men online, she didn't like that either. Because I told her how abusive that was. So she spent a lot of time trying to, instead of reflecting on her actions, spent a lot of time trying to psychologize me. Nope, haven't. Yeah, that cinnamon sugar glider, that was Scorp Thought, by the way. That crazy bitch had way too much time on her hands. Hello, hamster. How are you? Good to see you. Hamster. I'm going to drop the link. If you're available and want to come up, I want to get your input. You think I should talk to this toxic queen? Or try to talk to her? She hashtag claims to be a real woman. Hashtag let women speak. Hashtag adult human female. Hashtag TERF. Okay. So if she's a trans exclusionary radical feminist, hashtag MGTOW, hashtag red pill. I'm just curious why she's insomnia. She's talking about a bunch of crazy bitch stuff, though. I mean, eating disorders, parasomnia. Fetish teachers. See, she's anti men and women's spaces.
I'm about to say something that's going to piss a lot of people off. Women can't be men. Men can't be women. It is impossible. It is biologically impossible. I am so tired of everybody talking about how man can be a woman and have a baby and become a mother. Whatever. No, you can't. You're in a fantasy land, and it's disgusting. I've never been so disgusted with humankind in my entire life. I'm nearly 4 decades old. These people need to go to jail. They need to be institutionalized. There needs to be a place for these people. They don't belong around our kids. They don't belong in normal society. They definitely don't belong teaching our children. What are they teaching them? This is grooming. If straight heterosexual people did this, this would be jailable offenses, fireable offenses. But yet we have the schools coddling this behavior.
Hmm?
Women are being duped into dating women claiming to be men. Men are dating men claiming to be women and not realizing it until their date. Women claiming to be men. Men are dating.
I heard a little child just cough in the background. Maybe she does have children.
Men claiming to be women and not realizing it until their dates end. You now have to ask, are you a biological male or female? Am I dating? I'm so glad I'm married. This is
She's married.
disgusting and embarrassing, and I can't even imagine how the rest of the world is viewing America right now. Everyone should be fucking ashamed of this shit. It is not okay. And anyone who okays it needs to seek some mental help as well.
Oh my god. Oh, what was that? Music. Alright, so she's married. Did hear a rather little kid in the back. Yeah, see, she's against trans stuff.
So, what can be said about eating disorders and insomnia? Quite a bit. There's been numerous studies done on how the two interact and affect each other. But first of all, I just need to make it really clear that not everyone who suffers from an eating disorder has insomnia, and not everyone who has insomnia suffers from an eating disorder.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Timothy. I think I want to talk to her, though. She keeps popping up in my algorithms, so. Maybe she has something interesting to say. Yeah, I don't. Going back to what I've been thinking about recently, psychology profession is definitely one of the main contributors to what's happening in our society, structural wise, and the people, the people that are in those positions, have all been infected. Yeah. I miss Kevin Samuels. He was really good at getting these feminists to confess their sins publicly. He had the patience of a saint. No, I don't, Lawrence. I only watch, funny story. I've only really seen the Angry Man streams that you sent me. I know there's been a couple. I know he pretty much is on the same page. You know what? I think I might just play this. The rest of this. Because Sam really breaks down why it's so damn important to fire all these crazy bitches. I'm gonna get some more tea and wait for Woody. And if he doesn't show up by the time this is over, actually 30 minutes. It'll be 15 before Chaos is home. Hello, D-Dog. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Woody Johnson, you're late. We'll be back.
I'm even more cocky than usual, which you must admit is no mean feat, not easy to accomplish. I've been invited to write an article about my recent work, shared fantasy, snapshotting, coercive snapshotting, and the principle of dual mothership. So I've been invited to write an article about all these advances and developments in my work to the European Society of Medicine. They have something called the Medical Research Archive, and they're publishing an annual special issue on personality disorders. And they invited me to write an article about the recent advances in my work. That, of course, went directly to my head and inflated it even more than typical. So bear with me. I hope you survive this particular video, because I am going to discuss narcissistic employees, aka difficult employees in politically correct speech. These are narcissists, bullies, psychopaths who work in corporations, firms, and businesses all around the world, but not as bosses, as employees. There's another video on my channel, naturally, dedicated to narcissistic bosses and how they manage the workforce. But now I want to focus on the bottom rungs of the corporate ladder, the narcissistic employee. And who the heck am I? My name is Sam Vaknin. I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited. I am also a former visiting professor of psychology and currently on the faculty of SIAPS. Okay, self-congratulations over. Let's get to business. And the business is the narcissistic employee. Now, if you go online, there are like a bazillion videos on narcissistic employees, narcissistic bosses, narcissists in the workforce, narcissistic suppliers, narcissistic customers, narcissistic stakeholders, narcissistic copier machines, and narcissistic espresso machines. Yeah, you've got it all covered. So the phenomenology is covered, but what is missing is the psychodynamics, the psychological background, the psychological processes, motivations, emotions, and cognitions that underlie the narcissistic employees misbehavior. And I'm going to discuss today the inner landscape of the mind of the narcissistic employee. Let's start with a basic fact. Employment, being employed, having a job requires hierarchy. You have a boss, you have someone above you, and he has someone above him, and she has someone above her. Hierarchy. Very few workplaces are organized as networks. The vast majority are still hierarchies. So the minute you get a job, the minute you become an employee, you succumb, you accept authority. It's a command economy. You are by definition inferior and you have superiors. Indeed, in many workplaces, that's what it's called. Your superior. Can I talk to your superior? Now, there's nothing the narcissist hates more than to be considered inferior to someone who is superior. Hierarchy is anathema to the narcissist. He hates it. He hates it because he is not on top of the pyramid. Heck, he is not the pyramid. Narcissists don't regard anyone else as entities, as separate, as people. Narcissists regard others as objects, things, instruments, internal objects. Remember, the narcissist snapshots other people, and then he internalizes the snapshot, he introjects it, and he continues to interact with the snapshot, not with the external real person who gave rise to the snapshot. Narcissists have difficulty to distinguish external objects from internal objects. And so the hierarchy, the discipline, the chain of command, the structure, the order are exceedingly difficult and taxing and demanding as far as a narcissist is concerned, because this challenges the very foundations and pillars of his inflated self-perception and self-image. In short, it undermines his grandiose, fantastic view of the world and of himself in the world. He has someone above him, superior to him. Employment, having a job, also requires, in the vast majority of cases, teamwork. Now, we do have schizoid vocations, schizoid jobs, like coding. But still, the overwhelming vast majority of jobs require teamwork. Teamwork is egalitarian. You're equal to all the other members of the team. You're supposed to listen to what they have to say. You're supposed to consider their feedback and input. You're supposed to respect them. No, as far as the narcissist is concerned, these are horrible, counterintuitive demands. He's not gonna play the game. He's not gonna succumb to conformism. He's not gonna play ball with people who are manifestly more inferior to him. Teamwork is not for the narcissist. So hierarchy is not for the narcissist. Teamwork is not for the narcissist. And when the narcissist finds himself as an employee in a structured, ordered corporate ladder type company with colleagues, co-leagues, same, co-equal, co-eval, when he finds himself in these situations, he experiences repeated narcissistic injuries. And there is even a very high elevated risk of narcissistic mortification. Just remember, what is mortification? Mortification is public humiliation and shaming, which is unpredictable, unexpected, and in front of significant others or peers. And this happens very frequently in the workplace, especially if you're a jerk or an a-hole. The workplace presents an arena where mortification is a lot more likely than outside the workplace. It's a dangerous a dangerous space as far as a narcissist is concerned. Because remember that narcissistic mortification is the disintegration of the narcissist's defenses, a process known as decompensation. The false self is deactivated, and the narcissist remains skinless. It's like he has been flayed, and he remains defenseless. His firewall is disabled, and essentially he begins to dysregulate and resembles clinically very much someone with borderline personality disorder.
Woody Johnson.
Hey, mother, I'm sorry.
What's happening?
I'm
That's
sorry
all right.
for being late. I had some car issues. I was returning some videotapes, and yeah. So as soon as I got done with that, I kind of came on. But yeah, apologies.
Yeah, I played some stuff earlier. I was just
Okay.
playing this to kind of kill some time, waiting for you to show up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's your favorite psychologist professor, right?
Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good afternoon or good evening to the chat wherever in the world you guys are. So yeah. And again, I'm sorry for coming
Yeah.
in late.
No worries. Yeah, actually, Chaos said he could join after 11:30. So.
Oh, okay, great. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're listening and discussing about about the subject or about the professor today.
Well, I've been thinking about a lot of things. Actually, I'm glad you emailed because I was
Mhm.
thinking I needed some therapy as well.
Yeah, me too.
So it's weird how, like, I've been thinking about so many things and I really haven't been able to discuss in depth a lot of what I've been thinking about lately. So
Mhm.
I'm glad you did reach out.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I've just been thinking about, I guess, fundamentally why people aren't firing these feminists en masse like they should be, and why the people that are can do something about it, I guess, won't.
Mhm. I heard there was a quotas, that even on boards. I think it was in California too. A lot of companies moved out of California. They went to different states, and they even went to Canada because they had to have like a 25% female representation, in their
Right.
board.
Right.
And then there's like there's an American quota that you gotta have a certain amount of disabled and female and minority in your company. I think it's the same 25 or more. I forgot. And then with HRs, I think these companies are kind of forced. It's the governmental system, that's kind of forced to have these policies implemented, and it's kind of like just hiring the retards of society, in a
Yeah.
way. And I think these are the least least important jobs in a company that maybe I'm thinking that they just give to them, hey, just play around, hey, just look over our hires, even though I think it's a really important job to look over the hires of your company. But it's
Right.
kind of like a government job, you gotta know what to do. People who can basically get emails on what's new, how many more laws that we have. There's like 500 laws probably every day that they're getting emailed for. Hey, this is the new law. You can't eat with the right hand with a fork. Now you got to eat with the left hand with a spoon.
Right.
And so there's it's this bunch of stupid stuff like that as slowly the feminism grows, the government grows, the more laws, the more abiding, the more degrading of your company that it's going to be. I think it's a lot to do with that also.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't. It's also the part of maybe, mother, that maybe the West is too rich that they can afford disabilities in their work environment, in their function of life, in their function of companies like that. Maybe it's a part of being over urbanized. That they have enough wealth that they can afford to. They don't have to have. The company can maybe take I don't know, 10% loss, even if it's by labor. They can hire people that just to fulfill quotas. I'm assuming that that's also part of it. That it's just part of being an over wealthy country or over wealthy society that they can afford to do these laws. Like for example, Twitter. Elon Musk took over Twitter.
Yeah.
He hired he fired so many people. He just
I know.
kept the skeleton, the bone of the company, the guys that were going to be there, anyways. But now he's telling to do more hours. I'm sure he's going giving them better bonuses, for being a good worker, being productive, keeping I guess running the company better. And that's what I heard, that he fired a lot of people and everybody was crying. I mean, why were they crying? I mean,
They were mostly women who got fired.
right.
That's what the
It's like-
feminists were freaking out.
It's like I've done construction. I've done so many different jobs.
Yeah.
It's like for example, it's kind of embarrassing being called, being a hero. While during Conan 19, there were all the nurses were being called heroes. It's like, hey, I understand sometimes your job is tough, but you got to do your job. What about guys who are firefighters? What about policemen? Servicemen. What about guys who are keeping the power? Coming to everybody. Should we call everybody a hero? Should we, give the retards all the trophies now? Just because they're doing a good job.
They're capitalists. In order.
Sorry.
No problem.
Did you? Speaking of Elon Musk, did you see this recent thing? About his daughter.
No, what happened?
Oh my God! Listen.
Schools for brainwashing communist trans daughter into hating him for being rich. By the way, these types of stories, you have no idea what this does to me when I read these types of stories. Oh my God.
It's just
17. Go to page 17. Here we go. Here we go. Elon Musk attributes his daughter, Vivian Jenna Wilson's distancing from him to her school's influence, stating she went beyond socialism to being a full-on communist and thinking that anyone rich is evil. He discloses the rift is deeply painful, comparing it to the loss of his first child, and laments, I've made many overtures, but she doesn't want to spend time with me. Musk reveals that in April 2022, Wilson's transformation into a fervent Marxist led to a breakdown in their relationship. He emphasizes her desire to disassociate from him by changing her name and gender, and adds she doesn't want to have anything to do with me. Musk singles out Crossroads School for Arts and Science. Can you pull up the school real quick? Crossroads School and Arts and Sciences as a contributing factor, indicating I partly blame the school for her ideological shift. He draws a parallel between the school's influence and his perception of Twitter, which he purchased later to defend free speech and counter suppression. Tom, you're a father of two daughters. What do you think about the story?
19-year-old daughter.
Yeah, I would have disowned my daughter, if that was the case. No, seriously, but that it's like I don't know what to expect. Hopefully my kids don't turn out that way. But if they are, hey, gotta cut the ties. It's like the more successful you're, the more wealthy you are, the more you're shamed for. For being a productive member. And look, I understand behind Elon, like there's a lot of things that, hey, there's a lot of government help if you invent something, if you go on to do something better. Like, yes, there's a government push, people say it's the Illuminati or whatever. It could be not, but as we see it, he's a productive citizen, in our society, right? Whatever the backstory is, but he's inventing, he's the first one who's part of the company Tesla, the best electric motor company in the world. He also has a blueprint out for that anybody could, if you can create this, if you can't create this product, then go ahead. But nobody has came up with a better product than Tesla, right? So he's being a big, good, productive citizen, and I think his wife is like probably one of the most disgusting looking human beings in the world, and I don't know how he got along, and I think she divorced him and parted ways with him. So this is not a surprise to what I've seen of his wife in a way.
Right. That was my first thing. Like, yes, the school is a contributing factor, like that said, but like, what about her mom? Is her mom a feminist? Is it just because he's rich that she's doing this? I mean, this happens. I mean, parental alienation is like the feminist favorite fucking toy when it comes to daughters and their dads.
I wish he sent his daughter to like work at a Burger King, or or go do some manual labor job where your head would be turned straight, and kind of grow up in a normal situation instead of being supported by your dad. I think that teaches you a lot, when you're working, and when you're so tired that you don't want to go to work the next day. It teaches you a lot. Poverty teaches you so much in life, way more than your college professors or communism would teach you. Like,
right.
I don't know why people don't put this through. I would put my kids through. Even if I'm working. I'm trying to make something of myself. I have a good family system, but I will also, doesn't, even if it's something of my own. Let's say if I want to have kids, they're going to be working on they're going to have responsibilities starting after 5. And I would probably, if let's say, for example, if they don't have to work at my business, then they would be working for somebody else, but they would be working after, as soon as they get of age, because I don't want my kids to be growing up as rotting, spoiled, commies, looking
Right.
for handouts in the world.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's stupid. It's like this only comes from this is a mentality of the weak. That but my father is racist and he's rich. And why is that? Or why do we all have to suffer? Why there's so many people, this and that. People understand there's so many useless people in the world too who deserve to kind of suffer because they don't want to put an effort. They don't want to be productive. They don't want to change in their life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and we have women in various different positions of authority, we'll call it, that like to baby these people and treat, like, that's the most disgusting thing I saw working at that corporation, Lowe's. Was when I witnessed this ASM feminist that just literally treated her subordinates like babies. Like, it was the most disgusting thing, and so much so that like they loved her, right? So after she got fired, they got so emotionally distraught about it that they were like crying at work, and like it was so fucking weird, Woody. Like,
Yeah, so you were being you were working, you were doing your time, you were putting in the effort,
yeah.
and they got rid of you for calling somebody for who they are, right?
See, and I don't know. I tried to get some clarification on that, and I just got more. I just got more confusion, actually. Strangely.
Right. Yeah. Have you been speaking to any professionals? Any professional lawyers who could kind of in this field?
No. I did email the HR advisor though, and with some more questions. Started playing a little social justice-y cards, and because I wanted clarification, because he said what I said about the the race and the sexual orientation of an associate is what got me fired. I was like, I don't fully understand why saying black and gay would get me fired if these are supposed to be things we're celebrating. Like that doesn't make sense. And I don't see it in the copy of the policy that I have, this integrity section of the Associate Standard of Conduct policy that you quoted. I don't see even an integrity section in there. And he was like, yeah, I apologize for the delay in responding. Unfortunately, I'm unable to provide much more in the way of clarification as our investigations are confidential and the information I can share is limited due to this. However, the investigation found that there were multiple comments in addition to the ones listed in my previous emails that do not align with Lowe's policies. Again, I apologize. Right. Which, like, he didn't answer my question, for one. And
they
now,
never do. Yeah.
Now there's more comments.
Right, they never do.
So I
You
got
know.
fired for saying these two things, and that firing got upheld because I said other things. I'm curious what other things that I said that don't fall.
Nobody knows over there, mother, because
I
everything
know.
that you said, it's like, you can't call for something that what it is, and they proudly go everywhere. They have, they can call themselves that, but if you do that to somebody else, you can't
Right.
say gay, you can't say black, you can't say Hispanic. If you have like an ounce of being white, you can't say anything. They can go around, they can taunt you, they
Yeah.
can twerk in front of you, and they can even probably have coitus in front of you, and nothing's gonna happen. But if you say what's happening or what somebody is, even though they identified themselves 6 million times or something, before in front of you, but
Yeah.
that's okay. I
Yeah,
think it's
that's so weird.
bullshit. Yeah. No, the thing is, I think you should pursue this case. I think that's a very wrongful termination of yours, and because there should be there's no criteria. It's straight in the law that by any discrimination of political views or a race or ethnicity or gender, it's very clear. You can be barefoot pregnant, about to have a baby, and I think you can still probably work in a work environment. As of now, you know.
Yeah.
So there's literally nothing that, unless you're doing something wrong at work, other than that, which I assume you weren't. They
Oh
probably,
no.
yeah,
I was
exactly.
I was I was a really good employee for sure.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
I even got a star from the district manager because people were talking about how good of a job I was doing.
Yeah, I heard
free.
it. There was no complaint on your work.
I
Just you
know.
doing a
It's
good
just
job.
what I said that made somebody feel uncomfortable. The context was I was talking to another department supervisor about an encounter I had with one of LaShonda's children, we'll just call him, a diversity hire that she hired for the front end. Her subordinates, I referred to them as her children because that's how she fucking treated them, and that's how they behaved, like children. So little narcissistic shits. So I saw him in the morning at the computer and I said, "Good morning." And he looked at me and then he turned like this and like he totally snubbed me. I mean, he looked straight at me and then did one of these.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was telling another DS about it and he's like, "Oh, which one?" And I was like, "I don't know, the gay black dude. I don't fucking know his name. Last time I saw him, he was literally parading around in a Lowe's backpack that had a big fucking rainbow on it." So I'm like, and he's black. I don't know. That was the context, though.
No, but you gotta follow the new term.
Oh, the homosexual African American man.
The homie. I think the new street word is homie, and bisexual, dancing. African is probably one of the new terms, and even that would be offensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it.
But Bullet said it's at will. It's at will. I guess Texas is at will state. They don't really need a reason to fire you.
Yeah, but that only goes so far.
Right. It's like being fired for being pregnant, I guess. I mean, there's no freedom for companies to kind of do that, but it still doesn't make sense. I mean, either you have total freedom, or for a company, or you have a bunch of these restrictions. And I guess I don't know fully what the work what the work environment Texas policy is. These clowns that probably answered your email, they don't have too clue of what's happening. They'll probably look it up, while they're half asleep, looking at, hey, why did we fire this person? Why did we fire this transgender good mother, over here? And
Right.
and they're probably wondering like, hey, we need to come up with a clue. We need to they'll spend days, half asleep at work, looking for a reason. Oh, this is what happened, and this is why. Making one call a day. Hey, why do we, fired that blondish lady, that Indian American white looking, transgender lady.
Right. I did ask him. I was like, she was this, crazy HR feminist. I didn't say that.
Right.
I used her name. I was like, she kept talking about all these groups, and should I have joined one of these groups to? Would I have had the resources available to me to better understand these policies, like, so I don't say the wrong thing at work? Yeah.
No, they can
I
never
didn't
be
get much.
wrong. You are white, and that's why you're wrong. Remember.
Yeah, I get that a lot though. It's funny. It's usually black women.
Mm.
I guess black dudes too.
Well, probably black. It's like feminine. The male feminist. Or part of the LGBT. Even gays who are tired of all this nonsense. They probably can't even do nothing because it's 1%. This minority. Having so much influence in media and TV. And even women are a biggest part of it. It's like
Yeah.
the biggest fault of the white Western society was to giving females the right to vote.
Yeah.
And since then, it's been a downfall. That would probably solve like 70% of U.S. problems. Because last time I remember, it was one of the content creators talking about that if it was men who were only voting, the U.S. would never turn blue. Like it would never even see the day of light. It would be red as it would be at least from center to far red if men were the only ones voting.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that's why they don't like it because majority. Yeah, I guess at least half of the population, or maybe more, is female, and they like the comfort, they like the care, they like the lies that politicians tell them. They're easy to manipulate.
Right.
Most of the men, they just give them their finances, even including people at my work. They just give their wife the finances. You know who handles finances in my home? It's my father.
Yeah.
Because he's the man who went through who fought and went through everything in the world. So he doesn't let my mother. Because my mother, she's a housewife. She's always been a housewife. So like, what does my mother know about handling finances? Would know more than my father, who's been through all the hoops and the struggles in life and faced the world. And it doesn't make any sense. But that's a lot of people, I guess, do that, and that's why hey, just honey, give me an allowance. Please give me an allowance for a week, honey. I will directly have all my money that I work for come into your account. You just give me an allowance, honey. Please,
Yeah.
sweetie, dear, pootie
Right.
pie.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a strange notion to me that there are some men that don't handle finances very well.
It is true. Yeah, some men are stupid, or either they're being it's like mother, when men are competing in sports, they compete. Why can't they do that with everything else in life? It doesn't matter if it's your kid, wife. You had an interview, with I think it was one of the truck driver guys, the white guy who shows his face, one of the few guys with the fear. I
RJ.
forgot his maybe it's RJ. Okay, yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was sitting in Montana, I think, last time I remember. It was a good interview.
Yeah. He actually ran for I think he ran for Congress or whatever, and one of his daughters like sent out some tweet saying, "For the love of God, don't vote for my dad." And it caused a big it was a big deal. Like his daughters are, kind of going back to the whole Elon Musk thing and his separation from his daughter. It's like this is happening all over in so many different spaces. But yeah, RJ went through being sabotaged by the women in his family.
Yeah. And it was a good interview. I remember listening to it, and one of the things I'll probably always remember was either you train your kids and your wife, or they train you. And I'll definitely remember that. It's like one of those things you pick up, like from Bullets or Cushion. Like from Bullets is kind of centric. I think landscape, or a few things you kind of pick up from everybody. It's kind of like that. I always remember that. And it's not about displacing women. Like women have, as Stefan Molyneux put it, when he was on YouTube, and sometimes I do listen to him, that women, as part of their well-being, as part of passing on their legacy, as part of fulfilling their passing on their genetics, they have the most important job of raising good, worldly citizens.
Yes.
But it's a shame to be a good housewife, or or be at home, or listen, or take care of your family or your husband. It's a shame,
Yeah.
it's kind of, I hear that from a lot of times. I hear that from people from in my family too, that, oh, like, when I'm talking to my relatives, from wherever, oh, it's, I should have went to school, I should have been a judge. And I even heard that they wouldn't even have kids. They would just keep studying and going ahead in the field. And I tell them that you don't recognize that. You don't just you think you're going to get ahead in the field, but there's going to be 100 other men who's going to be fighting for your job, and you're most likely not going to do that. But you have being at home and having kids and passing on your legacy is the most important thing that you will ever do in life. Being a judge, that doesn't make any evidence. Being a lawyer, in the court system, it's like, it's very masculine, but that also doesn't mean that you're less than what you did already in life. You have kids, you have a good household. That's just, aunts and other relatives that I hear talk about, and everybody kind of looks at me, like, hey, why is this? I mean, I'm not one of the oldest people in the family, but they look at me, in a way that oh, it's kind of like awe and shocking,
Yeah.
that how, why am I saying things like that, and being one of the younger ones in the family, and I kind of, it's like I never like to. It's like, how this useless talks you have around your family. Oh, how's the weather, how's the environment, how's work.
Yeah.
I like to talk about the heavy substance that actually matter in life,
Yeah.
instead of those small talks. It's just kind of boring to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And we have Outlaw backstage. What are you doing?
If you want, you can have Outlaw too, up up to you, mother.
I
Hello,
have no
Outlaw.
idea what's going on. I wasn't
Outlaw,
here,
what's
so
up?
if
He
this
just
is like,
shows up.
if this is like a one-on-one conversation, I'm not trying to butt in. I wasn't here.
No,
No, you're good.
we're just.
Outlaw, a question. Why am I banned on your channel, Outlaw?
You're
Are you
banned on my
banned on
channel.
Outlaw's channel?
Outlaw and
Shouldn't
Brandon's.
be.
Brandon's channel, I remember, because he didn't like the guest that I invited one time, and he thought I was a Fed, And I came on one time your channel. I think a couple days later, I tried to type in the chat, but I think you didn't see it, or anybody. But yeah, I was banned on your channel.
Shouldn't be.
When gatekeeping goes wrong.
I mean, it's cool, I was just letting you know. Maybe maybe you don't.
Maybe it was
So
an accident.
yeah, who knows?
Well, that's been a
I
long
don't mind
time
it.
ago anyway. I don't remember what went
Okay.
on there, but you
Okay.
shouldn't be.
Yeah, no problem. I think once or twice I came on your panel when I got a minute, and kind of was chatting with the boys over there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've been back and forth. So, like, if this is supposed to be a one-on-one,
Hey, I
No,
don't mind it.
we just needed some therapy. So
Mhm.
we were just discussing things. That's kind of therapy. So
Yeah, before the thing is with mother, she doesn't like any, like, infighting, or kind of, she likes it. The thing is with mother, she's like, no fighting. It's just like as unwanted contriver described this, like the continental, in John Wick's timeline. No fighting over here. I brought up like a few topics, and I emailed the guys, and schedules didn't match, but mother was like, no, not on my channel. You guys can discuss this, kind of some other place. And I was like, all right, mother, we'll do as you please.
well, I just feel like seriously, I stay out of the men sorting out the men. And I
Yeah, no, I
hear it
agree.
from everybody else. I understand there's so many different group identities out there that the men ascribe to, and they all congregate here. And that
Mhm.
there's so many content creators that I respect and I like, and a lot of them don't like each other, and I get fucking
Right.
tired of listening to a bunch of men that I respect disrespect each other when they don't even fully listen to each other. So
Yeah, I
that's
don't like
not my
all-
lane. That's not my lane. I don't want to be a
I-
part of it. Like,
I don't care for the drama and shit like that. I get away from it.
yeah.
Right. No, I like everybody. I'm cool with everybody. And it was Mother that said, okay, it's like 95% of everybody agrees with like 95% of it. It's like 5% difference that everybody just going at their necks, which I also agree. I understand. It's like we would agree with most of the stuff, and it's like who cares? It's like, if worse things are happening in the world, all this wouldn't matter. All the minuscule, futile reasons that we're arguing wouldn't even matter. And that would be the time we'll actually see if everybody comes along or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the way I see it, it's like that everybody has something to contribute that is like a piece of the puzzle. They spend so much damn time fighting over whose piece of the puzzle is more important. Like,
Right. Exactly.
when it's all needed to complete the full picture. Like,
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it either, Mother, because I'm like, it's like I kind of go around with everybody. I think everybody's fulfilling, what they have to do, what they like to do, and it's like just this, just do whatever, if there's little reasons, that like just kind of tolerate it and avoid it and just kind of move on if you don't like to discuss things like that. It's like we are a small group on this, universe of this internet, and even there's so much infighting. It's kind of stupid to me. It's like this is the stupidity of a lot of people in the manosphere. It's like black pill, red pill, even blue pillars. Like, hey, come along if you're in the manosphere or if you're aware of it, come along and understand and be entertained, and then kind of move on. Instead of just rotting in somebody's chat about what they don't like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot of egos in this community flying around.
Exactly. The ego is like everybody can keep that in check, if they're just a little bit of humility, if they're being just a little bit humble. It's like just put these. That's not a big difference. It's just some people are open to having everybody in their space. Some people are not. It's like it doesn't matter, but at least everybody could get along and talk about what interests them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I listen to some of your nostalgic streams. You talk about the old days, the cooking and the old games and things like that. So it's just kind of fun sometimes.
Yeah, I had to kind of take a hiatus from that because YouTube was being a bitch and wouldn't let me mirror it to the StreamYard. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, YouTube won't let me, or no, StreamYards won't let me mirror YouTube to StreamYards. It did it for a long time, and then very recently I started being able to do it again. So, I don't know. StreamYards is weird.
Oh, hey, Mohammed. I seen Mohammed in the chat. What's up, Mohammed? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think maybe delete, maybe try build up, maybe have another account on StreamYard. Maybe that would work. I had that happen to me once or twice. Like have a totally different login. Maybe different email. That
I
might
have
work.
3 or 4 because I get around the 20 hours a week, a month thing.
Oh, okay.
Got more to say than just 20 hours a month. StreamYards, like, come on, man.
right.
So,
I think they're being homophobic. They're racist against the male gender. I think that's the problem.
I think, well, feminist ideology fundamentally hates men. They blame white men mostly and straight men. So I think it's
Right.
racist and sexist at its core, but against men. Like,
Exactly. It's. I mean, but men are kind of stupid too, Mother. Can I say that or no? I know this is the continental. It's like you see, you do understand my point, right? That most of these issues are futile. They're so minuscule that they shouldn't even exist, and then they're still fighting amongst each other. It's like, what's up with the cat mentality? Why can't you unite and just communicate and have good discord, at least the minimum. It's like we should be chanting, and we should be having like protests, in a way. But even if that is too much, why can't we even get along on
Well,
online?
For one thing, there's a lack of on the same page fundamental understanding about a lot of this stuff. Since I've been a YouTuber, I have found that I've had to go back over the basics with several people, just trying to get people on the same page about what we're even doing here.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't even know there was a difference in MGTOW and Red Pill until I did that stream months ago about it. So there's a fundamental, I don't know what you call it. Some people's got their own idea over here, some over here. Like we're all kind of scattered, but we're all to a degree sort of around the same page, if that makes sense.
And how much of it, I mean, like just observing men behave naturally.
Yeah.
It's like they physically, when they're around each other, they fuck with each other. They like to wrestle. I mean, how much of that online combat is just a verbal way of doing that? Like, I mean, because these guys really don't fucking hate each other. They talk a lot of shit, but like, how much of it's just for fun?
Well, can I say this? One of the main fundamentals is just the betterment of men, first of all, and then the second would come the betterment of society, which would be because of a better man in society, right? I mean, I think we could all agree upon this one fundamental, which I think is the goal of most of the manosphere, right? And I understand, like, I had debates with people that that are PUAs. I had one time on the legendary Tony Bruno's channel, Steve the Dean and all his boys were debating. It was one of the best streams to have happened. And even, it was like we said anything and everything under the sun. It was like a full-on war, right, against the Black Pillars. It was me and my boys, and then Steve the Dean, Steve the Queen, and all of his crew, even Rosebud, which barely ever showed up that day because Steve the Queen has that pull, and we had a debate, and then afterwards, Tony Bruno and they have a better understanding. They said, man, Steve the Dean, which I'll give it to him. He said, man, I'm sorry, if it was, even though. But we said the same thing. Hey, it was a good discussion. Let's just move on from it. And they're still friends. It's like there's still a bigger part of all of us that we should still have the communication, still have that word, and not lose friendship over ideologies. That if they're the PUAs, they're one of the biggest ones online, but they still have that decency and the communication as grown men to not part ways because of this debate, and everything that could be said was said under the sun.
So, for instance,
wait, Outlaw, before you do that, can I say hi to Psych? I'm glad you haven't been genocided yet. I hear things are not going well in South Africa, but good to see you,
man.
Psych.
South Africa is fixing to go through their own little purge, so to speak.
Yeah.
Especially since China and Russia are kind of getting all buddy with. Imagine getting back in bed with the very people that kept you oppressed in the past. Kind of like a certain group of people here in America that got back in bed with the group that tried to keep them enslaved. That's what's going on right now. They're getting back in bed with the parties that enslaved them to begin with. It wasn't just the Brits that did it. It was the Chinese, it was the Russians. They were all getting us all for resources too, but they don't want to talk about that. They'd rather just blame America and the Western countries and the white man for all their problems.
Well, white man takes it up the ass too much. I think that's the norm now. So everybody did so much wrong, in the world, but they don't take the shame for it. They're like, fuck you. We're proud of who we are. And it is what it is.
The messed up part is it's wrong for us to take today's like morals, ethics, and principles and all that and cast judgment upon a society that was the norm back then.
Exactly.
Part of the problem.
Exactly.
they're living in the past, and you know, you got people that like to make excuses now. I'm doing bad because my ancestors was oppressed and all this other dumb shit. You know, like one of the feminist things is women have always been oppressed. Have they?
See, that's a lie.
But
I mean, come
Such
on,
a
they had
lie.
it fucking made. All they had
Right.
to do was stay at home, keep the house castle clean, and take care of the kids. And then the man went off and worked his ass off for someone that could just fire him like that. But
Right.
he was working his ass off to provide and do his damnedest to protect his family in all of this. Then you got these women out here comparing themselves to Betty Sue down the road because her old man got her a $50,000 rock and a Bugatti, and she's going, "You don't love me because Susie Q down the road got a Bugatti and a 50-carat ring. I want you, yeah, just the
Oh,
manipulation."
And the neighbors, they have this $2,000 table, which I don't have. So hubby, why don't I have a $2,000 table, right? Yeah, you know what my mother was one of the complaints was today about that back home, my younger brother who works and is out of the house all day, that he left, like when my parents weren't home, that that he left his wife, alone at night. Oh God, at home. And I told my mother, what's the big issue with that? She it's not like there's it's a public, it's not like it's a public library that everybody's coming in and out.
Did knock twice, if I recall.
Oh,
Giggity.
no, it's like one of the. I'm telling my mother, it's like, what's the big deal? He's out there. It doesn't matter if he's working or if he's hanging out with the boys. She's safe at home. It's like, what's the big deal about? Then my mother didn't have nothing much to say. And these are the complaints. It's like in any scenario, it doesn't matter if it's Mad Max, if it's full on anarchy. Women will always be in way better situation, way better safe, way more security than any man would in any scenario. That would be a thing. So I don't know what's the even complaint about. Even back in the day, you know why Islam? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know why the prohibition movement came into being, right? Because a bunch of angry, bitter broads wanted their husbands home instead of out like going to the bars and gambling away all the money and shit.
Right.
So the same thing.
In Islam, there's there is, it's one of the mentioned things that in the Quran, that if a woman is raped by another man, she needs the 4 witnesses, or if there's anything there's anything that happens to her. The my theory is, because there's nothing written about this, my theory is that back in the day so many men died, as we see nowadays, that there's so many false accusations, that back in the day the guys just killed the other party if a woman said that. And that's it's like that's just, what else are you going to do if your sister or mother comes to you with this accusation, right? So back in the day, you had to be escorted everywhere by your brother, by a male member of the household, so they know, so other men don't fucking die, because of that, because you can't trust a lie and then get people killed for it. And I'm assuming so many men died because of these wrong accusations, that it was one of the teachings in Quran to not have shit like that. And people say it's sexist or whatever, but it's the fucking truth. There's so many people that died because of lies that they had to come up with this. That's my theory. Again, there's no deeper writings about this, but that's
If it
part of.
wasn't for patriarchy, i.e. the father, because that's what patriarchy really is. It's the father passing down the knowledge and all of that stuff onto the next generation. And without that, without the protection of a good moral man, horrible men will come in and take over. And that's essentially what happened. The feminists came in, fucking just shit all over the good that men were doing, because they were busy comparing all men to a small minority of men.
Yep.
The men that were going out there doing all these horrible things.
Exactly. Very small, and that's the norm, because like 1 or 2% of men, they were abusive. I understand that happens, but it's like so rare. I have such a big family, and that doesn't happen. The wives are treated respectfully, and yes, they're disciplined, not like, oh, they're getting beaten, but it's like, hey, we're not going to talk to you, go, we'll stay with your father or whatever. That happens if there's a big argument or anything like that. That's the
Put
worst thing
John
that happens in
Lennon,
my household.
bend them over your knee and give them a good paddling, and then send them on their way.
But they might like that, so you got to think of
This day and age, yeah, they might get off on that.
exactly. So you got to think of something that's effective.
But, oh, daddy, like, oh God, get the fuck out of here.
Why don't you paddle me instead of sending me back to my brother or my home, my father's house?
Hey, Woody, there's somebody in the Observer.
Let me see. Oh, is it a backstage?
No, it's in the main chat.
The Observer.
Oh, that's Muhammad.
Okay.
We're protective of
No,
the
but-
vulnerable. Yes, that is true. We are by nature protective of the vulnerable. It's, you see someone, you want to help that person, but you have to discern the difference between, was it brought on themselves? Like, did they bring that misfortune on themselves, or is somebody being a dick? And
Okay. No, I thought that was in the Quran because I heard it so many times, and I guess I was mistaken because Muhammad actually he read through the Quran several times. So hey, I guess that was my mistake, and I would say he's probably right on this.
Muhammad's here to keep you honest.
No problem. When I'm wrong. This is not the place where you argue the wrong.
But what I was getting back to way a while ago.
Sorry about that, Allah.
What was his name? Philosophy.
Psych, yeah, Philosophy by Psych.
One of the examples of disagreements we're having in the community right now, there's a lot of people who are confused about the PUAs, the grifters, the dating roaches, all those guys that put that kind of content out. You got new guys coming in here that they come from. I've heard a lot of these guys saying they came from those channels, and they sort of kind of are like, well, ain't that what it's all about? Well, that comes down to what the individual is wanting out of this when they come into this community, right? So being on the same page of, MGTOW, Red Pill, or whatever, you got to understand the various levels, right? If you're just going to be a red pillar, be aware of what's going on. If you're going to be a MGTOW, being MGTOW means you're making a life choice not to engage with women any further, right? So some of these guys don't have the fundamental understanding coming into this. So I found that most of this going forward has been rehashing the basics, right? Of on an individual basis when these guys come in, kind of getting them to tell you what they want out of all this. You get
a
what
lot
I'm
of them
saying?
hear stuff and it makes them feel good, and they jump on the bandwagon without realizing what they're getting into.
Yeah.
They don't do the research or anything like that. They just say they see it, they hear it, and ooh, that makes me feel good. Oh, and then again, just like feminism and women, without them going in doing the research of the ideology, they fail to realize that it is ultimately a communist ideology at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But did you guys get that pretty much? Like, yeah, it's just it's a matter of what people are looking for when they come in. Some people are confused because there's all kinds of different people representing this community that's falsely representing it. People like us who can tell you the truth and not charge you for it. That, to me, I think that's the correct course of action, personally. Because I have nothing to gain telling people the truth personally. Like, I'm not trying to stick my hand in people's wallets trying to grab money out. You know what I'm saying? So,
But, well, I understand, because I understand the MGTOW, philosophy. I agree with it. But mostly it's like I have ties to Middle East and to that part of the world. So in a way, it's like I understand the whole gynocentric, and it's important to know all these truths about our society. But would you say that as somebody who, let's say, doesn't align or doesn't have that or doesn't understand or doesn't want to understand, but still part of the manosphere, would you have communication with that person, or would you just kind of not, just disassociate yourself in a way if they're from a different part of the sphere or different part of the community?
No, I don't disassociate myself from people if they have disagreements. I mean, that's normal for people to see things differently, right? You believe things differently. I mean, not everybody is religious. I don't excommunicate people because they're anti-religious or if they're religious. Catholics, Muslims, Christians, right? The same here. If there's people in here who are claiming to be black pill, no. I know plenty of the guys here who are black pill. MGTOW monks, that's a whole different level of it. The bachelors, there's some guys here who still date. There's some guys who are married. Now, personally, that's not my way of looking at it, but I don't excommunicate them. I don't say, well, you're just a bad person, get away from me. You don't throw away a whole person just for one disagreement, right? So that would kind of be counterproductive.
The only way I'm excommunicating somebody from my life is if they wrong me. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm kind. I'm a kind person to everybody until they wrong me, and then I'm like, fuck you, I'm done. And then I don't just burn the bridge. I'll nuke it, because if they did it once, they're gonna more than likely do it again.
Right. To me, it's like if you don't dox, if you don't fed post, it's like you're okay. It's like, to me, that's the only thing. Don't dox. Don't be fed posting on channels or chats. Trying to get somebody's channel taken down. It's like threats. And it kind of not also following the terms of service conditions in a way, because we are on YouTube. And if there's more freedom of speech somewhere, but fed posting is basically threatening or calling for violence, on somebody. That's fed posting and doxing. Those are like my only two rules online.
It goes back to that question Good Mother asked a while ago. Is most of that guys do to each other playing around, or are they being? You have to understand the difference, right? I mean, yeah, they're not being serious. If people knows when you're being real, when you're trying to out and out destroy somebody, or if you're just kidding around with somebody, I kind of think you have to have that mental awareness to know when people are kidding and when they're not. But yeah,
for the most part, we're just dicking around on each other. It helps build character and helps harden you a little bit from being soft and sensitive. Like when we're fucking with Outlaw, talking about moist munging and shit like that, we're just giving him a hard time.
Wait, what's moist munging? What is that?
Oh no.
Go look it up. I'm not going to describe it on here unless Good Mother wants me to.
That sounds funny. Moist munging.
Okay, for instance, there was a
word moist, and essentially munging is sucking the goosh out of a dead body.
Oh,
it's gross. It's gross. But he doesn't like the word. He doesn't like either word. We know it kind of fucks with him, but we're also trying to harden him and desensitize him to the toxicities of the world. So he could be equally as dead inside like the rest of us.
Like an iron sharpening iron situation.
Yeah.
So for instance, there was gross and disturbing. He's just you don't get the oh my god, you just get a oh geez, what the fuck, and then we move on.
Right. No, I like that bantering. I like talking shit, as so I understand all that. I think it's fun, But no business should be conducted on continental grounds.
Right.
No, I'm not saying we're doing that. I just kind of, I was like,
Well,
No,
because
but yeah.
there are a lot of guys that'll joke around with each other around here, and I can tell it's done in good faith. But when people
Right.
start getting like emotional about how much they can't
Yeah.
stand another guy, and I'm like, okay, well, you know,
Yeah,
because I'm like in the middle. I'm like, I have a lot of respect for a lot of these creators. I think they are in a specific lane that needs their voice, and they're doing a good damn job. And the fact that other people want to tear them down, I think that's counterproductive.
Yeah, you know when people's being serious. Like if
Yeah.
I'm just saying a joke and then maybe that's where I leave it, you know, if you're not trying to literally come after that person and destroy their life over a disagreement.
Right.
See, there was an instance that arose not long ago over the people in this community who may not be what you call straight or normal, right?
Mhm.
And I had to tell people over and over, I'm not out to hate or be against these people. I just simply don't wrench them on my channel. Now
Right.
that got misconstrued as we don't like trans, we don't want them near us.
Right.
I've never gone out of my way to try to harm one of these people, or because I don't hate these people. I simply just don't allow it on my channel. That's the difference, right?
Right.
And if you stay away and don't, you know, keep bringing it up and just, you know, right? But you guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I agree with your point. I didn't think anything was wrong with that statement.
No,
You know.
I've made videos before. I don't hate the person. I hate the ideology. If you can separate the ideology from people and attack that instead of the person, because that's one thing I've come to realize over the course of my life is it's not people that I hate. It's the ideologies, the misdirection. You see some people, you see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like I take that. I would always take people for their word. You know, I don't know what's going on in people's head or what the intentions are,
Yeah.
but if you know, listen to what they're saying, that's all really matters. You can never read people's mind, or you can never, you know, accurately insinuate if people are being truthful and genuine with you. That's all you really need. You know.
Part of the problem, though, is the ideology becomes part of the identity,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and
they take it personally when you
yeah,
attack the
when
ideology.
you attack the ideology, they take it as a personal attack because that ideology is a part of their way of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with questioning people with, you know, with their ideologies, or it's like you should put, if you believe in something, then stand your grounds and defend it. You know, who cares? It's like, you know, that's why I'm very chill. I'm like, you know, I troll around here there, you know, but it's like, who really fucking cares? This doesn't even matter. It's so small that it really doesn't even matter.
It's just idiocracy to keep us divided and fighting amongst ourselves while our government secretly bends us over and fucks us without any lube.
The
That's all it
feminists in the
is.
government. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
they're hand in hand, along with the race baiters, because at the end of the day, and as I said in your chat earlier, at the core of both of those, like the feminist ideology and the race hustlers ideology, is Marxism. And for those that don't know Marxism basically puts the working class, the proletariat, against the bourgeois, which are the rich. It's the rich versus the poor. Now, in feminism, I say it's a metastasization of Marxism, as they call it neo-Marxism, and it puts the woman would be the proletariat versus the man or the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same way in the race hustlers. It's the black man or the black woman, the oppressed versus the oppressor, which would be me, the white man. I'm somehow an oppressor. And same thing with the LGBT. It puts the sexually confused kid diddlers up against the straight white Christian male.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
we definitely understand, you know, and it's blatantly wrong right in front of us, you know. and the minority that pushed this on. Then they probably even understand, or maybe they don't, that what's happening.
They don't, because they got someone in their ear whispering things like, you see that white man over there, he got more than you. You know why? Because he's oppressing you. And then they just feed them a bunch of bullshit. It's because of your skin color, your gender. This is why it's literally the devil speaking into their ears and making them think, and it creates resentment and bitterness and hostility.
The white devil.
Individual. Yeah, exactly. It creates this hostility towards the individual because it's their fault I'm not succeeding. It's because of my gender. That's why it's because of my skin color. That's why I'm not making it in life. And
Exactly.
it's self-perpetuating victim ideology.
You go, girl. You that is an oppressor right there. But okay, so that breaks down.
You want to be it's like feminist. It's everything. Anything that men like is feminine. It's the feminists are against it. So that's why they shave their hair and they grow their armpit hairs and their muscular hairs and shit, because it goes against the standard of what we would deem as attractive.
Right.
That's why they just let themselves go and dress the ways they want. And they say, you can't judge me. And actually we can, it's our right. But you do you and make a fool of yourself with your multicolored hair and your gross saggy titties and your frumpy dumpy gut. But the problem is they think they speak for all women.
Well, the thing
It's
is,
a problem though, because the actual women, like the ones that can understand normal thinking, they're just kind of sitting back benefiting from all the shit that the feminists are putting out there. Plus, the hive mind is real.
Well, one thing that people have got to get out of the habit of doing is looking at people as a collective.
Well, to a degree, we have to be in order for a coherent
Yeah.
society to thrive and survive. We have to have some collective ideology.
Definitely,
Before all this
yes.
bullshit started happening, we were pretty much predominantly a Christian nation that was country, God, and family.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you look at what all the bad stuff that I would say bad examples of Christians have done, and then you label the entire group that, or if you see what all the bad stuff that Republicans or Democrats or all that have done, and you label all people who identify and line up with that as that's what I'm talking about. I look at people more on an individualistic level, and I try to go after the ideas instead of the person. So if you ever hear me say, well, I don't like trans, or I don't like Antifa or BLM, it's not the people, it's the ideology. It's what the ideology does to society. Same with feminism. But the problem you run into is these people have now done it so long that they've become complacent in it. They're guilty. They know what they're doing, right? So how do you
they're well
separate
aware of
people
what they're doing.
from what they've done?
Well, there's this racial, delusion, and even the minority. For example, blacks are the 13% of the population. Which majority, let's say whites are 50 or maybe 60% of the population. I think that number is going down probably every decade.
Becoming a minority slowly.
Right, and then let's say everybody else is the rest. By just the numbers, then the black population would never have any representation if there was an actual discrimination or racism, let's say in the popularity, right? And then another thing is that all the minorities, by general number, they do a lot better, even better than whites. And I it's not that it's anything shitting on any whites. It's like these people, they're higher middle class. They are the smarter, they're the cream of the crops that have the ability and the finance to travel to a different country, which is still not easy. Getting your visa, and then being able to come and prosper, that's not easy. But that's one of the reasons that these minorities, they have better numbers in US, right? So people from this country, if blacks are behind, or let's say, for example, in a general number, by the quota, and if whites are behind, that doesn't mean that they're lesser. It just means that the minority who's able to come here, they have higher income in a general household. They do better in education because they're coming from a higher, smarter class of
Well,
people.
it has some to do with it. It also comes down to culture.
Well, the thing is, culture it's like a big spectrum. You know, some people they it's like me, right? For example, I take the best of every culture, even though
Some
I
of
come
it
from a
has to
Muslim
do with
household.
the upbringing and the culture, but there are other.
Well, my thing is, even if it's upbringing, you know, you have a brain, you understand
You just cut
more. I
out.
think you got cut off, chaos. Maybe for a second over there. That's why I started speaking. I don't know if you were finished or not.
I think both
But
of us are getting cut off because you're chipping in and out, and I guess I am too.
now I can hear you okay. But when you were talking, it got cut off for a second. It just happened now. Yeah, that's why I was letting you know in case you didn't know. With the culture
The
thing, like
same
you said, the
thing's
culture thing.
happening to you, my guy.
Okay. Outlaw Mother, can you guys hear both of us or okay?
The culture does
Yeah,
have some to do with it.
I can hear both of you just fine.
But yeah, it's more than just that. It's a spectrum. It all starts at home, really.
Chaos is cutting out.
But
Actually, he's
I
borging a
beat
bit.
the statistics.
Guys, do you wanna hop off and join again?
Ooh.
Maybe that would fix your system. You just got cut off again.
Yeah, I think I might do that.
Okay. The culture thing is, it's like everybody has a brain, you know. It's like you when once you're grown up, yes, you got good. If hopefully you got good values from your parents, so now you can build upon that. You know, as when you break that racial barrier, it's like in U.S. there shouldn't be any black representatives, but they are, right? Because the more majority of the country is not prejudiced, and they probably looked at, you know, the values what you're bringing to the politics instead of not, right? Whether it's a good politician, it's a good representative of the community, the county, the state, they still did that. And the second, so that breaks down the racism part, and then the wealth aspect too, that the minorities do better in the country, you know, and that could be because they have the values they build upon, they learned more from the Americans. You know, for example, I had this lady, she was telling me this that, and I'm kind of like the white knight, you know, for the whites or the misunderstanding that the minorities have. You know, this the I guess that she was yeah, I forgot what country she was from, but she was, you know, a southern, you know, like Southern Asian, you know, somewhere from there. She was telling me, oh, you know, she's a dentist, for fuck's sakes. You know, she moved, like she was working and she moved to a different state, you know, and you know, one of my clients, and she was like, oh, you know, like you know, yeah, we come to this country and we do better, you know. And this is a while ago, so I'm just kind of pointing out the main aspects of the of our discussion. Yeah, we come to this country and we do better, you know, we do better than the whites over here. And I was telling her, okay, you know, you and I understand, let's say we are foreigners, you know. I'm not American white, you know, I'm Middle Eastern, but both of us are foreigners. But you do understand that we left our country for a reason, or let's say we decided to, our parents or you decided to leave our country for a reason, right? Because it must have been, there must have been less opportunity, because it might have been less developed, and we got this opportunity to come here. Now we are kind of crapping on, I said it like that, you know. I didn't say like we're shitting on these people or talking shit behind, you know, on these people. But it's like, what's the reason we left our country? And if we got this opportunity, we should be thankful for this, instead of thinking about, oh, we're doing better than this and that, you know. But who do you fucking think was in charge of the world for the past century? It was Americans. You know, this is the biggest empire the world to have ever seen. These are like the best of the best whites that migrate to U.S., and they made this country for what it is. It's like just shitting on these people for no reason. You should be like, you should be thankful for the country, the prosperity, to giving people from outside a chance to develop, to make something better of the life. You know, so she kind of, the good thing is she actually kind of understood my point, and maybe I would have changed her thinking from there on. You know, but she was a bit of I saw the little bit of thinking processing on her face after I kind of explained that to her.
Well, migration
Only
to
in
another
America.
country.
The culture and be allowed to get away with it. But tell me, if we were
Migration.
to come over there and just shit all over y'all, what would y'all would pretty much tell us to get the fuck out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course. That's the logical thing to do. You know?
Migration is
It's about, yeah,
people
like,
coming.
I would expect y'all would expect us to kind of assimilate to your way of life and your culture. Otherwise, we'd be ostracized and kind of kicked from.
He's cutting in and out bad.
At least that's how I would perceive
Yeah, me
it.
too.
if
Yeah.
I were going to it.
Chaos, how do you
All right.
stream video games and have this much internet problems?
So, migration
back,
in and of
Jackie.
itself is not the issue. When you're talking about migration, the problem is illegal immigration. When you have people coming over here who is being incentivized to come over here illegally. We have laws over here in the U.S. for people to become a U.S. citizen without border jumping, without breaking the law, coming over here and taking money and jobs away from people who actually live here. I don't have a problem with people coming here. It's when they come over here illegally that
No, I
have
do
a
have a problem with people coming here because it's like, you know, the first of all, the citizen of this country are the priority. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are. You know, the people that live here, they should be the first ones to get a job. If they can't find somebody, then it should be somebody who's a migrant. It's like, fuck this. You know, that would be the best policy for any successful country, and also giving the man the right to have control over his wife, you know, instead of just getting blamed and going to jail for anything. That would be a starter for a successful country.
Let's see if the third time's the charm here. Is this better?
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Test testicles.
I can. Yep, I can hear you. Yep,
I
perfect.
think
All right.
it's because I think my issue was I had Discord going too.
Yeah, it's probably taking
I think
a
that
lot
might
of your
have been,
bandwidth.
it might have been interfering with everything.
Right. Go on, Outlaw. What were you gonna say?
No, that's pretty much for right now what I would have to say about that. I mean, unless you guys see it differently or
Yeah, I just mentioned it's like fuck anybody coming from. Doesn't matter if it's European or anybody else. Australia, last time I heard it, a good policy of migrating people that were fulfilling job roles. You know, and right now in at least half the southern part of the country, what I hear is that you gotta be bilingual, you gotta speak Spanish. You know, so that's blatant discrimination against people who are born and raised citizens over here. Doesn't matter if there's a 30% policy, but I don't know if it's this generosity of this country or by the majority is taken too lightly or has gone too far. Nobody's really protesting about this, you know, but that's kind of stupid.
And people don't realize multiculturalism kills countries because you lose
Right.
the original culture of the country. And
Mhm.
we had here in America, we like again, you know, it was God, country, family, and whatever other good underlying values that we did have, and those have been systematically destroyed by groups like the feminists and the race hustlers, and now the LGBT group are getting involved in it, but further destroying the things that kept America running like the well-oiled machine it was.
Well, it was. I couldn't say my father's, but I do accept this country as his one of my own. You know, our fathers were very smart, and there might have been some, I guess, some nagging. And you know, let's as a collective say our fathers. You know, they had a lot of, you know, they were geniuses, and in a way, that's not everything could be perfect, but you could see that from tool designs, from the system itself. It's just the slow encroaching in corruptions of the elites. I understand that kind of did ruin the fabric of the society. You know, because I mean, you know, America is, to me at least, you know, is probably the best country in the world, and probably there would ever be. You know, and I understand the problems with it, The only thing is that I can understand the whole scope of things, of what's taking effect, the feminism, the fucking communism, the tentacles of Hydra, that are slowly taking over and and destroying the society.
People don't realize, but the civil rights movement was the foot in the door for socialists to get in. It was a social justice movement. That's all it was. They just used civil rights instead of social justice, a word they should have been using the whole time.
Yeah, he's chopping for me again.
You're a bit choppy again.
You go
Chaos.
ask someone, am I?
Yeah.
God damn it.
What were you gonna say, Mother? It's the crazy bitches infesting
Yes.
everybody, right?
Yes, they're infectious. It's
I
crazy bitches.
agree. I agree.
Well,
Definitely.
That's unfortunate. I'll
Well, it's
just dip out.
Okay.
I got a
Chaos.
stream to do.
all right, Chaos. We'll see. We'll see you, bud.
I love
I-
internet when it doesn't want to work.
I know,
right.
Chaos. I still want to have that discussion about how I think, this whole Marxism, communism, socialism stuff is a biological default for women. That's why they don't belong in certain areas.
We could talk about that if you want to, and you could discuss it with Chaos too sometimes if you want,
Yeah.
or we could free roll.
Well, Psych brings up some good points, and actually, he sent me the video to check out. It's like apparently it's from a court case, hate speech case. Court must uphold equality before.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like one of those inherent. It's like one of those inherent abilities, like the default setting of yours, and I think it's because of thousands of years of how the environment was. Women go towards the safety and security. And that's and that kind of that could be associated with aligning with communism. Because in a way, like if you want free medical, free food, free healthcare, you can go to prison. I would advocate for anybody who's left leaning to go to prison. I mean, I don't want to pay for prisons. I know that's a big lobbying scheme too over there, but it's like prison has the environment for free medical and free food and a living place, right? Why don't people do that? So I think it's one of those, and I can see that with men too. I'm not saying men are perfect. Bullis points out that there's adolescents of men that don't understand this. Hey, if they don't want to understand it, they can go to jail too. But that's where you get stuff for free, right? And then it's like one of those default settings for the weak. That's what they divert to. You don't see that in wolves. You don't see that in piranhas. Piranhas, when if there's a limping fish or something, they eat that thing alive. In the wild,
Right.
exactly. In the wild,
And Woody, that's the thing. Where so you talk about free healthcare. Where's the incentive to give people all of that free healthcare? What do you get back in investment from it?
you get government. You get government. You get a tyranny. You will get over encroaching of the government on you because they decide what you're going to eat or not. Eat the pills, eat the bugs, you scum. That's what happens.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So what incentive do we have to give a whole bunch of people free health care just because they exist? That's
No,
not a good enough reason.
I'm pretty harsh. I'd say make an island and put all these people away. I don't want to pay for it, but the bleeding heart retards, who want to pay for this shit, like go fucking pay for it. If I had the choice of not getting this taken out of my paycheck, for example, there's women's hospitals. Where the fuck are men's hospitals? Where's men's shelters? Right, the MRIs were fighting for this. It's like unfortunately, if a man goes homeless because of his addiction and struggles, where the fuck is supposed to go? Everything else would be full with women, and men would be just living on the streets, which is happening right now, right? So my money is going to. I don't want to send money into anything, but they're building humongous women's hospital. Meanwhile, men, if you got to bleed out in the ER, right? Because you don't have your own hospital to go to. Now that's discrimination. That's if we're going to put it on, like, that's looking. I understand. Go ahead, or I'm gonna go on another rant. Go ahead, Outlaw.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, look, and I hate to say it, but life is a privilege. You're not owed the right to anything in this life. It is a privilege. If
Right.
you cross me, so here's how I see it, right? If you cross me tomorrow, you steal my property or you kill one of my pets or my family members, to me, you have forfeited your privilege to live. So life is not a guarantee. It's a privilege as well in this life. So what incentive do I have to grant you health care just because you exist? Where is the benefit? Where's the incentivization, right?
Mhm. But that's the thing in the jungle. If in the jungle, as we can learn from our cousins and our brothers in the jungle, right? That if your jaw is broken, then you will slowly die. If a roach's head gets cut off, he can only live for maybe 3 weeks or a month, right? Because there's nothing, there's no hospital to put his head back together, right? And now as humans, because of our generosity, we have now breeded and let the weak, the useless, to prosper on. This is also a part of over urbanization and letting the oligarchs run your society. They get rich, they tax you. Meanwhile, you're working and trying to make ends meet. You know, and
Well, Woody, too, one of the problems with having the oligarchs that we're talking about here is they may not necessarily be from your nation. So you have no recourse against any of their policies. And can you hear me?
Hello,
Good.
Johnny.
Hi. Thanks.
I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
This particular set of headphones I had went mono last night, so I have some new phones in the mail. I just wanted to make sure the mic worked and everything like that. But
Right.
yeah, it's kind of like it's like the John Birch Society's beef with the United States being within the United Nations and being attached to that. It's the glue to oligarchical dictate and mandate that we have for our companies, our corporations. Hello. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm testing my mic at the same time. Please ignore me.
Okay.
It's like,
Hi, Psych. Yeah, I mean, if a policy such as that were, if we were able to just detach from, say, a global organization like that, I think we would be able to have a better opportunity for America to do some nation building, including, the people that we already have here. And it would give us more of an opportunity to, of course, play on the global market naturally, but we would have our protections also. That's one.
Right, I understand. There's a good and bad. I think there's the evil part doesn't really exist, because as America, I understand how the political system and how the deep state actually works. Right, I went through all this, and it's if you don't conquer others, you will be conquered. Right, if you don't have a big enough army, you will be. It's kind of like the same thing as villages, right? If I have a stronger, better army of villages, I will conquer. I would kill all the men. That's what happened back in the day. Take all the women, take all the resources, right? So in a way that when America, makes these policies with other countries, the less developed countries, it's kind of like a world nuke standard, right? If you don't have the nukes, you will be fucked with, and that's why North Korea and Iran is going after making at least have some sort of nuclear power, because that's like the world stage of having any influence. And so if America, there's like one of the books I forgot. I was a little bit reading into it. I saw some reviews on it too. The main gist of the book was it was a former CIA operative. They go to different countries. They deal with them for the exchange for resources. They get their money, and for that they are under conditions. They signed away these conditions that this is the type of loan that they almost never get out of. So now they're subservient to a bigger nation. It's like a justified way of extracting resources from that country. Now, if they don't do it, somebody else will, right? So that country's job is to at least make sure that they don't get conquered by others. right? And that's why, in a way, we are also able to sustain this over urbanized, overpopulated, no, sorry, not populated, but this wealthy lifestyle that we have in America. And that's why we have fucking feminisms and goddamn LGBTs and
And
blue
we're
haired.
also over our quote unquote empire is also overextended now. That's one of the
Right.
problems.
And now it's the
Take a look
fall.
at it. I mean, how much of the Hearts and Minds campaigns in Afghanistan worked for us? They didn't. We wasted 20 years of money, material, and
Well, the politicians got rich of it. If we're not making money, if we're the fucky, somebody is fucking us. They're the ones, these companies that acquired a lot of wealth and influence. So we were the fucky because over there was no weapons of mass destruction. All they did was extract resources from that country, made that country go into the shithole, and now we are poor for it. But these DARPAs, these weapon companies, they're way off for it, and politicians are way rich for that too. The only thing is that one day every empire comes. I would like to see more competition, which is happening right now. BRICS has taken its course. Russia, China, Brazil. These are the biggest countries that are having alliance. And honestly, like I said, I love this country, but there needs to be a worldly competition. Because right now anybody on the right is getting their payment processors taken away. They're being doxxed for supporting people that they like, and that happened everywhere from Trump to anywhere down under. I prefer to have freedom of speech so the best ideas win, right? But the finance part is taken away by the leftists. The influence is taken away by the leftists of any right ideas, right? And
exactly. And the thing is that most of those banks, though, are being told to scrub those bank accounts of American people from other countries. And that's one of, like, it's raining here. That's one of the downsides to this extended super globalism that we're having, this hegemony that we're trying to instill worldwide. Dare I say an INGSOC or an Airstrip 1, if you want to get Orwellian about it.
Right. And the thing is, I don't want to. I don't like China. It's like, okay, if you really think about living under a regime, you honestly want to be under a white man's regime. If you do think about it. So I'm not saying I don't want to live under Chinese rules or Russian rules, but I prefer to be under American oligarchs, right? But what these oligarchs don't have right now is competition. So when there's going to be competition, is going to be the betterment of the people of that country. And going back to it, the nationalism is the only cure for communism. Communism, the weak will never stop, right? The nationalism is the only cure, as far as I know. I think I got that from TFM when he made that point, and I thought about it. There's like no other solution other than just having a nationalistic population of that country for that country.
Yeah, but I mean, it also have to be more than just superficially nationalistic with the flags and the anthems and whatnot. I mean, people would actually have to work at their economy in a nationalist way, where I'm not talking about going full retard like Mussolini did, like the only ice cream we have is Spumoni. I mean, he was that crazy about it. Okay.
Can I just make 2 points here, because they're kind of related. I don't think nationalism necessarily does anything for you, except American nationalism is special because it's rooted in certain values and ideals, like Vivek Ramaswamy keeps on talking about. But I do think that the American system isn't legally developed enough to actually protect itself in its liberalism. Because
yes, it is not. It's not done cooking yet, so it's a very young.
It's the best we have. It's the best we have if we actually pay attention.
Give the particular example of freedom of speech, because you're not really going to have freedom of speech if oligarchs get to eventually control all the platforms, and they're all private enterprises which don't have to guarantee you
But that goes into having a big government. The government, as big as it gets, they support what they have agenda for, not what the people have agenda for. If it's a smaller government, I'm not saying that not world conquering government, but having at least a government that does its own duty. That's all. Not interacting with the free market or free capitalism. That's when we solve that fucking problem.
Well, I have to agree with Syke though that, and I did want to bring up that point that how relatively young America is, not just as a nation but as a culture. And for a while there, we were trying to gel that together in post World War II and even pre World War II. Sure, we had huge hiccups like the Great Depression, but at the same time, we were still able to work within an American, national unity. And by the 1960s, I really feel that was completely offset.
Right.
For instance, my father's a patent lawyer, and he worked with the U.S. Army for a while there. And there was something to do with one of the companies he had worked for. He was a chemical engineer by trade, right? So he said to the Supreme Court, this is the 13th district. He said, and this was in 1977, after Kissinger's really got his rookers into our economy, these trade deals that none of us voted for, right?
Yep.
And he said, when we start selling off our industrial base, we are going to have a terrible problem as a nation. And remember, I mean, this was almost 50 years ago that he said that. Look where we are now in the United States.
But by the way, real quick, Mother, is there any topic you want to? Because that's Mother's stream, and she needed some therapy too. So I was wondering if I know we're kind of over. We are the captains now, So it's like, hopefully, that's why I was asking if there's anything, Mother, because we're now going into geopolitics.
Right. No, it always goes into geopolitics.
I'll knock it off. Okay.
No, it's fine. Actually, something Syke brought up. And Syke, I muted you only because there's like
a background noise.
Yeah, there's a weird background noise, like a humming or something. No, he brought up this this video about hate speech.
If I can just introduce it slightly.
Yeah.
It's quite an important video. So basically, there was a special hate speech case against this black Nazi in my country. So we literally have the black reincarnation of Hitler. And he says all these genocidal things, and he says all these radical things. And he was persecuted for hate speech. And then the judge found in his favor, said, no, it wasn't hate speech. But that judgment was so bad. It went against the current law so radically. It was like completely inconsistent. And so this just explains the non-application of the rule of law in that case, because this is the appeal. So what you're about to see is, if we watch it, is the appeal to the original court case.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this because I mean,
you want to
really,
play that, Mother?
Yeah, South Africa. I mean, Syke will tell you all about it. Their law is set up properly, where America's is missing quite a few fundamental things. But even though their law is set up properly, the people that are in charge of dispensing such law still get it wrong.
But before you play that video, can I say something, especially about South African and Venezuelans?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, look, I talked to Venezuelans, that migrated to US 20 years ago. I haven't met any South Africans because there's very few of them, right? Other than Elon Muskie, I don't know any other South Africans.
Charlize Theron.
Okay. Well, Woody, this is Philosophy by Syke. He has a channel where he has so many audio recordings about everything that's going on in the world. He's pretty much he's a white man living in South Africa, and I'm surprised he hasn't been genocided yet.
Can you put your link too? And I just want to say this, look, one thing. Look, since Mandela, right? Then just because I'm not going to be too long, but I think that the people that like, for example, in Venezuela, all the oppositions were killed. When the regime changed, right? And then there was a prosperity for 5 years. I think this was like 20-something years ago. I forgot the president's name when it took into an effect. And all the leftists, all the commies kind of stayed over there. And now we're migrating the same people in the U.S. Same thing with South Africa. I think the whites should have left, because I understand they got land and it's their ancestors, they've been there for a while. I understand that. But when majority of the country is blatantly, since Mandela, blatantly, talking about your extinction and why is it wrong for you to be there, you should have seen the writing on the wall and see if you could migrate to somewhere else. Your life matters because it's horrific in South Africa. I understand. I know all the stories. I heard a few channels, but really try to leave everything behind if you can. I mean, take whatever you can and get out of that situation, because I think it only gets worse from there, and nobody in the world is doing anything for those people, right? So in a way, it's like people left 20 years ago because of this regime change, and I think people should do it now, or else they would have their families killed. I just wanted to kind of say that, but go ahead, Mother.
Well, psych is not, his primary thing is standing. This is the hill he's dying on. So a lot of people just don't flee from conflict. They try to do something to fix it and help it.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes, like shall we watch this little video and you can kind of explain the importance? Let me
Yeah, I wonder if it's even better just to skip forward even a little bit into it. I'm not sure how boring it is at the beginning. Maybe we can just try watch it from the start and see.
It's only 19 minutes. We all have time.
Yeah, no, I'm good for tonight.
Yeah. All right.
Justices, our courts have a very proud tradition of ensuring equality before the law, of ensuring that everyone is subject to the law regardless of their status. That if you are a former president or an Olympic athlete, the law will be used equally. And the Rule of Law Project's concern is that the Court of Quo's judgment doesn't do that. That the rules that are applied to Mr. Malema differ in many ways from the rules that were applied in other hate speech cases. There are really 4 issues to address. The first is that the Court of Quo seems to create a special category of protection for speech uttered by political role players. And this elevates politicians over ordinary citizens. It says that their speech is more valuable, more protected, and that is not something that we find in our law. We actually find the reverse. In Kulani, as has been discussed, the status of the speaker matters enormously. That the Constitutional Court found that because Mr. Kulani had a public role, he was a writer, that must be held against him. Secondly, equality before the law requires that the rules of evidence are applied equally in all of these hate speech cases. Now, my learned friend, Mr. Ngatobi, referenced the Kulani High Court case, and our evidence was led in that case, and all of the evidence was allowed. It provided the valuable context about homophobia and violence against the gay community, and that was pivotal in determining that Mr. Kulani's speech constituted hate speech, as much as it was stressed that there was no causal link between the article that he wrote and any of the harm suffered by the community. It's never been a requirement in our law that there has to be a causal link, and Kulani in the Constitutional Court establishes this. And of course, one of the difficulties with the Court of Quo's judgment is to exclude all of the evidence on the grounds that it couldn't prove a causal link between the song and the harm that was suffered, but it was never a requirement. Third, the Court of Quo held that the appellant failed to show that the song Kill the Boer targeted people on any of the listed grounds like race or ethnicity. Now, it seems astonishing to think that no one knows what Boer means, that when the Anglo-Boer War is taught, no one thinks it's between the British and farmers. They know that it refers to the Afrikaners, that Mr. Roots testifies that the term Boer has a dual meaning, one that it can refer to farmers and the others that it can refer to Afrikaners. And Afrikaners must be given the same respect as all other citizens in this country. That the Constitutional Court, when dealing with the term Zionists in the Masuku case, could say, well, it's clear that the term refers to Jews, that you don't have to say Jew, it can be implied by using the term Zionist. And so when there's a double standard of saying, well, Afrikaners are a group unworthy of protection, like gay people and Jews, that's a very dangerous precedent to set. And fourth, the Court of Quo's judgment undermines the founding value of non-racialism. It creates different rules for different races, and this is a topic that has come up in some discussion today, the idea that maybe some people should have different statuses depending on the color of their skin. That flies in the face of the foundational value of non-racialism entrenched in Section 1 of our Constitution. In Section 9, the idea that we're all equal before the law, and specifically in the Khumalo judgment, where Justice Sutherland addresses that issue head-on and goes into some detail why we don't have different rules for different races. I'm now going to start with the speech by politicians and why it's so dangerous. Mr. Ngatobi wants to belittle the role of Mr. Malema to say, you know, well, he's just sort of speaking at birthday parties. This is the leader of the third biggest political party in the country, who can amass a group of members of parliament to storm the stage that the president stands on. You can have a birthday rally that is televised around the world with 90,000 people at it. This is someone who has way more stature than anyone else in any of the hate speech cases. This is someone who's a much bigger reach than someone like John Kolani or Mogani Masuku. That status matters. And it is warned about by the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. They produced a report about South Africa where they said there is a concern about the rise of hate crimes and hate speech in South Africa, including physical attacks against certain ethnic groups and non-citizens, discriminatory statements by state officials and politicians, and the increase in the use of the media and the internet to propagate racist hate speech. And the committee further recommends that the state ensure all incidents of hate crimes and hate speech are investigated and prosecuted, that perpetrators are punished regardless of their official status, instead of saying that they're given a special extra freedom to propagate hatred. The idea is they must be held to account. And this is echoed by the Constitutional Court in the matter of economic freedom fighters versus the Minister of Justice, where Mr. Malema had been charged with breaching the Rights Assemblies Act for calling on people to take land. And the Chief Justice there said, no constitutional right is absolute or ranks higher than all others in this country. In our enjoyment of these rights, a greater sense of responsibility is demanded, particularly of those who are thought leaders, whose utterances could be acted upon without much reflection by reason of the esteem in which they are held and the influence they command. After all, leaders from all walks of life ought to bear heavier responsibilities than all others to help preserve our Ubuntu justice and equality-based heritage and actualize our shared aspirations. So in the case where Mr. Malema is specifically mentioned as someone who carries enormous political power, the Chief Justice says you must add additional burdens to these people. Now, some of Mr. Malema's testimony gives some credence to this. He says that he believes he will be the president of South Africa. He describes the EFF as a very radical, very militant party. He says, I never said I'm somewhat moderate. I'm very radical and very militant, and I make no apology about that. And when asked whether he would embrace violence as a process to decolonize South Africa, he responded, colonization is violent. It is like racism, and the only way to deal with violence, you must be violent. Therefore, there's nothing wrong in engaging in a revolution and want to be suggesting that you cannot be engaged in violence. Revolution itself is violence. When he was asked whether he'd be happy to endorse the use of violence for his revolutionary aims, he responded, my lord, when the time comes and the conditions on the ground necessitate that arms must be taken, we will do so without hesitation. He says, I'm not scared of killing. A revolutionary is a walking, killing machine, not scared of death. If that need arises, I will kill. I will do so with no hesitancy, especially in defense of my people. We are very angry and ready to kill. Now, the suggestion by my learned friend that this is all metaphor, that this is about the destruction of the apartheid system, is complete and utter nonsense. Mr. Malema testified that he is happy to endorse killing. When asked, will you pledge never to call for the killing of white people, not a system, for the killing of white people, he refused. It is very clear from the speech itself, kill the Boer, kill the farmer, from the testimony of Mr. Malema himself, it is targeted at people on the basis of their race. And he has no problem with killing. He says it very openly.
case you argued that the court are pro rather than animus.
Well, the point is to say that there must not be a double standard, that you must take into account the status of the speaker, that you must take into account the testimony. So the amicus cares about the rule of law being applied equally, that there cannot be a special protection for someone on the basis of their
That point, I would think, rather than highlighting aspects of Mr. Malema's evidence which are not.
Psych, who is that woman that's talking? Do you know?
I believe it's the presiding judicial officer, the judge.
Okay.
Not before us as hate speech. It's the song being sung on particular occasions that are being used as hate speech, not what Mr. Malema said elsewhere.
Well, the point of it is that you must ensure that people are held to account in terms of the law. The law makes it clear that the status of the speaker matters.
I understand that.
Yes. Now, with regards to the expert evidence that was dismissed, the learned friends for the EFF state in their heads of argument that the structure of the original trial mirrors the structure of the Kolani trial. Now, one of the bases for Mr. Rutter's evidence being disqualified was on the basis that he is a member of AfriForum. However, in the Equality Court trial of Mr. Kolani, the court admitted the evidence of Mr. Gregiaru, who worked for the Human Rights Commission, its own employee. Now, another reason for disqualifying Mr. Rutter's evidence was that he had a personal interest in the matter because in his book he says, this is personal for me. Now, in Kolani, Professor Nell testified about the deleterious effects of homophobic speech, and he testified extensively about his own ill treatment and discrimination meted out to him by virtue of his gay and sexual orientation status. And his evidence was accepted. In other words, the fact that he had a personal stake in it because he himself was gay and had been subject to discrimination on the basis that he was gay was not a reason to exclude it. Mr. Human's evidence was excluded on the basis that the physical and psychological effects that the farm attacks have on their victims constituted hearsay evidence. However, in the Kolani trial, the court admitted the evidence of Mrs. Mokoena of Power about a series of lesbian women that had been correctively raped. The court did not dismiss the evidence as hearsay, despite the victims not being called to corroborate their testimony. The court disregarded the appellant's expert evidence of Mr. Krauss about singing of the song Bizani Fire Brigade on the basis that he had not proved there was a causal link between the singing of the song and farms being settled out in the region. However, the Constitutional Court made it clear that considering the phrase to incite harm, it is imperative to point out at the outset there is no requirement of an established causal link between the expression and actual harm committed. The court disregarded the appellant's lay witnesses who testified about their personal attacks that they had suffered on the basis that they could not prove they were attacked because the singing of the song killed the Boer. However, in the Kolani trial, evidence was admitted by MN, who testified about her personal abuse that she suffered because of her sexual orientation. Court says, like Mokoena, MN conceded readily that the incidents perpetrated on her cannot be directly linked to the applicant's offending statements. However, she added that the offending statements were exacerbating the current situation when people like her are being harassed. In other words, they provided important context. The court of Quo relied on the respondent's expert evidence to determine the meaning of the song Kill the Boer. However, in Masuku, the Constitutional Court held that it has long been held that an expert may not usurp the interpretive functions of our courts, and that the experts in this matter could not be used to determine the meaning of the statements. The court relied on the evidence of Mr. Malema to determine the meaning of the song, despite Kolani had been prohibited from doing so. Now, these discrepancies create the impression that different rules were being applied by the court of Quo in a manner that is inconsistent with the rule of law. Litigants ought to be able to rely on the decisions of other courts when deciding how to conduct their own proceedings. In other words, the other cases must be guidance for litigants about how they will run their cases, what evidence will be used, what is important for determining context, what is important for determining the meaning of words. And if the rules are changed, then it changes the playing field. And there's a sense that some people are giving different sets of rules and different protections. Now, on the question of the listed grounds, Mr. Malema himself says, when I mention the word farmer, I see a white person. So when you say shoot to kill the farmer, he's envisioning a person of a certain race being killed. Now, and I mentioned that the court in Masuku was able to see that the term Zionist clearly references Jews. In the matter of Hugo, Goldstone J. held that the prohibition on unfair discrimination in the interim constitution seeks not only to avoid discrimination against people who are members of disadvantaged groups, it seeks more than that. At the heart of the prohibition of unfair discrimination lies a recognition that the purpose of our new constitutional democratic order is the establishment of dignity and respect regardless of their membership in particular groups. The achievement of such a society in the context of our deeply egalitarian past will not be easy, but that is the goal of the Constitution and should not be overlooked or forgotten. So the idea is that all citizens are provided protection by the law, that you cannot have Afrikaners being relegated to second-class citizens. You cannot have a double standard that is applied to them. There is a concern that the value of non-racialism is being undermined by a judgment like this. That if some races are given the impression that they will be silenced while other races can say what they like about them, you destroy the very fabric of our modern democracy. The reason why South Africa has a promise of a future is the idea that it belongs to all who live in it, echoed by the words in the Freedom Charter. If some people are made to believe that they are second-class citizens, like they were during apartheid, that apartheid created different classes of citizens in a despicable way, that we will never go down that path again, it's important to embrace the idea of non-racialism. In Van Heerden, Moseneke held that the long-term goal of our society is a non-racial, non-sexist society in which each person shall be recognized and treated as a human being of equal worth and dignity. In Walker, Justice Sachs held that no members of a racial group should be made to feel that they do not deserve equal concern, respect, and consideration, and that the law is likely to be used against them more harshly than others belonging to other racial groups. And in Khumalo, specifically in the context of hate speech, Justice Sutherland says the following. He says, in South Africa, our policy choice is that utterances that have the effect of inciting people to cause harm is intolerable because of the social damage it wreaks and the effect it has on impeding a drive towards non-racialism. The idea that in a given society, members of a subaltern group who disparage members of the ascendant group should be treated differently from the circumstances where the other way around has no place in the application of the Equality Act and would indeed subvert its very purpose. Our nation-building project recognizes a multitude of justifiable grievances derived from past oppression and racial domination. The value choice in the Constitution is that we must overcome the fissures among us. That cannot happen in debate. If ever robust among ourselves, one section of the population is licensed to be condemnatory because its members were the victims of oppression, and the other section understood to be collectively the former oppressors are disciplined to remain silent.
Is there any further submissions? You've been reading out your names, so we've read it already. So if there's nothing more.
Yes, there is one further statement to be made, which is that when looking at the clause designed by the court in Kolani, the phrase is as follows. It says, subject to the proviso in section 12, no person may publish, propagate, advocate, or communicate words that are based on one or more of the enumerated grounds against any person that could reasonably be construed to demonstrate a clear intention to be harmful or to incite harm and to promote or propagate hatred. Now, my learned friend, Mr. Nkatobi, described Lamont's approach in the original AfriForum case as being incorrect on the grounds that he said, well, there are two reasonable interpretations one could have about a song. And you could look at what the targeted group says and you could look at what others say. Now, and he says that's the wrong path to go and that it's not what the law requires. The fact that the new section 10 uses the word could reasonably implies that there could be multiple reasonable interpretations, and if any of them demonstrate the intention to incite hatred, then you are caught by the clause.
How does that relate to the premise of your addresses and amicus, which is about equality before the law?
Well, the idea is that
you argue in the case that you argued for the peasants.
Justice, the implication is that the law must be applied evenly, that it's important that we have a standard that is applied to everyone, which means that when we're interpreting the words in any future hate speech case, it's important that this court sets out what that test is, that everybody knows in advance. Is it a reasonable interpretation, or is there only one reasonable interpretation? That is important for the rule of law, that any litigant knows in advance what standard they'll be held accountable to.
I thought they learned from Quilani.
Yes. So, in other words, Kulani tells them, yes.
Thank you.
I have no further submissions.
Yeah, so that's it.
So Sykes, was she one of the judges that originally ruled badly?
No, you don't appeal to the person. You only seek leave to appeal from the original court, which is when they say the court of quo, they mean the court of first instance. Anyway.
Right. Okay. What Syke is saying is that this has nothing to do with Malema. It does. I mean, it's his case that he's appealing. That barrister was appealing. It has really nothing to do with Malema himself. So this is a higher court that he's arguing in. Am I correct?
Yeah, this is a higher court. So they're appealing the original judgment, which went in favor of Malema. So if they overturn that judgment, he's also asking that the court set out a legal test very clearly. But I mean, eventually what he's tiptoeing, what he should be asking for, which I'm surprised he didn't, is that he should ask for special sanctions against the judge in the court of quo, in the original court, because that person shouldn't really be a judge. They're bigoted, or they're racist, or they're despicable. I don't know. They've obviously been politically influenced or implanted to make that poor decision. I don't know.
So basically, what he should have done was he should have pled for a provision of no confidence with the original hearing that involved Malema and his hate speech trial. But I didn't see where he argued that in the court. In this particular case, rather. That's.
No, we have Emmanuel in here too. Another gentleman from South Africa who is what did Coach Redfield warn that the white dudes and the clever blacks need to leave South Africa because they're going to be listed.
that's what I say too.
Next on the genocide. Yeah. That would be
unfortunately, yeah. I mean, some people will stand their ground, but it looks to get only worse.
Mm.
So that court was, I guess. So what was the verdict on that? Is it still going on?
So what you just saw happened like 3 days ago or 2 days ago. It happened on Monday. Okay. So yeah, I can't wait to see what the judgment is going to be.
It seems to me there's the judge have their biases. They're not actual judges anymore. I don't, they would do as what favors them, and there seems to be no political solution anymore.
Well, it'll be very interesting because the answer will come in the verdict on this case. If the line gets held, or if the whole system devolves into being a joke.
Yeah, I think the whole outcome of this is fascinating. I did see the original footage of Malema with his "Kill the Boer" chanting that he had done at that assembly, and I wonder, exactly how stacked against the opposition in this appeal the court's going to rule. I wonder how compromised that court is. Now, Syke, do you feel that the court is going to be compromised in favor of the original ruling? It sure seems like it with that judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do think the original court was definitely compromised, but the whole judiciary is not uniformly compromised.
Okay.
So it's like it's up in the air, basically. And the higher up you go, I don't think the rot has set in. Like, it's set in at the very top. In the Constitutional Court, there are about 3 judges who should be impeached. They have no business being judges.
Okay.
Should be in jail. Jail and rotting away.
I think politically the solution is we're going to have to develop a kind of truth charter that sets out just how illegal the state has been. Because, you know, we're a non-racialist. We have a supreme constitution that's based on non-racialism, and we've got racialist legislation on the books. So it's like, you know, we've got a judicial system that compromised itself in order to tolerate that. So we've got a kind of institutional corruption that we need to take care of in the future at some point. That is, if the country is saved.
I heard that there's a even in South Africa there's quotas, which is like majority of the African population is black, right? And there's still quotas to be met for colors to get in, and I think most of these organizations should be I guess that, hey, we're going to be this one race, because it is ridiculous because you guys are the minority, and in a way you still have to meet these quotas in South Africa.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not really just quotas. It's a way of also fudging the tender system for the state when the state makes purchases and things like that. Because black companies or black-owned companies, they can inflate their tender and they still can be chosen, even though they're not the cheapest option.
Well, that's the thing. But they don't even look at the cheapest option. They would pay the same. They will fulfill the quotas, pay them the same wages, and still pretend, oh, we're paying them less. And even in some cases they would, but if it's a minority in a continent, that doesn't make any sense. That if there is a majority racial aspect, you guys are the minority. You should, if we're going by the Western standard, that the minorities, if they're going to be so warm-hearted or bleeding hearted, that they should consider that that the majority of the country is black, is African, and very little part of that country is actually white, Dutch descendant, white Afrikaners.
Yeah, but I mean, sadly, what they have is sort of economic inequality that is distributed as you would imagine it might be, based on racial lines, and that because of the unfortunate history of apartheid, people can basically say, well, the reason why you're rich today is because of apartheid, which is a bit of an untrue myth, because I do agree that apartheid made certain people poor, but I don't think it directly benefited other people. It just didn't destroy them. And that's like a very nuanced position to understand, which people don't really understand. So they believe.
No, I understand it because there's no legal oppression anymore. That's the only thing to go by, right? That if there is actual legal, other than that, there's nothing that we can measure the scale on, right? If it's not in the law.
Just to finish my thought, there is a myth that the idea is that if you reverse apartheid, that somehow that brings equilibrium, that somehow that makes it socially just now. And that's what they don't understand, is that, like, if you reverse apartheid, you just make everyone even more poor, because you're not letting the capital in the country, the skills in the country, the talents in the country, to use those talents to grow the GDP of the economy, and then to have a higher tax base that you can invest in development and transformation.
Well, here in the States, I mean, like, for instance, black nationalists argue that in our southern states by enslaving white people as some sort of form of payback. But the thing is that little do they realize that the U.S. Confederacy was not really enriched by slavery as much as it was stated. As a matter of fact, at the height of slavery, only 1,200 families owned slaves. So I know that sounds a lot, but when you take a look at the overall population of the CSA,
right, there was black slave owners.
Not a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
And there were black slave owners. Yeah, I know. And as well as tribal, too. Tribal slave owners.
Right.
Still, either
Exactly.
way, that is one of the things that we deal with here. And psych, it sounds like it's much more clear to parents in South Africa because that might actually happen.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're minorities over there, and if, for example, let's say if blacks are minority in U.S., oh, we have to meet quotas and stuff like that. But they're the actual minorities over there, and they're still being dictated by the majorities, which is the opposite in U.S. Right? If that's the case, then it should be different over there because they're the minorities over there. But
I wonder how the South African government, for instance, treats or allows like that little free state of Orania, which is whites only.
yeah, I heard about. Yeah, I heard it's wonderful. I want to go there one day to visit.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they've just been left alone ever since Mandela left them alone. Everyone's just basically left.
Yeah, yeah, I heard it's in the middle of nowhere too. So most of the people in there, I think it's actually Dutch descendants. You're only allowed in there if you're Dutch, by the descendants. If you're not if you're Anglo or Eastern European.
Mandy's part Dutch. She could move to Orania.
Maybe if they, but
all
no,
right,
but
you crazy bitches.
but she's a trans, but she's a trans, so I think she wouldn't be allowed over there.
Yeah, that's right. She's really a guy.
So they're like
Got it.
full Dutch.
All right, thanks a lot for having me on. I've got to get going, okay? But
All right,
All
Johnny.
right, Johnny.
you
Thanks
guys
for
have
coming
a
out.
good night. Anytime, sure, absolutely. Bye now.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Is that Contriver?
Here, I heard him.
Hey, what's up, Contriver?
Yes.
Oh, it looks like Outlaw dropped off too.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep, but these policies don't make any sense. They're to dictate on the minorities.
Just a second. There is a knock at the door. I would come back.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it does make sense in the way of scapegoating failure because the current government is doing so poorly on so many metrics that you need to have an excuse. You need to blame someone. You need to divert responsibility. And so
blaming the minority, that is so stupid.
Well, it's exactly what the feminist narrative has been pushing.
Right.
So that's how
Just
it would
because-
play out in that country.
Right. Just because they're white, let's blame it. I mean, I understand what happened in the past is past, but we should definitely move on from that, right? Instead of being oppressed for the next million years. That's the stupid part about it, because in U.S. it's treated differently, and in Africa, where they're the minorities, that's still the same case that they're the oppressors. Still.
I know. Sadly, I think it's a good mind or brainwashing sort of program to have, because once you've got a solidified enemy and you've got like the paradigm of identity politics, you've got like a kind of politics of narcissism, which is so unthinking and so plugged into, I know, because in some sense, like who are the political beneficiaries of this kind of ideology? And it's always the side that is the non-critical side, the non-thinking side. And I don't know, it's scary because when you have that level of irresponsibility and that propensity to divert blame onto scapegoats, like it can just go on forever, until it eventually reaches the stage of having gulags or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
But it's interesting as well because I mean a lot of this is fueled by the gender. I know I wanted to talk to Good Mother about this. That I mean I don't have that much to say about it except that the gender roles, like they are different, and we still don't know as human beings how to grapple with that. And and I think what's going to happen historically is that we're going to have a failed generation of women who basically got too close to the sun and got burnt and fell to earth like Icarus did. And they're going to have a very bad time, and they're going to be seen as like a bad example to the new generation coming up to be learned from as like a negative example. And that I think is going to be the only solution to this, is that like women are going to have to work out, well, if they want to have the job and the high power, that they're going to have to settle for a mate that's going to be less than them, like in terms of status or something.
So is there a huge feminist
Speaking of which,
march?
yeah.
Uh,
Speaking
what
of
happened,
which,
Hold on,
I
Contract, hold on.
said,
What do you?
yeah.
Will you answer? Ask that question because I know what you're going for.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if in South Africa if there's a heavy feministic pop influence over there.
It's more racial, I would say, than feminist, but it's more like race ideology. I think is bigger, but it's kind of it's overlapping. I would say they're
Okay.
sort of allies to each other, I guess.
What I guess why don't you guys start off with taking women's rights away, and not just rights but all rights over there?
Well, then what would happen is, just like Uganda very recently has been not approved a loan by the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, which is basically run by United States, which pays out the checks of everyone in the world. They would not approve of the dispensation, just like they did in Uganda, because Ugandan government did not allow LGBT and homosexuality to be decriminalized. And on that note, I have mother, I have given you a video, since we are talking about gender issues and everything. So let me give you a glimpse from India as to what is happening. There is a video, mother, I shared with you in the private chat. Play it from 38 minutes 45-second timestamp. It's
38.
about marital rape, and that too in Indian Supreme Court. Live recording.
Before you play that, the thing is, this is a topic of
LMB as a category?
Sorry.
no problem. I wanted to ask if anybody does have knowledge, because this is the subject that I never looked into or know about. That how does the sustainability of a country on its own work, and why there is always a strive for capital from foreign countries, like you pointed out, Contraver, from Uganda, that this was happening. That countries like Norway, they're very self-sustainable, and Africa is very rich. Even if they don't know farmers, right? I'm sure they can try to at least learn farming or have a sustainable country on itself alone, and then maybe start trading instead of borrowing money. But if you're educated on this, then explain that to me.
Look, the cancel culture is not only played by the activists but by the governments as well. Madara Uchiha had a speech when giving to Obito in Naruto Shippuden, which says that as long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. And the selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates wars, and hatred is born in order to protect love. So that is what is going to happen anyway. Now, let me tell you how it works. Just like activists try canceling people on Twitter and they are put out to pastures, the very same way the governments also work, where powerful people make up the tools and keep other countries who might be on the threshold of achieving things. They can't they try everything, they leave no stone unturned to try to stop them and create obstacles in their own progress. Regarding scientific and technological advancements, that is one thing, and that is the one and only thing through which the quote unquote global south could actually rein in into the technological advancement and scientific advancement of the entire world. And for that, you have to have meritocracy, which discusses the scientific and technological advancement and invest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is the basis of any civilization. It is not liberal arts degree, it is not political science degree, it is not even psychology. It is about physics, chemistry, maths, and biology. These are the four pillars of any civilization. That is what exactly happened in Europe during the Renaissance period and the post Nietzsche period. Now, coming back to the topic. Well, everything was there in the global south as well, except that they missed the bus on gunpowder revolution. That was the only thing. Okay. The civilization, if you go to a Chinese civilization, it might be 5,000 years old. Egyptian civilizations, like the pharaohs and everything, they were 8,000 years old. So it is not that the global south as a whole did not had their own civilizations, or did not had a trade policy, or did not had a business management policy or something like that. They had everything. It was well recorded, but the thing is they missed the bus on gunpowder revolution. So they became the vanquished ones. Now if they want to cross that threshold on their own, then there shall be something called scientific and technological advancement, and through that they could strive to work towards their own betterment. And that is the gist of it. Now, coming back to the topic, uh, since Zhang, my friend, also talked about,
Sorry, can I jump in just for a second, or is it going to derail you too much?
oh no, surely not, brother.
So, I mean, just continuing from what you were saying, I do think that technology and development is not enough. We actually have to tolerate higher inequality, because the only way to retain highly skilled and talented people in southern countries, if I can put it like that, is if they have first world amenities and first world places within the South. And so and then, you know, the West comes at you and says your society is too unequal, it's evil, or something like that. Whereas if you did have a more homogenized, equalized society, you'll never get ahead, because you'll never retain the people that are needed to build higher development. So I just wanted to make that point, that I see that because immigration is a big thing that people talk about, but they never talk about the health of the countries that are losing people all the time. Like when you have a war-torn place, why is it a war-torn place? Is it because all the people of quality get up and leave as soon as they have the means to? They escape the place instead of improving the place that they came from. So, I mean, I believe in more intervention. I believe in more sort of imperialism, as Marx did. Marx was a big proponent of colonialization, by the way. People don't like anyway, but these are just some of my ideas on what you
A lot of times, colonialized countries are ahead of the countries that weren't colonialized. Go ahead, complete your thought, Contriver. I wanted to, because it was good. I was very paying attention to you. I guess go ahead with your thought on that.
Yeah, so in fact, to add more, to strengthen the point of my esteemed, distinguished fellow interlocutor, my friend Zhang, is because of what he enunciated earlier. Apart from that, I think that is where there is a riddle that we have to solve in that regard. For example, if you create some gated communities and some first world amenities for those people who have come up, who have skyrocketed in terms of their stature in the country because of their intellect or their meritocracy or their productivity, then the West says, haha, look at this. They have so much inequality. Maybe we are just good over here ordering a cup of, ordering a bucket of Ben and Jerry's ice cream or something like that. and that is the argument that is also advanced in the Western circles now. Just to bring
Mhm.
out, and I'm being far too charitable towards West because I don't believe in this colonialism or things like that, because unless and until you have backstabbers and co-conspirators on your team, you can't be colonized, just like Afghanistan. Okay, they fought for 22 years and Taliban reigned in. So, I mean, the British also could not conquer them. Why? Because they did not had any co-conspirators. Now, a man cannot be colonized or
Good point.
becomes the vanquished unless and until he kowtows and yields in front of the colonizer, or if there might be some co-conspirators. So it is nothing of a, it is something of a misnomer that we try to we try to project towards the benighted heathen. Anyways, so the topic is about feminism, which my friend Zhang also mentioned, and here is the video where it is being played from the Supreme Court of India, and in the middle is the sitting Chief Justice of India, who is a bloody bastard Harvard University alumni. And listen to the entire conversation because it is in plain English, British English to be more precise, and you would get the gist of it as to how these intellectuals who have been, shall we say, groomed by the Western ideology and Western idioms actually try to behave and destroy their own country and their own social fabric why after going back from Western education.
Real quick, I wanted to add one more point to this, that a lot of these smaller countries, I think there's also the keeping up with the Jones effect that also takes into the place, and a culture I think is the second also biggest thing that for example, that if they strive for people, and they follow that, okay, this is the scientific, the STEM degrees, that this is the basis of a good society, then they would have, they would have been on par. Let's say, for example, because it's also the oligarchs that there has to be, they have to extract the money from somewhere, right? They want to keep their wealth, they want to keep their power, and they want to keep majority of the people down, right? And the same thing is that people that this is also one of the effects, that your country doesn't get ahead in the world, or doesn't have a foot in the world stage because of that effect. Because, and then the time the majority of the population rises to change the government, when there's a civil war, it's generally kind of starting from the beginning, right? And that even if a country is sustainable, has a decent GDP, if it has a decent living standard, I'm not saying an American living standard, but that is still not enough.
Libya had that under
Hmm.
the regime of Muammar Gaddafi. But anyways, we have to digress from the topic. But that is what the uh, idiom which I was talking about, that powerful people make rules and they refrain from taking part in actually following the rules. So rules
So,
for thee, not for
but
me.
basically,
Yeah.
majority of the times, as we see, the rulers are just pieces of shit. They're very selfish. They want to keep the wealth, and they don't think about the betterment of the country as a whole, or maybe moving forward from where they are, so their country could have a better living standard overall.
Yeah,
That.
I have to go within 45 minutes, so
Oh, okay, okay,
I,
okay. So, go
I
ahead, no
would
problem.
suggest, good mother, please play so that everyone could hear as to what naked dance actually goes on in the Indian Supreme Court with a Harvard University alumni Chief Justice who is sitting in the middle of 5 judges.
Hmm. Yeah, I was wondering why you came out of hiding, Contriver. Thought you were busy.
Well, I am still
For
busy,
answering
but
this question.
I couldn't resist
Right,
the
right.
temptation of talking to my friend Zhang after
Yeah.
such a long time.
Yeah.
I say this because if at all it's held, that yes, for driving a transport vehicle, you need an endorsement. The remedy would be pay and recover. If there's a breach, I have established it.
Fast
as an
forwarded
insurance
by 2
company.
minutes.
After detailed investigation, the trial court concludes that yes,
that would amount to a breach of the insurance policy. What the consequences is not something that arises here. And also liability is a different issue. Which
Your Lordship sees the order. If I may just point out the order dated 31st
More
October.
3 minutes.
I heard Devrat yesterday say that we will argue.
Wait, 3 more minutes?
Yes, ma.
So 43?
Yes.
What would still pass is really an argument on the facts of a given case.
Yes,
There is a gap between the decision
legal
that
issue
you will have to
already
arrive.
settled by the
Swan Singh judgment, my lordship.
So that's why
It's already settled by the Swan Singh judgment, my lordship, with respect to the pay and recovery scenario. Yeah.
If I can just address your Lordship in 2 minutes, why pay and recover now is not the correct approach, because Swaran Singh was delivered in 2004.
Why it is absolutely necessary.
Whenever someone relies upon that Swarna Singh judgment, he may have to argue this and get that issue referred.
It has already been done twice, and it's been dismissed with question of law kept open.
That's the
Heard for us to take it up.
May I point out, 31st October, if your Lordship sees. The order dated
I wonder, Unwanted, could I maybe just ask you questions about this? Because we might be able to get to the substance of it faster.
Sure.
So, I mean, I must say, marital rape, I must say, I believe that marital rape should be a thing. Like, I don't know. But, I mean, I might be on the other side of the issue to you for this. I mean, do you guys really think that removing women's rights is the solution to gender roles? Because I don't think that we can go backwards from the sexual revolution. Or do you still think the sexual revolution didn't really establish itself in India culturally yet?
Well, first of all, sexual revolution has been mushroomed and has sprung up everywhere, not even just in India or not even just in the West. So India got independence on 15th of August 1947. Back then, before 14th of August 1947, we were a British colony. Now we have become a 51st state or province of the United States of Amnesia regarding the policies that are being propounded by holier than thou United Nations and their sustainability development goals and this, that, and the other. And every country which is in the United Nations has to comply with that, and no nonsense about it. Second of all, regarding the sexual revolution and everything about women's rights are commensurate with what? Women's rights are commensurate with draconian laws that have been pitted against a man to actually force him into submitting, that women are the fairer gender, or is it all about creating some sort of artificial equality that men and women are equal? It always leads to depopulation and demographic decline. That is what the white people in America always cry about. Well, you gave your women rights. That is what it is all about.
So don't you believe in equality before the law?
No, I don't. I believe in patriarchy. I believe in people solving their own problems just like they used to do, just like the Zulus and Bantus were the warring tribes, and they used to rape and kill each other's women and tribes and clans, whatever. I just want to go back to that system. At least we would have something to fight for. Right now, men don't have anything to fight for.
And the marital rape
And
concept
they
is
are
like, okay,
being presumed guilty in the court of law. Sir William Garrow in 1800s said that innocent until proven guilty. This is a British idiom given by Sir William Garrow. I hope that you know about that, my friend Zhang. Do you think that men are innocent until presumed guilty? Or they are presumed innocent until proven guilty? No, it is the other way around, where they are presumed guilty unless proven otherwise. They are slandered, and even if they get away scot free legally, socially, their life is destroyed. Why? Because they are considered as a quote unquote potential rapist. That includes you, me, Woody, and everybody here, including Good Mother, because she speaks on our behalf. So kindly, we just, I don't believe in women's rights. Rights about what?
I
Your
mean,
right to
there's
equality,
sort
your
of the
right
two
to live.
questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, there seem to be two kind of issues that are coming up for me. The one is that practically, is it even possible to go backwards? Is it even
Yes,
possible to remove
yes.
rights from women?
Oh,
And
yes. Afghanistan is
culturally,
a
do you
shining
think?
example from the very recently, when the US NATO forces withdrew, just like they did in Vietnam, they reverted back to patriarchy. Now, people might not like it. They might say, well, Middle East and Dubai and Saudi Arabia is getting more
No,
westernized.
women don't like it. Not
Ah,
people.
yes.
Women don't like it.
Yeah, yes, and they are saying that, ha ha ha, your House of Islam, your House of Mecca and Medina is now having Neom City, and they are bringing in gays and lesbians and whatnot. Well, they are doing it because it was all about money for the Saudi royal family and the Middle Eastern oligarchies, or shall I say, monarchies in that regard. That is not the case with a dirt poor country like Afghanistan, which only has poppy fields. They have nothing to lose either. So if you are going to take their women, give them gender studies degrees or LGBT training mandated by the United Nations Charter, it is not going to work over there. They are going to fight because they have nothing to lose, and they fought for 23 years, kicked out NATO forces, and established a patriarchy. That is going to happen, and that was said by Aristotle, a Greek philosopher as well, that it is a cyclical motion of masculine republics giving way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny.
So I do sympathize with you about the men being guilty until proving their own innocence. That I think is egregious, and that the law is not balanced there. But also, if I see to you that you get your wish, that all the rights of women are taken away and things like that, culturally, I think you'd still have the same problem, because as long as you're still selling condoms and birth control, as long as women still have that control that they didn't have in history, now that they do have it because of technology, how are they going to date before they get married? They're going to choose men that treat them with giving them a certain amount of autonomy, and I don't see how you culturally get around the expectation that women have, even if you got your way with the law.
Well, culturally, even the Islamic and Muslim communities are getting more and more misandrist in that regard. I see that within the first generation, even in countries like Turkey, where Recep Tayyip Erdogan says that condom is un-Islamic. Okay, that is the very same, because their demography is dying out and their birth rate is like of a European country. In Iran, where they are supposed to, subjugate their women with the burqas and hijabs and niqabs, you see their birth rate. It is 1.1, just like a typical European country. Birth rate and demography, as said by French philosopher Auguste Comte, demography is destiny. Demography shows everything. The birth rate in Afghanistan is 4.4.
So if I ask you also about the economic impacts of this, because if you use the Islamic model, I do think you give up economic productivity, because you're losing half the population is being excluded from the workforce.
Well,
So won't
there
we
is
have
no
a
need
poorer
for them.
society?
Look, women have always worked on the rice paddy fields, on the poppy fields, in agrarian societies all across the world. You would see that in Africa with their 400 varieties of food grains of wheat that they used to develop. Women used to sow the seeds and all that, and men used to plow the fields. Even in absence of a bullock cart or something, men used to plow the fields. Okay, so it is not as if this is something anew that has come up, or a skull is being found in Africa of a dinosaur or something. It is not like that. Women had always worked. Women had always pottery design, clay design, pottery making, or the shall we say weaving a sweater or something like that. Women used to do all that. It is not as if women had never worked. Women used to wash clothes. Now we have a washing machine, so that is why women can't wash clothes. Women used to wash their own utensils after consuming food 4 times a day. Now they don't do that because we have a dishwasher. Okay, so women used to work. It is not as if women never worked. Women always worked. This is a wrong notion that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
being
no,
put.
no, no. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that they didn't work, but I mean, in the modern context, women are barred in Islamic countries from higher education. So would you
And
not?
why do they need higher education? Because many few of women actually go to STEM, and there is no longevity of women. Godmother could attest for this one, and she would bear me out. When women become doctors, they marry a doctor, and that's it. After 5 years of playing doctor, they actually leave the field in the medicine. Am I
Yeah.
right, Godmother?
A lot of them, yeah. I mean, just my anecdotal experience, like actually having clients that went through med school and stuff. Even my doctor, I had to find a new doctor because after she had her 5 kids, she fucking quit.
And,
So,
and one more thing too, in Pennsylvania, it's one of the states in U.S. For Zhang, contriver mother, we know of this already, but the half of probably half or more of the birth rates is by Amish people, right? And Amish, they have a very very old lifestyle. Same thing with Israel. That I think 40 or 30% of their birth rates are by Orthodox Jews, because
Yes.
Israel is like the gayest country in the world, right? As they say, the most pride, country in the world, that their population there comes from the Orthodox Jews who actually have kids. Their women and Amish women are generally not highly educated. I think they have like basic education. That's about it.
Let me tell you about the Amish from Pennsylvania. Even though I'm living right now in India, the Amish have a birth rate of 3.3. The Amish have a divorce rate of only 3%. 97% are married, and they are monogamous. They marry their children early, just like Pocahontas actually met with John Smith. Okay, so they marry their children at the early age of 14 and 15. By the age of 44 or 45, they might have at least 5 to 6 children in their household. That is how you increase demography. Men also have teenage sexuality is a thing. We try to turn a Nelson's eye towards the situation of teenage sexuality and male and female urges to experiment with each other, that only starts at a teenage. So it is not wrong if some a 14-year-old boy is being married to a 14-year-old girl, and everything is fresh, and that ensures also that no adultery would take place, because you are being married early, you lost your virginity to each other, and things like that. So
yeah, but
it also guarantees a sustainable marriage. That's
yeah,
all I'm saying.
but also in those cultures, like it's just very close knit. They don't let in crazy outsiders. They don't let in crazy ideologies. Like they would never have a gender studies professor of any kind coming in any contact with their young girls. Like it's very
Exactly.
much, yeah. But going back to the jobs and the women in the workplace, it's like a lot of the jobs that women have currently are unnecessary. Like they've created so many damn jobs just for women to get women in the workplace, and it is stagnated wages.
And not only that, it has actually devalued the significance of the job itself. For example, if someone is a truck driver, okay, he is supposed to be a truck driver, and he is supposed to get, for example, let us just assume and give a rough estimate of $20 an hour for driving a truck during the days of Jimmy Hoffa and others who used to run the truckers union and things like that. Now, explain to me why that has been devalued, because women have come up, burnt their bras, and said, we are going to become truck drivers. Now, it devalues the value of the job itself, because women say, well, if that male truck driver is driving a truck for $20 an hour, we are going to drive a truck for $15 an hour. Why so? The reason being, women have nothing at stake and they can't compete in a fair, competitive, productive market with men in general. So they have to devalue the significance of the job itself, and that is what they do with female CPAs, certified public accountants, with female lawyers. They charge you less, even though they charge you an arm and a leg. We don't try to ascertain the facts about that. Be allowing women into the workforce has actually devalued our job, and this was told to me by my own male colleague from India, who used to be a stenographer for World Trade Organization and all these other United Nations agencies.
It's not just them invading the male spaces and trying to get into male dominated fields. It's also them devaluing the job by saying stuff like, oh, he's a plumber. Oh God, he's just a truck driver. They devalue it and they attack it because it's not a glamorous job. See, a lot of feminists only wanted they wanted equality, but only for the fun, as Gavin McInnes always used to say. Feminists wanted equality for the fun stuff. They wanted to be the person who's in charge, telling the construction workers what to do, or, being the head of the law firm, but they didn't want to do the work to actually attain those positions.
And those who tried to compete it, they put false, for example, that very first lawsuit about sexual harassment for a so-called female coal miner. Well, it is a field of men. Why did you become a coal mine worker anyways? Why can't you work on a managerial field where you are multitasking and juggling multiple things around? And then Hollywood has to make a Charlize Theron, a known feminist, a movie on that.
Yeah, speaking of women in the workplace, like Eric Zombro is a retired cop. Like his profession, I see as a male profession. You're protecting. That's your fucking job. Like women cops, I think are a terrible idea. Like not just women cops, but how many women a police force have to entertain, like bureaucratically and safety wise.
Right.
Like all these places.
Good mother. Remember that video from who was it? Podcast of the Lotus Eaters and Sargon of Akkad of the cops in London. Those female cops. They couldn't arrest the one guy, and it was 4 of them.
It was, I think, from Sweden.
No. That's the old one. That's the one from years ago. I'm talking about the new one. It was about 2 months ago.
Okay.
In London.
Yeah, but there are some good reasons why you need to have some female cops around. In my law,
yes, I'm not saying it. I met maybe 2 to 3 that could do the job.
Yeah,
just going on with Good Mother was saying, there was about 6 female firefighters in New York City who failed the academy, but the mayor and feminist groups pressured the FDNY to pass them, and they had to be promoted to firefighters. But they failed the academy, the physical part of the academy, because they couldn't do the dummy drag. They couldn't drag the hoses up the 3 floors.
Yeah, but why? What is a good reason to have a female cop? Son?
Yeah. So I was just going to give the example. I agree that that's disgusting. By the way, sorry, is it Epic? Bob? What's her name? Sorry, I can't read.
Easy. Just say easy.
Easy. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why you need to have female cops is that in my legal system, you can't have a male search a female, and you can't have a female, or I don't know if it works the other way around.
No, it doesn't work the other way around. A female can search a male, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Strip
kidding?
search a man.
So it was
Strip
determined
search
that
a
you have
man,
to have
do the
female
cavity
cops.
search as well.
Of course, I've seen it happen. It happens. Don't tell me it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but it's like in your legal system, they've created a reason for there to be female cops.
Right. In the old days, what they used to do is they would just take them to an ER and have a nurse witness the search.
Well, I mean, if I have to get cavity searched, I would prefer
But
a female.
why? To save the man from being charged with sexual assault and harassment, right?
Exactly. But one of you mentioned that, is it going to be possible to take away women's rights to get gender roles back? No. What's going to happen is you're going to see collapse, and what's going to happen is the feminist groups and all these women they're going to start saying, well, we'll give up this, we'll give up that. They're going to hang on to power as long as they possibly can. Good Mother and I talked about this a few times.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I know. I fully agree with you, Eric. But the thing is, unless and until there is an existential crisis like there is right now at Russia's doorstep, which is a war with the quote-unquote free world.
Do you honestly think the free world is prepared for a war with Russia, who's been prepping for this war since 2008?
Wait, can we go back to, is that the only reason to have a female cop? Psych?
No.
Is that one reason?
Yeah.
Like
Let's discuss
your
the topic
country.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is the only reason that I think that you can have female cops in general, just as long as they pass all the same tests and things like that. I believe that there should be standards and stuff like that. I mean, I think there are a lot of male policemen that don't even meet those standards for fitness and such. So
right, but the standard should be the same. Right. I've got no problem, and I never did have a problem with the women that I was confident with. My partner, Marianne, she was a good cop. She could do the job.
But that's not the majority of women.
That's not the majority. Absolutely not.
Well, the thing is that they're the standards, the male form standards are there for a reason. So in case there is an event, a rare event, that people can perform accordingly, right? And when they lower the standards, that lower. So, for example, a female cop shouldn't be paid as same as a male cop, and the reasons I'll say why is because she's more likely to pull the trigger. She is not. I know majority of women would not be able to sustain or hold on to a man, right? And in these situations, men are generally, not saying all men, all women, generally, men are good at handling situations under pressure. Not all of them, but some are. And when you go into this profession, you're going to be dealing with the worst of the worst society.
Oh no, I get that, but
I just want to say as well that there are physiological differences that obviously make men more suited to the role.
Superior.
And one of them is also faster reaction time. Like they interpret movement and speed.
Right. And also, I understand like females cops, they have to call for backup, way more backup, and men would just, run to them because I understand that. I mean, I'm not saying that there's no jobs for female in communities, but when it comes to a standard that you have to hold, I think everybody is obligated to fulfill that standard. Not just discriminate blatantly, but if a female can go on par with that standard, then she's acceptable.
Well, but why she should be accepted anyways? I'm not getting this.
Oh no,
Why?
if she passed the training, I'm saying if there's a standard, right? A standard has to be passed by all. If there is a female, like 1 or 2%, or let's say 5% of females can pass that,
Look,
then they're capable of the job, right?
Yes, but
would
that's the problem is that the
exception does not.
standard's not the same. You understand? They lower
Yeah.
the standards for the women. Like I had to run a mile and a half in 14 minutes. The women had 17 and a half minutes to do it. You can
Right.
walk it.
I'm
Okay.
aware of that. That's the wrong part. That they don't have the capability of doing the job, and
And
they're just accepted.
and since you are a power lifter, you also know that women,
Yeah.
whatever they power lift for around 250 pounds or 300 pounds or something, a man could easily, an average man could smoke it out.
Right.
Okay, out of the gym. So I'm saying, all of course there are always exceptions to the rule. Even a broken clock is accurate twice a day. But that does not mean that we have to refer to that very clock 24/7, 365 for telling us the correct time.
Right.
Right.
Isn't
And
it?
what the feminists do is they take those exceptions and they try to, all the women will try to fucking get credit for it. And then they'll say,
Conflagrate.
all women can do this.
Yes,
Yes,
they
and
try
that's
to
and that's how.
conflagrate.
And good mother, you hit the nail on the head. Women pick men who are hyper competitive. They pick the 1% of men, and they paint everybody. They paint all men that way.
Exactly.
And on the sidelines, in fact, to strengthen your argument, Mr. Eric Zombro, these women, become bitches in front of all these powerful men like George Soros and others. They never file a hashtag Me Too against them, against the Rockefellers and Rothschild and JP Morgans of the world. They never file a hashtag Me Too against all these people, against the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world, Ghislaine
Uh-huh.
Maxwell and others. So we know what is going on. It is all about castigating, demonizing, dehumanizing, and in some cases, both physiological and psychological castration of men in general who are average men. They are just ending marriage for us, while George Soros, being 95 years old, is on his fifth marriage.
Mm. Wow. Well, and they're in the West society, they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to just walk away whenever they want, without any circumstances. There's no
Right.
accountability for it by the the gynocentric judicial system.
See, but that's what I think is going to come to an end. And they'll offer up to give up, no fault divorce. I think they're going to make massive concessions. And I think within the next 5 years, you're going to see a complete and total collapse of the West.
Well,
It's
I
already
just hope
happening.
I
It's
just
already
hope when
happening
that
now.
happens. I just hope when that happens, men remember to take women's rights away. And mother, when that happens in my regime, you'll have a very high place. The mother is just saying, when that happens.
The warden of the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp.
Yes,
Oh,
you'll
yes.
have you have more than you get whatever you want. You want the space. It doesn't matter how big the prison is supposed to be.
Yeah, I
Take
think
You'll
we
this
be
for
should.
in
example.
charge of
I
that.
think we should empty out all the zoos and use those.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean,
But I think
But,
the good.
I mean, if we look at history just a little bit, and we see that the Romans had such a strong paterfamilias, the patriarchy was almost invented by Rome, but the woman had so much political power, it was crazy, and the amount of cultural power that women had, was off the charts. So even
It was later on. It
Yeah,
was
so
later on, mind you.
after Julius Caesar was killed.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
happened when Rome fell? Women ran right back to the, being the housewife and, just, having kids and, they ran right
Right.
back to the traditional roles to be protected.
Because why I know this, because I heard Stefan Molyneux did a whole documentary on but by his words, on Rome itself. That's why the charge of women having anything to do with politics was later on, closer to the fall. than during its lifetime. And
Yes.
afterwards, they also let the barbarians in, which was Germans at that time, right? They weren't the sophisticated, civilized people as the Romans were, and they slowly but maturely they took over all of it, and that's when the fall began.
Right.
Well, I think there's a difference between the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, and maybe women had more involved in the empire than they had in the Republic, because then things were sort of democratically meted out, and the Senate was ventilating people's issues and solving them before they boiled up and over. But my whole point is just that I don't see there being a material difference. If you remove the rights of women, culturally, I don't see how it changes a single thing. I don't see how it changes.
Let me tell you how. We have a
Because
Republican.
patriarchy would be incentivized and men's
Right.
issues would be elevated and incentivized, culminating into increased productivity by men who would participate in the civilization.
Yeah.
Right.
Now men
That's what
don't have any incentive to do so.
Right, but that's what you're seeing now in Venezuela with their collapse. Women in Venezuela, they had all of these rights under Chavez and everything, and now they're selling their bodies for a can of peaches.
Eric,
And they're
they
trying to
have
find
slut
any
walks.
man they can to run to. There's a woman that was a doctor who is basically now just a housewife because she found a man working overseas.
Brother
No.
Eric, they used to have gay pride parades and slut walks. Imagine
That's
that.
right.
Yeah. All that is gone now. But that's the
all gone.
default. No, another thing is okay. I think Zeng asked for, what would that do, right? So in the past 40 years, it was Vincent James. He's a right conservative content creator, banned from a lot of places, but he's available still somewhere, some places. So he pointed out that if you look at the males voting pattern, if females didn't vote, males voted. Majority of them reported Republicans, which is the red, right? I'm assuming most of us over here are right leaning, and I don't think anybody over here is even a centrist in a way. But that's what the male vote was. And since past 40 something years, they have this record of this that it would have been so red if only males voted and if females didn't vote. Now, what turns on this is the female vote, because half of the population, or probably even more by now, is women in U.S. That's also another effect of it.
Okay, our brother Eric Zombro has taken his leave, but his input is always appreciated as ever, and I loved it. Because this is just a friendly banter which we could have with men and make other men, try to understand our point of view,
Yeah,
which is
hopefully.
of that we have reached to that conclusion after turning half of my hair gray.
I'm sorry to be so I'm sorry to be so argumentative, but I just want to raise the point again that I see that you might be able to economically incentivize patriarchy, but I don't see how any political system or legal system is going to culturally incentivize patriarchy, especially when I think what Emmanuel just says here, like women are fundamentally consumers, which means their rule ultimately leads to decay. I mean, I can even agree with that stereotype and that generalization. I can agree with it. But the problem is that culturally they hold all the cards. And as soon as because they have sexual, I can't remember the phrase that I used earlier, but because they have a kind of sexual availability that they never had before, because they don't have the same sexual risk because of contraception, I think the can of worms has been opened and you can't ever close it. And so culturally, I think they do just have the upper hand in human relations, and they're not going to give up that prime position until they critique themselves, until they actually see that, we are actually driving culture in such a way that is detrimental to us, which they'll only learn after they've hit the wall and after they become cat ladies and dissatisfied. But I think that has to happen en masse for there to be a reaction within femininity. I don't know. I don't see an alternative, because even if you get what you want, I don't see how that changes the culture.
Okay, I have an answer for that. It changes via two things. Either there is going to be a global collapse, like a cascading effect of a tower of cards, that is going to happen when America falls and their welfare system falls. Within 20 years, we are going to see that. Mark this date, write it on a blank check, and cash it for $1 billion 20 years later. We are still here. We are going to see that when the welfare system collapses, because men who are the backbone of any community would stop participating in this wretched man hating society, then and only then women would realize that this gravy train is not going to continue forever. And when that is going to happen, then this would dawn upon them. First of all. Number two, this is the collapse scenario which I gave. Number two is, in a nascent civilization, what used to happen is, during the good old days of the 1950s of the Western Hemisphere, is that men came back from the Second World War. They built their economies, they created all these baby boomers in the world, and they read all these sapient novels like And They Lived Happily Ever After. So, culturally, you can't do that. Politically, you can't do that. I agree with you. I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. But legally, you can do that via not incentivizing the bad behavior of women, because we
Yes.
have a precedence from the erstwhile Roman Empire to this day. We have a
Well,
precedence. We have a track record. We have a timeline
but
of.
that's just what it is, contriver. We incentivize the bad behavior of women. Like there's so many
Exactly.
resources available for women that do malicious things that like the welfare programs for one. And we don't incentivize. It isn't what country is it that they started doing things to incentivize people like to have children, like giving them tax cuts per which child they have in
Russia,
Hungary
Ireland,
Hungary.
Russia,
Yeah.
Ireland, Hungary.
Yeah. I mean that
and
is
Poland.
incentivized to have a family and have multiple
Well,
children with
mother,
tax cuts.
mother, the tax cut is for females, which is again going into a wrong policy because it should be more of a tax cut for men because every country has almost tried this. Japan has tried this, and it doesn't benefit. It benefits for a little bit, then it goes away. The tax
Well,
incentives that they get.
it
Is
becomes
it
like
just
this.
for females or for families?
I think it's for females only. Females, i.e., the family. But I think females get a tax because they're working, so they will get a tax credit, more money in their pockets because of this. And countries try to do that because it kind of aligns with the Western agenda of supporting the females first. If they did that with a man, that it would be, I think, more beneficial. But it's like one of those things that every country kind of does in a way.
I have to go, but I would say this before I go. In Japan, they tried that, and what happened since the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s is that Japanese men worked themselves to death. Okay, resulting in another demoralization campaign of men actually working. And in China, it is happening right now. People are lying down, lying flat. That is the concept and movement that is going on in China, where men are not working. Men can't procreate because you have created a one child policy, and then you had a two child policy, and now you have a three child policy. But not every Chinese citizen wants to have three children. Why? Because they can't afford it, because of the cost of infrastructure and everything that has skyrocketed. So they can't actually do that. They might have to sell their internal organs, vestigial organs for.
Which is a legal thing, by the
Oh
way,
yes,
in China.
in Chinese military hospitals also they do that. I mean, organ harvesting is
Wow.
just a thing. In India it happens. In India it happens. So what am I to say about that? So
Yeah, but in
there is no
China,
humanity in the world. There is
yeah,
no.
in China,
People are
there's
looking for. Look, people are looking for humane things and humanity in the world. There is no humanity left in the world. It is a dog eats dog world. Second of all, I am about to go. But I would say this, please watch the video for yourself because it is in plain English and you would understand as to what treachery and naked dance goes around in the Supreme Court of India, which I call as the Supreme Brothel of India. And that is how it is.
Yeah.
Every country is going to have a cascading effect and a domino effect, I would rather say. And every country is going to fall with United States. America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. America wants Middle East to be more westernized. It is becoming more westernized with all these Instagram influencers and models going over there to Dubai and having porta potties where Arabi sheikhs are literally defecating in their mouth.
Yep.
But they are
Sorry,
given a Bugatti or a Lamborghini while going back to the United
Before
States.
you go,
And
contriver.
yeah.
Eric, sorry, I think it's Eric. Do you want to ask something for contriver?
Oh, Easy said, the last point I was going to make is as times get tougher, you're going to see a Russia lesbian suddenly look for a traditional man in marriage.
I wanted to ask Contriver 2 questions, but he might not have the time. The one thing about
Please
so
do.
in China, would you say that one of the things that contributes to the laying down movement is that just that there aren't enough women in that society because of the one-child policy in the first place, and people had a preference to having a boy than having a female?
Yes.
Well, that is what is going to, carry on their bloodline, and they are having women from Xinjiang province which is mostly Muslim community over there, and they are subjugating that community. Plus, they are having women from Southeast Asia because Indo-Chinese and Southeast Asian communities are closely knit and they have a resemblance in some sort of cultural and other idioms as well. So that is why there is not a problem if there is not a woman available, because you could carry on your legacy via marrying a woman from your next door neighbor's civilization, which is Vietnam, Cambodia, Java, Sumatra, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. It doesn't matter.
That's what I would do.
Although it creates some sort of scarcity of resources, human resources, if I might say. Yes.
So
Second
I
question.
was just the second question is, and I'm taking this. Emmanuel gave me this idea. So would you also would you endorse political programs to control the culture and to sort of cleanse the culture, to have censorship, like to censor feminist ideology and censor and try to control culture?
Oh yes. Look, in India we have a women and child welfare ministry, which only works for women, by the way, not for any child or not for any male child, if I might say. I need to create a ministry of family and promotion of family culture and family welfare. And father shall be deemed as the head of the household. When you create that, your family system would skyrocket. Mark my words. Anyways, it is nice
Wait,
talking to
contriver.
you, Zang.
So couldn't you have that instead of changing the law then? Couldn't you just have what you've just said?
Well, that is also what requires legislations to be passed in the parliament of any country, and that is how we are going to achieve it. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I have to take my mother to the doctor. She is
Okay.
ill, and that is why I'm going.
Okay.
But please watch the video. Please
Did you
watch
get my
the video
email?
before
Did you get my email, contriver? I was gonna ask him if he.
Contriver. Thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah, actually, it's funny that you mentioned that, Easy. I saw a little bit on Instagram where this guy was talking to his wife. He's like, "Yeah, is your sister still really sad about her last relationship breakup? She's still a lesbian, right?" And she's like, "Well, yes, she's still sad because she broke up with another woman." He's like, "Well, they just made a new antidepressant. It's called Tricoxagen." Oh, it's crazy.
It works wonders. It's
Right?
natural. It works wonders. Who knew? That's also part of over urbanization. because it's like one of those. Who knows? Back in the caveman days, when women were stuck taking care of the kids, if they were doing these acts, who knows if it's like one of those traits that it's not really looked down upon on majority of the society. And I mean, Muslims kind of don't like that, behavior, but in general. But it's like one of those things that are not like crazy, that doesn't have a stigma on it. And it's like, okay, that's probably one of those things too. If you're bored, why not scissor? It's like probably one of those things. Who knows?
But yeah,
That contaminates them.
cut off these welfare programs. I see the diversity, inclusion, equity fucking policies and practices also as welfare programs because I've seen it in action. I've literally seen a bunch of diversity hires not be able to do their job, so it taxes and puts extra strain on other people in the workplace that have to do their job for them, but that employee still gets a paycheck just for being there. I'm like, that's literally welfare.
That incentivizes the weak and the stupid. Because they want to get their votes. Majority of people want free stuff. It's like, do you want to have a competent, a good, a smart population, or do you want to have? It's kind of like the jungle. Capitalism kind of associates with a jungle rule, right? That if you are weak, you are died off. You get killed or you get eaten or you will just die off. And if you're fast, if people inherently do that too. Everybody, they look for these traits without they knowing or not. That's the part of the black pill that even parents they look at once you know this, that then you're like, okay, I don't want to treat my ugly kid differently from the kid that looks better, right? But parents have preferences. Oh, they'll treat the good looking kid better than the one that's the ugly kid, right? And same thing, it's like, okay, if in society all of us practice eugenics, we look to mate with somebody who's better looking or the best that we can get, right? And people don't even look at their parents or if they come from a better family or if they have any sort of intelligence. In a way, it's like if you do look at since people practice this already, if we cut off the welfare, that would breed out the useless, the weak in society, these affirmative actions, all the stupidity that goes on. That would be a great incentive, for letting the stupid die off. It would be beneficial for the society overall. But since people vote and politicians got to pander, they won't let that happen.
Actually, and Psych, you had a question earlier about the difference between MGTOW and black pill.
Yeah, I thought that would be a useful question for someone to answer because I don't know where does because MGTOW seems pretty black pill to me, but I don't know like how much worse is black pill.
They're similar. As Mother points out, a lot of times I didn't even know this. Like the thing is, sometimes you hear people and they kind of condense it down for you, right? When I hear people, they make good points. Like Mother said, okay, 95% of everybody in the manosphere, or let's say in general, the men they have alliance on 95%. They have an agreement on, but the 5% they're always fighting about that, right? Similar to that, there's the red pill, the black pill, and the manosphere. They all have very similar, closer stances. They understand, what the incentive is, what the actual Western landscape is when it comes to females. The black pill, I guess, the differentiating would be that it does go down. For example, most of the times that I heard in the red pill is how do you change your environment. The black pill tells you of what actually is, what instead of changing your environment or trying to change the environment of what the environment actually is, right? And the black pill, one of the biggest things from the black pill is the lookism, how to looks max. They add everything to maxing, and then they also add everything. It's a funny one of the terms for it, like an incel term. They add, I don't know, you're a curry cell, you're a black cell. They kind of jokingly, but they say that because in a way, all men are like acceptable incels in a way, right? Because even if you're like the highest, if you won the genetic lottery, you still have to approach or talk to females. They're less likely to come talk to you. So that's one of the, I guess it's one of those embarrassing facts, but it is true, especially in the West. I know it doesn't happen because black pill really comes from the Western hemisphere, the Western part of the world. Most of the guys that discuss these topics are from the West. You know, it could be Germany, it could be Eastern Europe. You know, that's where majority of it comes from. The concept of the black pill, and
Yeah,
they divided that. Go ahead,
Yeah,
mother.
but I think the most simplest, just from my observation, from listening to men in both spaces, it seemed like the MGTOW dudes are saying we're no longer going to be participating in this until this
Yeah.
stuff changes, and the black pill dudes are still trying to find a mate. They're still playing. They're kind of submitting to what the feminist ideal of a man is. They still want to, you know.
In a way, these are future MGTOWs. A lot of the a lot of the black pill community is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Zoomers. There's a lot of younger generation that is coming to this format. And black pill is something not that you stumble upon. It's like black pill in a way finds you because you're out there, you're exploring, you're going through different fears. This is not something like I don't talk about like this. These ideologies. In the real world. And if somebody asks me, hey, do you know? Like in my work environment, hey, do you know about MGTOWs and black pills and blue pills? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Who? Huh? I say that, because it's like one of those things. If I elaborate on this, which I've tried before, regular normies, they don't want to understand, and they tell me I overthink. I might be a male chauvinist because I talk about that males should have standards and they should definitely improve on themselves. But it's like one of those things that people don't really want to understand or wouldn't understand unless they actually come to these spaces to figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, I must say, my white pill perspective is that you're supposed to find a feminist and then you unwrap the feminism. It's like a feminist rapper, So
What?
It's like,
No, listen. Zank
underneath the
actually
wrapper is the
thinks he can fuck the feminism out of these crazy bitches.
What?
Yeah.
No, mother. I think mother can mother can maybe extract the crazy out of them. I mean, when I take control, when I have my regime, mother will have a full capability of doing that. But I don't think in this environment you can do that.
I mean, because they need to be locked up. Like they literally need to be.
No. But think about how positive that is, Woody. Because you see, if you can't convert them, then it proves that your relationship isn't connected enough, deep enough, intimate enough. So it's kind of like it's a good mediating factor to know if the relationship, actually deserves to survive. So I don't know.
But most likely, it's like this, right? Would you lend your house to somebody with a bad credit or a criminal history? Would you?
I guess not.
Exactly. So why would you do the same when it comes to deciding a mate, let's say for your life?
No, but I mean, like it you use discourse. You communicate, and you see how they're capable of reasoning and communicating. I mean, you don't want to be with someone who's not capable of reasoning with you.
I think. Wait, was it you or the other guy who was who had a wife who was in law enforcement?
No,
No.
it wasn't me.
You're okay. So you're from South Africa, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You were the one who did the video. Okay, you were the one who gave the video to mother to play on stream. Okay, so I mean, if you want, I think it's futile. It's a futile endeavor to go for. But I guess if you think it's a good strategy, then go ahead. I would argue to differ on that. I don't think it's a good idea. Even you don't want these genes to pass on further. Honestly, you want to have good people with good ideology, good thinking, coming from a good background. That's what you want. Can I give you an example of how the Orthodox Jews how they select mates for their kids?
Sure.
Okay. I saw this documentary of Orthodox Jews, actually how they select female for their kids, right? So in their men, they usually get married when they're around 25 years old. Females, they get married to guys that are 25, and females are generally around 18 when they get married off, right? And this is I think it was communities in New York. The mother has to keep the weight off. They have to keep a proper house. Everything has they all meet together, both of the families. They look at these traits, that because the mother is the future of what actually the daughter is going to be, right? Which is a good practice, because you should maintain a healthy weight instead of dying from obesity and cholesterol or diabetes, right? So these practices are still relevant in the Orthodox communities, but genetics also show, if you are meeting the family, you see what is the possibility, how the family is, how they operate, what their kids are doing. All these takes into an effect when both of the families are talking to each other. When there's a community, people growing up, you see them, right? And then they come to meet each other and decide, hey, let's have our kids marry, right? So that is a good practice. It shows what your genetic legacy would be, what family they're coming from. That's how Orthodox Jews decide, and that's also how Muslims decide, right? For kids, it's still practiced till this day. I have relatives, far relatives, close relatives, who still do that. They have families meet up, they talk, and that's how they get their kids married, right? And this is, I think, still a way better way than just going around, for a female or a male to fuck hundreds of people and lose their pair bonding ability, and find out that they're going to be depressed and unmarried. Maybe they're going to be married, when both of them are 30, right? When they are mature in their thinking, they don't grow together. They know what they want, and they're stubborn on their ways. And once they're both in their 30s, they both have different personalities. They didn't grow up actually together having hobbies or practicing, let's say, similar traits, right? It could be from reading books. It could be, so this is the part that they missed out. Once they're stubborn and old, it's less likely for them to be married and have a longer marriage, because both of them are stubborn personalities. They developed everything already. So now there's not much I guess bonding that's going on, because wife is doing something else and the husband's doing something else. But if you're married from a younger age, the higher likelihood, also the shame by other communities, is because you are more likely to going to be married and raise kids in a two-parent household instead of a single parent. So these are the minor things that people don't notice, but they take into an effect that if you marry somebody at an older age, you're also at an older age. They're already stubborn on their. For example, if I marry somebody who's way younger, right? As she's getting older, I'm also getting older. I already have a personality. I know what I like and I know what I don't like. So she's going to grow older with me. I'm taking care of her, and she's going to have similar hobbies as mine. Instead of her being older, we're both married. We'll both have a different personality. We'll both have different likes and dislikes, different hobbies, and we're doing shit on our own time. Instead of thinking about bonding. And also bonding is when you're having a lot of different activities together. When you want going on vacation, when you have similar hobbies. It could be anything. It could be, I don't know, bike riding, or it could be reading. It could be cooking. It could be gardening. There's so many things you could do. These would take an effect for a possibility of a longer marriage, right? I guess that's all I kind of have about. I elaborated, I guess, on how to have a good and proper marriage in a way, or what should people do, has my observation from all of the internet.
Mm. And Muhammad. So where's Muhammad from? He has never joined the panel yet, and he.
Okay, it's Muhammad. Yeah, if he wants to come on, Muhammad. I forgot what country he's from, but he was a regular on Tony Bruno. He just got busy. He has kids. He's a doctor, practicing for 25 years. So, and he's very knowledgeable. It's like an old wisdom, that he comes from. He's interested. And so he's a very interesting, fellow himself. So I like Muhammad. Yeah, if you from okay, in Australia, from Pakistan. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
Muhammad, if
for
you jump on,
his perspective.
he has a lot of, yeah. I think he was on. He had a discussion slash interview, with Kush, So
Mm.
I connected. I was like, hey, like I think I'm also thinking of sending Muhammad to Alex Playing with Fire. If everybody knows, that's a PUA channel. But there was a doctor he was trying to have a conversation with. I told Alex, hey, I actually know somebody who's a doctor and is very educated in I guess one of the subjects. And I just got to do this one of these days. I have Alex email, and I'll see if I can connect them both together. And Mohammed, he also he's showing, he cams up sometimes, so that's Muhammad for everybody. But yeah, very very wisdom filled fellow. Aussie, Australian Aussie, Packy Aussie is what Muhammad is.
Welcome, Mohammed. Oh, you're muted.
So is he also in Australia? You say he's
He's Australian. He's an Aussie. Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Muhammad, how are you?
Hi, Woody. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
Mohammed, this is Zhang. He's from South Africa, and you know Woody.
Yeah, we've met over the internet before. That is correct.
Yes, definitely.
Sorry, just to clarify, this channel by the name Good Mother. How do I address? Because it's very odd calling someone mother who's not my mother, so I can't do that. So how would you like me to address you?
She's my imam.
You can say GM
Sorry?
or Amanda. Yeah.
Amanda is fine. Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my
That reminds
imam,
me of the
Muhammad.
movie. No. I remember Amanda is a good name because Amanda is from one of those movies, the Jigsaw. Hello, Amanda. You don't know me, but I know you. I would like to play a game.
Oh,
I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you watched that movie or not. The first movie that was an epic one, and then it just deteriorated from there on.
I gotta
most
rewatch them.
films.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
rewatch all the movies. Yep.
I've seen that movie. That's pretty good. But sorry, let me just put something to you. There's something that I've just recently started watching again called Ally McBeal, and I must say I love Ally McBeal. I will say that's I'm a true romantic, and that's why I believe in love and I believe in the feminist rapper. That you can always you can always conquer the barriers between people, and that's it's good to do so because then you end up with a stronger relationship. It might not be the best solution for all of society, but I don't believe in optimizing for all of society. I believe in optimizing for the individual, as it were. So I wanted to ask a question about Pakistan though. Like, how does that work with women and higher education? Are women like how's the gender roles in Pakistan?
I think it varies from family to family. My sister is a clinical psychologist. My mother was a teacher, so it varies from family to family. But like once my sister got kids, she was just too busy with raising kids, and she didn't want to work because to her, raising kids is more important. It is the most important task rather than being a slave to a corporation. So that's one way of looking at it. But of course, then you say, oh, gender roles. So there are people who will just not want to do that because it doesn't fit into their preconceived notions. So to each their own. So generally speaking, there are a lot of women who work, and there are a lot of women who don't want to work, and there are a lot of women who raise kids and then go to work. So you like any other place, you find it all in all sizes and shapes. So there's no one blanket rule to say, oh, do women go to school or do not go to school? If you Google pictures, girls going to school, you'll find heaps of pictures. There are some areas which were controlled by Taliban, and they did not want girls to go to school, but eventually they were like pretty much cleaned up from those areas by the military. There was a big operation there.
Wow. So I mean,
Yeah.
and do you think that that's the final situation? Because to me,
Oh,
like it's unavoidable.
What is unavoidable?
Just that level of diversity.
Oh, it's diversity and difference in opinion is part of human condition. No matter where you go, it just manifests itself in different ways, depending on the culture and how advanced the civilization is.
Yeah, I was worried that the religious influence might have changed. You know, that Pakistan would have been more like Iraq, Afghanistan. You know, like in terms of how the
No, it's
Taliban
nothing.
controls it.
You should Google Pakistani models. Just Google in Pakistan. Do it now if you want to, and see what pops up.
Yeah, the problem is that feminism is slowly and will be encroaching on almost everywhere in the world, and slowly you will see the side effects of it. And I don't know how maybe people will stop it from happening because that results in low birth rates overall, and that's the beginning of the end of a sustainable good country.
So, Mohammed, I have a question. So, you said your sister was a clinical psychologist.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, what year did she go to university to get her education?
Oh, just let me recall that. That would have been somewhere between 1996 to 2000, and yeah, somewhere around that 2000-ish somewhere. Eventually, she got married and had kids, and then she just didn't want to work anymore. And yeah, so that's pretty much it.
So I'm wondering about her curriculum for that because I've been kind of looking into like the paths, quote unquote, that they have laid out currently for certain degrees.
Okay.
And like
Yeah,
right now,
they're
there's a
different.
lot of
Mhm.
there's a lot of like
They're different
social
in different
justice.
countries.
Yeah.
They're different in different countries because the regulatory authorities have different pathways. So I don't know what
Right.
it is in USA, but in Australia you have to do the clinical. So the first thing to know is there is a psychologist and then there's a clinical psychologist. They're two different things. They're not the same thing necessarily, depending on the jury. So she did just psychology MSc. She did like clinical psychology, in which you actually see and counsel patients. So that's what is like Jordan Peterson. He's not a psychiatrist, but he's not
Right.
just a psychologist. He's a clinical psychologist, which
Yeah.
allows you to do actual patient interviews, interactions, assessments, and professional opinions.
Yeah. So I wonder if she hadn't had to take any courses for her degree that had to do with
Oh yeah,
gender
she had to
ideology.
do. No, she didn't. We don't have that mandated. Are you referring to mandated gender ideology courses
Well,
in
yeah,
Pakistan?
like
Is that
like
what you're asking?
well, like here, like to be a psychologist, you have to pick from electives, right? And then you have a
Mhm.
list of electives, but a lot of
Mhm.
them, the majority of them, are feminist in nature. So these girls that are taking this degree have to pick an elective where they get fed
Mhm.
this ideology.
Yeah, look, I don't know what's happening here, but yeah, I agree. There is a lot of this ideology and about gender and all that stuff. So yeah, that's part of the curriculum actually. But now there are more and more people who are speaking up, like including psychiatrists and psychologists. So who was it? I think Trigonometry have done few interviews. Jordan Peterson has done quite a few interviews with psychologists and pediatricians and doctors, and I think he's done at least one or two clinical psychologist interviews. I think Trigonometry have done a few interviews with different people on this matter. So there's heaps of people who are starting to speak up about it. And
Yeah.
I think it will gain momentum over time. I think it is actually gaining more and more momentum.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because if she went to university, and it could be just due to the location, like if she went to an American university today for the same thing,
Mhm.
they
Mhm.
they end up brainwashing these women into not
Oh
wanting
yeah,
to
yeah.
have families.
Yeah, things have changed a lot over the last 20 years. Things were not like this
Yeah.
just 20 years. So I think the majority of stuff has happened, and she, as I said, she did all this, and this is in Pakistan. Even today in Pakistan, you don't have this kind of gender ideology being forced upon people, and people being fired from their jobs for saying the wrong words and stuff. This doesn't happen in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this does happen in US and in all Western countries essentially. So if you
Yeah.
say utter the wrong word, then you are in major problem. You can get fired very easily.
Oh yeah, especially in corporate.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like
Crazy how
it's
Chinese it is. I
sorry.
mean, it's almost like living in a Chinese society
Mhm.
from the top down. I mean, like, and it's tremendously anti-Western, the culture that we now live in. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. But see, this is I think it's important to understand the overall human nature and condition. It's critical to understand, and I think no society is immune to such kind of evolution which goes in the wrong direction, and the pendulum swings in the totally opposite direction to what it intended to be. And I think if you read this book, I recommend this book to everybody by Eric Hoffer, True Believer. Everybody should read it to understand why, let's say, leftists and Marxists are the way they are, or why a terrorist is like a religious extremist terrorist. Why are they like the way they are? It's because they truly believe in what they espouse. It's not based or being driven by some money or some central agency orchestrating this ideology. No, people truly believe this. And
Right.
then if there is someone who really believes in something, then there is no way you can convince them otherwise. Can you convince a terrorist not to go and blow himself or herself up and 50 other innocent people? No.
Right.
No matter what you say, they are convinced of the virtuosity of their deed. So, and if you read this book by Eric Hoffer that I just said, which was written before World War II, I think, or probably before World War II. So you will see exactly what goes through in their minds and how they become kind of they inculcate these kind of ideologies.
I've watched a recent trigonometry episode in which the main proximate cause of all this stuff was said to be the media, specifically like the creation of MSNBC. Because when MSNBC started becoming a news channel, it started becoming like reality television, where it created a tribal lens. It created watching the news in 24 hours. And so you no longer had narrating the news in the context of truth and finding the truth of the matter. It was like a tribal activity, like watching a sports match.
Is this
Yeah,
it,
but
Mohammed?
yeah, that's the one. Eric Hoffer, that's the one, the True Believer. So this is on all movements of in human societies. See, the issue is, it's when people say, oh, it's because of media, it's because of this. I always ask them, did media exist when Karl Marx wrote what he wrote, or go back before his time? All the movements throughout time. What about Hitler's time? Did he have mass media the way we have it today? No, it's part of human nature
Yes,
to
no,
evolve in that
that's
way.
completely incorrect. Hitler did have mass media. He had the radio.
Oh yes,
For the first
no,
time.
That's true. What I'm referring is what we've got social. What I'm saying is people try to pin it on social media and all that. Yeah, it contributes in spreading the information faster. But in the end, it's the human beings who choose what information they're going to follow. Whether it's
Right.
Hitler, yeah, radio is there, but always humans will find a way to think in a tribal way, no matter where they are, who they are, what nation,
Yeah.
religion, caste, or creed they are. Go back to 1,000 years ago. We were marauders. We were still killing each other. We are doing the same thing, but in a different way. Only till the time we get to the point we can kill other people. So this is human nature. So how do we counter it? It's by reining in ourselves in, and monitoring ourselves. There's no other way to do it.
Yeah, tribalism is
That's why morality. It's our own morality. It's our own morality that stops us from becoming the beast and the monsters we wish to fight against.
Yeah, but that morality is also fed by the media. You know, like when we have, if you have a proper dialogue and you have discourse and you have, you know, like, and you allow the greater ideology to win out, then that hopefully has a mediating effect, you know, in toning down radicalism and extremism. But, you know, like, so if, as long as you have that context, but once you start having a tribal lens, then it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong, because you've already got broadcast into your mind a kind of context, an overriding environment, which is like hyper real, you know, and you can reinforce that through social media and stuff like that.
That's because we are to see that there are a lot of what you said about the lens, the tribal lens is very true, and there's so many forms of the tribal lens, and we get that taught in schools. And oh, America is the greatest nation on planet Earth, or Australia is the greatest nation on planet Earth, or Pakistan, or Muslims are a gift from God to humanity. So all these are ethnocentric ideologies, whether they are based in patriotism or whether they are nationalism or religious belief of self-righteousness. So what's the solution to that? The solution, I think, is that we should teach people and learn that our first duty is to truth and justice, not to religion. And if it's a religion that asserts that only this is correct and you can overrule and override other people, then you probably should consider changing your religion, because that's not the right religion.
Right.
If you don't mind me asking, do you consider yourself Muslim then?
Very, very practicing devout Muslim, depending on how you define a Muslim.
There's different variations.
Because to the radical ones, I'm probably an apostate for saying what I say. But to me, I'm a Muslim, and a lot of Muslims will consider me a Muslim. I know Muslims who I don't know what that means, because I'm pretty, I know where the lines are, and I try not to cross lines. I sometimes cross lines. You will meet Muslims who call them Muslim and they drink. There are Muslims who will even eat pork, although that is much rarer.
Haram!
Yeah, there are. I've met them, and see, personally, I have no freaking business of telling anybody or making a determination if they're Muslim or not. That's God's judgment. I have nothing to do with it. I'm responsible for my actions and choices, not what Woody Johnson does or what Amanda does or someone else does.
Well, you're
I
a
will
bad
not be asked
Muslim.
about your actions.
Muhammad.
Yeah, precisely. I'm supposed to mess around with other people, but I
Yes.
don't. I don't. I mean,
You should
yeah,
push the word of God to everybody.
Proselytization, yeah.
yeah, but you got those Bible, those kind of radicals in every religion, every faith.
Yeah.
What do you think is Marxism, leftism, social justice warrior is not a religion? It's got all the stigmata of being a religion, a radical religion. You don't need. So in another book of Eric Hoffer, I think it's The Tempest of Our Time. I think he says something to the effect of, a movement may not have a god, but it is never godless. So that's very, very true, because no matter what movement it is, socialism, communism, nationalism, they will create a god, and whatever they preach and follow blindly is what is their god.
Right. I mean, the big daddy government is usually the god of the atheists. They go generally speaking, they go with the popular beliefs and science, right? Even science, they politicians, they promote studies, on what they want to pass, or their studies. I have a study to degrade your study, and I have a study, and then you would have a study to degrade my study, right? And ultimately.
But see, that's the beauty of scripture. See, that's why I tell everybody, like, there's no way you can prove God by science. And if you look at any scripture, whether it's Torah, Bible, or Quran, it never goes into scientific data analysis. It always draws your attention to common observation, which a desert dweller shepherd can make and conclude and deduce from them. And that's the beauty of scripture. It sticks to common sense. And to me, you can use data to prove anything. And what they say, if you grind data long enough, you can make it state whatever you want to make it state. So you can use data either way. But if you use common sense, it's very hard to trump common sense if you just stick to it.
Well, have you ever read the Talmud, Muhammad?
Yeah, yes, I have. I have a copy of Talmud with me as well.
Okay.
I think I've got more Bible copies than I've got Quran copies. I've got Bhagavad Gita as well.
Haram! No, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Muhammad, do you consider yourself a modern Muslim, or do you have, because it just seems to me that you've synthesized liberalism and your religion to some degree. So you're a political liberal to some degree, and you're a Muslim, and you've got a consolidated identity. Is that, am I going too far?
No, I don't know. You'll have to be very specific. What do you mean? Like, I consider myself what? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, when you say things like that, you don't believe in your religion being automatically regarded as the ultimate religion or something like that, that it has to win out in an argument. Is that what you were implying?
So I don't consider. So it depends on how I look and perceive my religion to be, which is Islam, and I consider it to be a continuation of Judaism and Christianity. So it's nothing new. If you read Quran through and through, you will see it mentioned several times. Oh, this book is nothing new. It is the same which was sent down upon to Moses and to Joseph and everyone. So it's a continuation of that thing.
Yeah,
So
it's
to
Abrahamic,
me,
right?
yes, it's to me. It is to me. That's why I've got a Torah, because to me Torah is just as divine and Bible is as divine as Quran is. So I don't make any distinction between Prophet Muhammad or Jesus or Moses or Abraham for that matter. So if you look at it from this way, even if you read Bhagavad Gita, you will see that once you wash away the layers of folklore from over 5 or 10 millennia, you will see the core values across all Abrahamic religion and with Hinduism is essentially the same. All religions which are based on scripture, who claim to be based on divine scripture, their core values are exactly the same. Yes, there are differences because they were revealed over thousands of years, like several eons. So of course there are differences there, but they share the same values.
Yeah, the core message is the same.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of disagree, but I don't know.
No, that's fine. That's good. I love disagreement because that's how our intellectual horizon expands. What do you mean you disagree with what part? Give me an example of it.
I'm familiar with Hinduism. I'm familiar with the Bhagavad Gita. I'm somewhat familiar with Islam, which I know includes Christianity and Judaism, from a certain perspective. But I mean, to me, there's an incompatibility because I think that the teaching of Jesus Christ is morally superior. It's a very important moral message. It's a very sophisticated moral message, and it is fundamentally excluded by the Muslim teaching, by the Quran, because
for example, what part is excluded by Islamic teachings, apart from Trinity, which we don't believe in, but what moral value?
So because I do believe that the teaching of Jesus Christ is the teaching of Christ consciousness, and so you have to see that your mind is the only begotten Son. So already now we've got problems in Islam because you can't say things like that. It's strange, but your mind is meant to be divine, is meant to be part of the Trinity, the condition of your mind, and it talks about the covenant that Jesus Christ that brought a covenant is that the law is then written on your heart of understanding. It says it will be written on your mind. The law will be written on your mind. So then the law, the purpose of the law originally with the Jews is completely reframed, is completely recontextualized within Christianity, because you have to understand the law. It has to be written on your heart of understanding. You know, it's written on your mind. So it's very mental. It's about a kind of mental focus. It's about a kind of now, and I don't think you get any of that if you don't believe in the Trinity and you don't believe in the divinity of Christ. You don't have access to any of that moral teaching.
Yeah, but see, morality is the same. Does Christianity consider stealing wrong, and does Islam or Hinduism consider it right?
Well, I mean, I hate to get into the weeds here, but it really is perhaps contextual. I mean, you can lie to the Nazi inspector about, are you hiding any? Where are the Jews? You know, when they knock on your door.
That's why I didn't use the example of lying. I'm saying stealing. Is stealing permissible in everything else being equal? Is stealing permissible in Islam or Judaism or Hinduism, but somehow forbidden in Christianity? It's not. The answer is no.
Yes, I guess I'll concede to you the answer is no.
So, and having said that, there may be some extenuating. So, let's say there's a child who's 9 years of age and he's hungry and he steals something. Is that wrong? And that's where the contextual stuff comes in. But that's why I said everything else being equal. So there are, and it ties into the example you gave earlier on. Lying is forbidden, it's wrong. But hey, am I going to save a Jew if I was hiding him in my in my basement in the Nazi era? Would that lie be a sin, or would that lie be a virtuous act? Does that make sense? So I fully agree with that. So and all religions in their core values actually agree on that.
I must say as well, I mean, historically, I find it dubious, because I do think that although many religions don't fully assimilate Jesus into their teaching, although a lot of religions do also respect Jesus, I do think that the teaching of Jesus has sort of upped everybody else's game, where everybody else has kind of Christianized their teaching to some degree. Because I mean, Hindus especially, like they have huge problems in some of their cultural teaching, because like their religion presupposes a caste system. Which in my view is very problematic. It's very poisonous. For instance.
So does Hinduism actually, the Hindu teachings, as in religious teaching, do they actually started the caste system, or did it exist before the scriptures came? It's the same question as slavery question. Did Judaism?
Yeah, but they do endorse the caste system.
Because you will see Muslims using scripture to justify their activities, heinous acts, and you will find Jews doing it, and you will find Christians doing it, because you can cherry pick any part of a law and you can use it to your advantage, and just say, hey, look, kill them wherever you find them and smite their necks and strike terror in their hearts. Of course, this verse is there in Quran, but if you read 10 verses before and 10 verses after it, it's clearly written, but do not transgress. If they do not attack you, do not attack them. So these are rules of engagement. So of course the kill verses are there in Quran, they are there in Bible, and they are there in Torah. But if you cherry pick part of a verse or one verse out of the context, but then it's easy to say, kill the Jews wherever you find them. Of course it's there.
Well, can I ask a question? Oh, go ahead, Margaret.
Woody. Go ahead.
So, does evil actually exist, or is it subjective, I guess, morality?
Sorry, say that again.
Does the concept of evil actually does that exist, or is it just a subjective, subjective morality?
Subjective? What? Like, are you saying does evil exist?
The concept.
Is it,
yeah.
I think,
is that actually like a?
Yeah, like I'm not sure what you mean. Like evil, as in I can be evil and I can be noble. Is that what you're asking, or you're asking of some?
Well, for example, I think to differ, and the reason is that, for example, something that one would consider let's say party 1, party 2, right? Party 1 would consider evil to be, the resources that's being taken away. Meanwhile, party 2, which are taking the resources, that's not evil for them. So in a way,
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah,
yeah.
I got it. Thanks. Yeah. See, that's a very interesting question. That's why the argument, one of the strong arguments for existence of God is morality, because they say, philosophers who believe in that argument, they say there is no standard, subjective, objective. There is no objective standard to determine what is right or wrong. Yeah, there are consequences for certain actions this way or that way, but it doesn't make them morally right or wrong. And that's why God must exist, because God tells us what is right and wrong through the scripture. And I actually agree with that part, because at some point in time I was atheist, and then suddenly there was no limit which I could not cross. So yeah, so that's that, and I'm talking about like from intellectual perspective, not from actually taking actions or choices. So yeah, so I think but the question arises, what is the standard to determine what is right or wrong? Like, what makes it wrong for a
Yeah.
father to marry what is it that makes it wrong for
Well,
a
I
mother
think
to have sex with her son? What is it
well,
that makes it wrong
that's
for
the
a father?
consequences. Right,
No,
that's the
but what
consequences.
yeah. No, there are no consequences. In today's, you can have insemination from someone else. So what's wrong? What is there to prevent it? Why it
Well,
is wrong? Why do we
I mean, this
consider
happened already, right? When people realize that, okay, we don't want to have, because whatever we could talk about or we could imagine as horrifying, that already happened in human existence, right? So, this incest, would turn out to be, okay, you're going to have deformities in births, right? And Christopher Marlin talked about, the how babies were treated for the past 200 something years. And I think that was even practiced in Japan. I guess a mother, when the kid was growing up. I don't remember exactly. Again, I'm not a professional YouTuber. I learned a lot from Stefan Molyneux, right? So this was one of the subjects they was talking about, the treatment of babies in the past 200 or 300 years. But all this has been practiced. The consequence was that if you have incest or marry amongst very close relatives or cousins or families or brothers or sisters, they would have very bad genetic qualities or deficiencies as you see the kids growing up.
but
Another factor is
that's old news though. You can have artificial insemination now from a sperm bank. So that
yeah, but
that excuse is no longer valid.
right, but people can practice that, but because of such a close genetic, having such close genetics, that will still result in deformities. Now,
No, but I
that's
said you can have artificial insemination.
right, but I'm talking about having close relatives having artificial,
Yeah.
artificial insemination. I wasn't talking about actually doing the act, although that act has been probably most likely have been performed in so many different countries or regions in the world. We understand that, right? This is human. It's just one of the things that humans have to go through. For even probably Adam and Eve were probably like close relatives, because Eve was from Adam's ribs, right? And that would go to that she is from his genetic material. Now, the evil concept is that since this was practiced, the evil concept that I was talking about, because I inherently think that the concept of evil doesn't really exist. Because let's say tomorrow, if there's aliens, think of yourself as aliens, or to us would be almost as godlike, right? That they would come and they would extract resources. It doesn't matter if they kill off these humans that they see they would see as insects, right? They're here to extract resources because they have the ability to, and we can't do much to stop it. They would destroy and kill all of humanity.
Sorry,
Now, for
can I
them,
jump in?
let me finish this thought. Then you can go ahead with what you think. Now, to them, so the concept of evil wouldn't exist for them. We would think that's evil, but so that's why I was kind of going by that. I don't believe in the good and the evil, because in a way, what we would consider evil, somebody else could consider as just conquering or following
Yeah,
a will or an
I
order.
agree.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
when there is no
that's why I was asking. Yeah,
when you don't stick to any mutually agreed standard, when there is no standard how to measure an act against, then yes, anything can. There is no such thing as
right.
evil, or so
Yeah,
the
we could.
concept of evil or good exists because of morality given to us
Right.
by religion. If you remove that morality then evil and good is gone. There is no such thing as evil or good,
Yeah, that's
right
what I
or
was.
wrong.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking. Maybe Mother or Easy has a different point of view, but that's what I kind of thought about it, and kind of thinking philosophically, logically, kind of thinking about it. That's what are the conclusions I came up with, that evil, without morality really doesn't exist. What's evil for one person could be a normal act for another person. But go ahead, Easy, or Mother, if you guys want to chime in on the
Zhang,
subject.
hey, Zhang, you're a Naruto fan. I see your profile picture.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
awesome,
Muhammad
man.
is
Do you watch
is the anime incel.
Say that again. What's that, Woody? What was that, Woody?
You're an anime cell, Muhammad.
Oh,
It's
I'm
one of
a
the black
very
pill
big
terms.
anime.
Yeah,
Sorry?
it's
Yeah,
one of the
Uchiha.
black
That's
pill terms.
Uchiha. Yeah, Itachi. I've watched it all, A to Z, all seasons, everything. Shippuden, yada yada yada, everything.
Muhammad
My
said
profile.
that you
Uh-huh.
said one time that you would take anime over Hollywood or anything else. I was
Absolutely.
moved by that.
Anytime. Any time of
Damn.
the day. Any time of the day. No brainer. No
Wait,
brainer.
real quick before Zen, that's Easy. What were you gonna say on the subject? Easy or Mother?
That's Zhang. Just say Zhang.
Zhang. Okay, Zhang. Okay, I thought.
Easy's
Okay.
gone. He was the cop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I just wanted to bring up this point. So, this is why also, okay, the truth is that the Bhagavad Gita has this as well, but Christianity has a much more in-depth and detailed psychology of sin that explains exactly what goes on in the mind, how the thoughts are working that produce error or produce essentially sin. Now, you guys have been talking a lot about almost behavior and moral standards, and in Islam or in the Quran, which comes with the hadiths and the Sharia, you're given all the laws, but you're not told the reason for the laws. In fact, it's actually an Islamic principle that you can only symbolically extrapolate the law. You're not allowed to reason about it, and so it almost is psychologically impenetrable. You can't get into the substance of the morality. So, Woody, I would say that your whole contention about what is true, about where evil comes from, if it's real as a concept or not. Let me just say, in Christianity, there's a scripture directly on it. It says that evil is when man loves the darkness, and the darkness is not understanding. That's what spiritual darkness is when you don't have an understanding of it. You love your own ignorance and you indulge into the darkness, and then that's when bad things happen or start rolling.
So basically, darkness is not exploring. Is that what you mean? If you could repeat that too, I want to listen to it again.
So evil is loving is when man loves the darkness. And the darkness is the darkness of the mind, is like not asking the question, not understanding something, like loving your own ignorance in some sense. You can almost read it as loving your own ignorance.
Well, I mean, the thing is that we don't have ignorance. Although I wasn't grown in a lab, right? For example, I understand I have these empathies, but maybe if I was grown in a lab, I would be capable of doing any or all types of horror. But let's say if I was grown in a lab and I was curious and I had this enchantment of learning, of going through libraries or finding out what morality is, maybe I would come to a different conclusion, right? So I understand what, but the going into the not understand. I think that's what I would argue with, that going into the darkness, that would be a concept of evil to you. But for me, it's like the more you learn, the more you know, the more maybe empathy you have, the more you would understand that what you think would be right or wrong. But in the end, it's like if I'm doing something wrong to you, I would consider that as extracting resources or I have the capability. Meanwhile, that you would consider that evil. But and the alien example that I gave, that is for aliens that wouldn't be evil because they're an entity that is extracting resources for their well-being, and they have the ability to destroy and extract resources from Earth, right? So for us, it would be evil. It would be the end of humanity. What is more evil than that? We would say, right? But for aliens, it's just another pit stop, getting gasoline of sorts.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I don't have an issue with your model. It's just that, like, or generally, hopefully we share this in the Abrahamic faiths, that there is this idea that we are all descendants of Adam, so we're all in the same class. But I don't know how much that translates, because you also need quite a lot of other moral teaching to go along with it to maybe
Yeah.
get the right conclusions from that. But the idea that we're actually all in the same boat. But I think that there is some universalism within the Quran. Like the Prophet does propose a kind of universalism. The problem is that a lot of that universalism is only shared with supposedly within his teaching and his moral social program. Like it's like a societal plan that you have to follow, and you don't get the benefits of the universalism unless you join in on that plan. Now, that's not entirely true, because there are some things that are shared with the other peoples of the book. So, but I don't know how far that actually extends.
It
I don't
depends
know how
on
much
who you
people
ask.
respect
It
it.
depends
There
on
really is.
depends on who you talk to, because there the main narrative of the Islam, especially when you start going deep into people who are kind of radicalism, not really radicalism, who are stout, strict believer of schools of Islam. So they've got these things, what you're referring to. Or if you're not Muslim, you're going to hell. That's pretty much saying what the Bible says. Oh, if you don't believe in Jesus Christ,
Mhm.
you're going to go to hell. Yeah, so
Yep.
that's common to all these. But then you have the sorry, give me a second, guys.
Mhm.
Just give me a
Yeah,
moment. My son is
there
here.
was
I
a
need to.
background.
No,
Yeah, no
my
problem.
son is here. And yeah, my son is here, so he wants me
Hi.
to.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I love you, Chanu. Thank you, Raju. Yeah, so it depends on who you talk to, because you talk to these kind of people, the Bible thumper or Quran thumpers, and they will give you exactly the iteration of, oh, if you don't believe in my faith, you're going to hell. You're not going to find salvation, so on and so forth. And then you'll talk to people like me who will say, yeah, well, I don't know. Well, what are you talking about? To me, all are same, are the continuous river or a stream or three or four or five different streams coming from the same river or emptying into the same river. So pick whatever you want to pick. But what I'm saying is truly what I believe Quran. Like, for example, you're saying, ask the question, like, Quran is full of verses. Why don't you think? Why don't you reflect? Why don't you contemplate? But Muslims have chosen not to contemplate. So that's not the fault of Quran. Like, I know these were, like, Quran says again, all these Jews, Sabians, Christians who worship God and believe in Day of Judgment and in angels and do the righteous deed, they will have their reward from God. So why would Quran say
Well,
Quran says
Muhammad, till now, and again, I'm just going through the audiobook of Quran. It's super long, right? But till now, I didn't. I was preached by the in the mosque that the scientific innovations is not allowed in Quran, or we shouldn't find more knowledge, until now. But as you pointed out, that that you need to think and think
yeah,
about, it's mentioned so many times. So I mean, I thought that this was one of the default, backwards, I guess, just
yeah, it's
staying
the
staying in
default.
the,
Yeah.
yeah. I was thinking, like, I was thinking that's why maybe they don't want to get into the technology, or go ahead and, I mean,
No, no,
that
no,
they don't
no, no,
want
no,
to explore,
no,
and like,
no. That's not true. So if you look at Muslim history, a lot of strides in mathematics, algebra, and all that stuff comes from Muslims, actually, from Muslim scientists. So to say that people did not do scientific endeavors in Islamic history, that's not correct. But what we're doing now is, so see, there are a couple of things which are totally nonsensical. So if a Muslim is trying to extract some scientific facts from Quran or from any scripture for that matter, that's not the purpose of scripture. Or trying to prove God exists through science, that's nonsensical thing, because you can't prove something which cannot be measured by scientific methods. Does it make sense? So if you can't measure an entity, how will you prove it exists or does not exist? It's it's beyond the realms of scientific method of today. So all what you can read scripture, you can contemplate and reflect, and then determine, okay, God exists, or no, God does not exist. And I'll tell you quickly a story about my daughter when she was about just under 7. So she said, "Oh, Dad, do you think God exists?" I said, "Yes, I believe so." And then I asked her, "Do you think God exists?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Why do you think God exists?" And she said, "Well, because everything which exists needs to be created by someone. So then this universe exists because there has to be a creator." I said, "If that's your logic, then who created the creator if everything needs a creator?" And then he said, "Look, Baba, whatever arguments the atheists apply that universe has existed forever can also be applied to say God has existed forever." So do you see that? Do you need to be a scientist to get to that conclusion? No. So a 7-year-old girl who's not yet 7 can reflect and understand this profound question. Like, she's very precocious, she's very, very intelligent, and she's a very, very thorough reader. So of course, like, I wasn't expecting this question out of the blue from her. But we had this question, and she was not even 7 then. So we've had this concept. So a child can understand that whatever, and so then what's the real question? Either the universe has existed forever or God has existed forever. So then the real question isn't what has existed forever. The real question is, if that entity which has existed forever, is that sentient or not? That is the real question, isn't it? Because one of those two things has existed forever. So this whole, like, I guess, and I tell people, hey, I'm not here to convince you. I don't care what you believe. You've asked my point of view, which I've presented. You don't want to believe in God, you want to discord, feel free. Human lifespan is only 75, 85, 90 years. I guess we'll find out when we die. If we wake up on the other side, oh shit, God exists. If we don't wake up, fine. No drama. We are dead.
So can I put something to you, because this is more a point that I'm very interested in. I think I've found within Muslim thought that there is this one idea that it's not even that good for Muslims necessarily to even convert Christians into Islam, because they might, in some sense, be doing that when God sent his messengers to humanity and they each have his own message, that there might be projects that are yet unfinished built into those messages, that history is not finished unfurling itself in a way. And so that in some sense there needs to be Christians as there needs to be Muslims, because that's part of God's plan for humanity, or something like that. Would you subscribe to something like that?
No, Sissy, I'll say, can I ask you, I'm not, responding with the question just for the heck of it. What do you think is the basic purpose of scripture? Let's say Bible or Quran or Torah or whatever. What is the purpose? What's one of the most basic and foundational premises of religion, of divine revelation? What is it? Why it's here? Why did God need to, what does it tell us? What does it tell us?
Well, I mean, from the Christian perspective, from my perspective, it's just teaching.
Okay.
It's
and to what end? To what end?
To get the doctrine right, the doctrine of Christ.
Okay, so why it is important to get those doctrines right?
So that you can be in a state of true belief.
And what will that lead to eventually?
Well, that's just the individual being right with God, I would say.
And then what would that lead to? Like, what's the final end when we die?
No,
then
so like, I don't have any world. So I don't believe that prophecy has to do with the world. So like, I'm maybe you want to call it an esoteric.
No, I'm not talking about prophecy. No, I'm not talking about prophecy. What will happen to the world? I'm asking, what does your religion or your faith tell you? What will happen when you die? Or when we die, for that matter. Let's presume we are all believing Christians.
So, I mean, the promise of Christ is eternal life, so everlasting life.
So what does that mean? We'll be resurrected and then we'll have a lasting life. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know the exactitudes.
Okay.
It says in the
that's okay. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. See, here's the basic premise as I understand it. The basic premise of any scripture is, and these are the scriptures which claim to be divine, whether they're Hindu or you're born on this in this life. When you die, it's not over. You're going to rise again, resurrected again in some form, and then you'll be held accountable and responsible for the choices and actions you've made in your life. That's the purpose. What it does is it tells us when you die, it's not over. You'll be answerable for your actions. That is what it tells us. At least that's what I understand. So I don't. Um, I don't subscribe to this, stuff that only Islam is correct. Yada yada yada. So to me, the scripture says and tells us, hey, when you're dead, it's not over. You're going to be resurrected. Now, is this message false? Is it a book written by some, goat herder in desert? Well, I guess I'll find out when I die. If I wake up on the other side, I guess he was right. If I don't wake up, he was wrong.
I'm sorry to be so dogmatic. I just want to jump in quickly and just say that, I mean, the one thing that I would just disagree with you is that I don't think it's your actions that get judged. I think it's your state of the condition of your heart, which is basically
What do
the
you mean?
understanding in your mind.
Of what? If I rape and kill a girl, what does that have to? Why my actions should not be judged? What does that mean? It has to do with the condition of my heart. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to clarify what you mean by that.
Yeah, so I do believe that it's the condition of your understanding. So you're saved by your faith. You're not saved by your deeds or the law.
So if someone kills and murders 100 girls, he'll be saved because he's a Christian. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's an extreme example, but yes, basically.
Yeah, but I'm just doing it ad absurdum to make a point. Of course, it's an extreme example, but we do have real people who've done these kind of atrocities.
Mhm.
So if actions are not being judged, then that does not make any sense to me.
Yeah, and if their heart wasn't in the wrong place, they wouldn't be doing those actions, right?
Yeah. Bullets for Teeth is saying listens to too much Billy Carson. I have no idea who Billy Carson is.
Me neither.
Yeah, but just because something you asked earlier, Muhammad, like what is it for? Like religion? Because something I heard Jordan Peterson, because I was conflicted between the whole science and religion debate for the longest time, because there's so many things that it didn't make sense to me, like with these stories, like how could that have happened, But I think science, because science definitely talks about what things are, right? And then like these religious texts kind of teaches you how things are. I feel like they answered different questions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, GM, I would even disagree with you that science discovers what things are. I mean, they discover what they are relative to a theoretical model that gives you a predictive sense about, causes and effects within the material world.
Yeah.
Which is
And then,
already, I don't know, like those things aren't even stable because those theoretical things are up in the air and they have never been grounded and they can only be falsified through science. They can never be verified through science. So I don't think science even makes any knowledge claims or any truth claims whatsoever. But I hold a very radical view myself.
Yeah.
So this is a very interesting thing that you're saying there, Zhang. And I've come across this kind of point of view. So I'll give you an example. So, and help me understand. I'm not sure if I understand, so I'm trying to clarify. So what you say is, does that mean you don't believe in gravity? It's not a trick question. I'm honestly asking you. Do you think?
Yeah. So I mean, my answer to your question, sorry, it's not going to be a direct yes or no, but I mean the short answer is no. But I have a good reasoning to reason that out.
So
you see,
if
you saw something levitate, if you saw something in front of your eyes move upwards instead of downwards, all by itself, You know that there's nothing in science that stops that from happening. Virtual particles can all move up in an object at the same time, and then suddenly you start getting things that break gravity. So in physics already, gravity is not stable.
What do you mean
Like
by
miracles, miracles can happen within the current scientific paradigm, is what I'm saying.
So what kind of miracle performed by, let's say, Jesus Christ? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm saying like an object in front of you levitating.
Object in front of you levitating. What object would that be?
Like you have a spoon that you get from your kitchen, you put it in front of you, it's in front of you, the mouse and the keyboard, and then suddenly the spoon lifts off and it floats in front of your eyes.
So are you saying you're saying you've made that happen, or you're saying you're posing a
I'm not saying I've made
hypothetical
that
question?
I'm
So
just
you're
saying
saying,
it's possible.
oh, okay, I got what you mean. Yeah, so you're posing a hypothetical that it, yeah, okay. So you're talking about the statistical probability of that happening. So let's talk about that. See, all the laws of, let's say, the laws of gaseous exchange or the atoms, or they're all statistical laws of probability. Do you know, like they're average laws of statistical probability? Do you know what that means?
Well,
So what that means
I must
is,
say,
yeah, so what that means is that whereas individual atoms may be moving up or down, right and left, but if you start heating a solution or a gas, the general thing that will happen, average thing that will happen, is that the temperature and the volume of the gas will rise. So that's called an average law. So coming to what you were saying, Spoon, yeah, if you keep trying to walk through a stone wall, there is a quantum statistical probability that if you keep trying that, you will be able to actually walk through the wall. But the likelihood of that happening is so low that you will need time spent longer than the life of the universe, which is close to 14 billion years at current estimates. So yeah, there is no law that says, oh, it's asking a question, or maybe there is an elephant who can fly in the air. Of course, there is a statistical probability when you pose a question like that. But does it confirm to our common observation? Because what you say must be, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. So there is
Real
no
quick,
proof that so far.
I think Mother Contriver might be in the back. I don't know.
No, he's not.
Okay,
Not
all right.
anymore. He was earlier.
So
Okay,
we can frame these things. Oh, spoon may rise. Somebody can levitate it, or maybe there's an elephant who can fly in the air. Of course, because nobody has seen. Nobody can say. We can say be 100% sure there is no, because nobody is. Have we all looked all the nooks and corners of the universe? No. Of the planet? No. Yeah, but
I'm afraid you already conceded the point, and then you tried to have a second bite of the cherry. You said that statistically it's improbable, but that statistically it's possible.
Yeah, I think you should read more about statistical probability and stuff. It doesn't work like that. Just because it's possible an elephant may exist with wings doesn't mean it actually exists. You can't use it as a proof. Oh yeah, we can't say elephants have no wings. That's what you're saying. You're saying, oh, elephants, you can't say elephants don't have wings because there may be an elephant somewhere who has wings. That's essentially what you're saying.
No. That's a different order of a different sort of argument. But I do think you are conflating things here. And this idea that there are laws of average statistics, like that I do think is gobbledygook. To say that there's a law of average statistics. I mean, this is how quantum mechanics. This is why I think quantum mechanics has been the death knell of science in general. It's not proceeded. Science has gone stale for like 80 years. We were at the same, the interpretation of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. You can't go past that, and that's because.
So what is Copenhagen? What is Copenhagen?
My point is that you can't disprove this stuff in science anymore, because if you because you can't do one experiment anymore. You have to do a batch of experiments because you have to show a statistic. You can't show a result. And so if you ever mismatch, they'll just say, well, your sample size wasn't big enough. That's not science anymore. You see, you can't do science anymore.
So what are you? What you mentioned quantum mechanics? What does that mean? What does that got to do with our discussion?
Well, that has to do. That was my reason for there being a levitating object was quantum mechanics.
So expound on that. What do you understand by Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics?
Well,
I'm very well read on this stuff, so
yeah,
feel free to have a go.
no. Well, it's not Copenhagen, but just virtual particles. Like if let's just say a whole lot of virtual particles emanated above an object that then created a bridge for this object to move up into it or towards it.
So what is quantum mechanics? Why it came into being? Do you know the story of evolution? How it came into being?
Well, I think it's to do with what's his name? Niels Bohr.
Niels Bohr came much later. Yeah, Niels Bohr came much later. So it started with Max. So no, he came. So I know what you're talking about, but it started with Max Planck and going back even before that, Maxwell.
Well, I was going to talk about going to talk about the Planck length, but Niels Bohr and the Planck length.
Yeah. So because Niels, we can't discuss what. So what Niels Bohr did was what Planck did before him. So Planck's what he said was that when energy is radiated, it is not radiated as a continuous water flowing from a tap, but in quanta. That's where it's quantized. So Maxwell Planck quantized the energy. Niels Bohr quantized the orbits around the atoms. That is how the birth of quantum mechanics is quantum is because everything is quantized, and quantum mechanics is actually based on the fact and on the observation that when you do a double slit experiment, one photon will pass, and you can't predict which way it will go, how it will go, where it will pop, but when you observe, then its wave function collapses into a particle function. Before that, it's just a wave of probability. So I'm not sure why you say quantum, because quantum mechanics itself is actually calculating probability, which is what the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and who was that other guy, the Schrodinger's equation. That is what it calculates. It calculates the probability of where the electron or a particle is going to be. So I'm not sure what you mean googly-doog is statistical law, because quantum mechanics entirely is about statistical probability, where you are going to find a particular particle, which is and then comes in the Heisenberg. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
But if you add virtual particles into that, then miracles happen.
Yeah, I'm not saying miracles can't happen. Miracles can happen because miracles are special acts of gods. They've got nothing to do with a strict discussion. Yeah, is there a scientific mechanism which may explain? Sure, of course, sure, they can be, because that's what people do using quantum mechanics. You can be at more than one places at one time, but that's not what quantum mechanics actually says. It says the probability of an particle before you measure is equal at less or more at different places. It doesn't say it's present. Yes, there's spooky action at distance, which Einstein totally opposed, which Bell later on proved that is how it was actually, which means faster than light communication. So yeah,
but I still don't think you're taking the virtual particle element. So like probabilistically, you can say it all tends towards probabilism. When a virtual particle pops into existence, it also pops out of existence at some later time. So it
very quickly in billions of a second, because you have to keep the equilibrium, because you have to maintain the entropy. So yeah, virtual particles pop into and out of existence.
I don't think this is true that you have to maintain the entropy. That might be an observable.
It is. Yes, I don't know what you read, because I've been reading this shit since I was 10, man. So I really know what I'm talking about. I don't know the mathematics of it, but I really know what I'm talking about. So you can read up again.
The theory of thermodynamics is not applied to subatomic particles. So I don't know why you're bringing entropy into virtual particles.
It does apply. It does apply in its own way. It does apply. That's why you can borrow energy
Maybe
or a
as a rule
virtual
of thumb.
particle.
Maybe as a rule of thumb, but that's not
Uh,
that's not a physics theory.
so what theory is it is?
It's not. I'm saying it's thumb sucked. It's not really a theory. It's not needed for
Oh,
them.
so
I mean,
okay.
but by the way, this is the gap in current scientific thinking, because people I mean, if you're talking about conserving entropy on this topic, then you're talking about quantum gravity. You're basically imposing quantum gravity. You're saying that no, there's this grand equilibrium that needs to maintain.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that all the
No, sorry,
is contained
sorry.
within subatomic.
I meant. Sorry. Let me correct myself. I meant conservation of energy. Energy must be conserved. But you're saying thermodynamics doesn't apply. Well, it does apply actually to quantum mechanics also. Quantum mechanics explains things which we can't explain from classic Newtonian mechanics. That doesn't mean they are untrue or don't hold good for big objects. It's just that the laws of governing the microcosm, atomic level, they are not the same laws. And you can ask the question, well, if they apply to microcosm, why don't they apply to whole cosmos or planets? We don't know the answer to that. But that is what science is. It expands and progresses in baby steps. That's the limitation of human intellect.
I know when you
Anyway, let's get to read up on virtual particles and all the stuff, and we'll have another discussion on this matter. I love to discuss this shit. I love this shit. So it was fantastic talking to you.
Can
But
we
I
go
think
back to the Christ consciousness?
I think we are just boring the shit out of other people.
No. This is super interesting. No.
Yeah.
But the Christ
Well, I was going to say that
Hold on,
you're
Woody.
okay.
Hold on. Can we? Because I want to. Because what Syke was saying about how Christianity is more in depth and going back to the Christ consciousness and Jesus Christ and stuff, and something that I'm currently looking into, something that I've never ever been a fan of, is the whole Jesus story and how he okay, God sent his son down, right? And he got literally tortured and murdered, and nobody did anything about it. And then they killed him. And that supposedly he, quote unquote, died for our sins, right? So then he comes back later and totally kills a bunch of people.
Okay, well, I don't think that later stuff is in the book of Revelations, which is a dream. So I don't think that applies to the world. I think that applies to psychology. Like, everyone has to go through the process that's written out in Revelations.
Right.
That's not the end of the world. It's the end of your world. That's how I see the book of Revelations. But
breaking down the whole crucifixion, it's like it just never sat well with me that so many people stood by and did nothing. Like, to me, that didn't seem right. And that he died for everybody's sins.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get that part.
Like the part that people didn't do anything to save him. Well, that's what human beings do. We ask someone to lead us, and then we let that person to be butchered, and we don't do anything to save them, because that's what human beings do. I think it's human nature. It's all, we are capable of great evil. We our history is a testament to our capacity for evil. There's no need for Joseph Conrad writes, the belief in supernatural source of evil is not necessary. Men alone are capable of every wickedness. Beautiful word, isn't it? And he's so true. So right.
My answer, sorry. Well, my answer to this question is that you needed an example, because, like, I don't believe in vicarious redemption. I don't believe that in what Jesus did, he saved us. It's in how he did it, is an example to everyone else to follow him, because he is the way, the truth, and the life. And so you don't get to skate in and like, you have to allow your mind to be crucified. So, and his example, he's the extreme case. So everything's against him. he takes the weight of the world on his shoulders, and we have to die for the world's sins. Like, and that's how you are spiritually reborn. You die and then you be reborn. So that we all have to die, taking the sins of the world on our shoulders, because that is essentially when you are redeemed, you redeem other people. You're dealing with them in a kind of good faith. So it's like there's what I see going on in the crucifixion is that Jesus is he's taking the people who are crucifying him, he's joining them, he's helping them he's helping them crucify him. He says up into heaven, he says, Father, why have you forsaken me? So now that question I see is a double-edged question, because when you take the sins of the world on your shoulders and then you ask, Father, why have you forsaken me? You're asking that on behalf of the people that are crucifying you. So those people who are watching Jesus, they say, oh, look, he's even turned himself in, and he's joined us in our persecution of him. But then they are cursed with that question. They have to answer the question, why did God forsake him? For what purpose? It's for us. It's for the bystanders, the people who did nothing. So, like, I see that as part of the intricate. That is how the Holy Spirit is created. That is how the Holy Ghost becomes the Holy Spirit, because now these people are cursed with this question: why did God forsake him? Because the truth is that he wasn't forsaken. That's how they get bought into the truth. They get paid for and bought by that question, by the release of the Holy Spirit onto them. So I don't know. That's my theological stance on it. It's a little bit weird, but I see that's how it works.
I'm a simpleton. I want 2 + 2 = 4. I don't want 2 + 2 = 10. But having said that, just let me correct myself again. There's in Jesus Christ there is indeed a great example to follow, and obviously Zhang, that most Muslims hold him very high regard, and so that's pretty much straightforward.
But his message of being saved by faith, I don't think that makes any footprint in the Quran.
Because in Quran, Quran is very straightforward. You are answerable for your actions. Nobody can save you except yourself. And if you've transgressed against fellow human beings, you have to answer for those sins and those crimes. And I'm just a big fan. I mean, like, I understand this. Oh, if someone slaps you, turn the other cheek, or don't defend yourself, just die for Jesus. I just like. If my daughter or my son are tortured by someone and they murder them, like,
Right.
I don't want to believe in a God who tells me to forgive that person. I
Right.
won't believe in such a God.
Right. Like, he technically didn't do anything to deserve that. Right? I mean,
Who? Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Is it?
Yeah, that crucifixion.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, see, here's the thing. Anybody anywhere who's working in a big corporation, you start talking against their policies or feminism or whatever. See how far
Yeah.
you get before you get fired. It's not going to
Yeah.
happen. You're going to get fired very, very, very quickly. Like, you may get fired tomorrow. You say something today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, summarily discharged, and you can't even challenge it because of whatever this title, this law in USA, like what they do to men on false accusations. Title, well, I don't know what that is in universities. There's no trial. There is no court trial. The university committee can just terminate their education. How is that fair? And
Right.
yet it happens. Yeah. So
Right.
that's, as I said, human nature. We are capable of great evil.
So I just think in the Jesus example, what is coming to the fore there is the kind of that Jesus is the heart of a universalism. that is based on forgiveness and stuff like that. And so he is the greatest example of how you transmute differences and controversy into a universal sense of brotherhood, like the spiritual brotherhood of man. So I think is exemplified by Jesus. And so it's just that shown in the extreme. And that is like a parable to us, or it's like a lesson to be inspired by that universal.
But he could inspire even his fellow human beings who were around him. They killed him. So
Yeah.
how does that work with the brotherhood message? So if message didn't work on
But-
guys who were right next to him, how it's going to work out today? Are all Christians unanimous in that understanding of what you're
No,
saying?
but
They are not killing him. No.
it works in the caliber of his mind, in the caliber of his fortitude in going through that, which we are, I think, called on to have. So I don't know, like I see it as the extreme case, and it is the perfect example for humanity, which gives us a kind of brotherhood, spiritual brotherhood of man.
Yeah, but what happened to him, that crucifixion seems to happen all the time, everywhere. Like going back to what Muhammad was saying, like you get fired in a corporation if you say the wrong things. Like that shit happens and people just stand by and don't do anything about it. That's why I'm interested in the Revelation part, where he comes back and actually fucking defends himself and defends other people. Because that doesn't seem...
I think the purpose of the scripture is to give us a general thematic direction. It tells us, hey, here's a parable. Learn the lesson from this parable. What is right, what is wrong. And then God leaves it to us, to our discretion. Thank God for that. I don't want a micromanaging God. He just tells me this is right, this is wrong. And if you do this, you're transgressing. And you will be held accountable for that, whatever choice you make. If you do good deeds, you get to go to paradise, eternal life. If you do bad deeds, you're going to receive some fair bit of lashing and hellfire. So that's what, and then God leaves it to us to make laws of whatever we think is reasonable or whatever we had come up with. But God doesn't micromanage. He's not going to come down and stick us and carrot us all on an individual level. Because the answer is going to have, the justice is going to happen on the judgment day. That is when we'll receive true justice. This world, this life is kind of a test.
Well, you see, this is the big difference, I guess, in with Muslim belief and Christian belief, is that in Christian belief, it's understood that the judge is Christ. And so it's like his living seed of his example, of his life. You must plant that in your mind, and it must grow into what I see as Christ consciousness. And then you'll know that you'll be blameless in the day and right and righteous, and be able to stand before judgment. So, like, that's why I take that. I mean, this is the Christian West, believes in a kind of universalism, believes in a kind of egalitarianism. There's a deep sort of, and this is why Christians have developed the rule of law and stuff like that. This is also what makes me a little bit iffy about Islamic culture, because the law is so rigid, it hasn't developed. Sharia law is stuck in a kind of, you're not allowed to reason in it, and that to me,
that's true. That is true. Yeah.
Egalitarianism.
I find that scary, and so even though look, I agree with a lot of the Muslim critique of the West, well, not of the West, but of Christianity. I mean, it talks sometimes about the Jews and the Christians as being pigs and monkeys, and like, I get that, because on a cultural level, we do produce this kind of frivolity, the superficial nonsense, like we have filth in our culture because we don't regulate society at such a high level, but we get a fruit that we otherwise, we get a personal jihad, which is much purer, if you don't mind me saying. In my opinion,
not at all. You're using the correct term. Personal jihad is a very, very appropriate term, and I agree with what you're saying, actually.
But you
It
see,
is
like,
it is
you
a
don't even
it is a personal jihad to say the right thing. It can get you killed. You know, Voltaire said it is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong, and those words were never
Wait,
truer
jihad?
than today.
Jihad means sacrifice, right?
No, jihad means to strive, and it's not always the armed struggle, which is a different thing. But yeah, it can be a personal jihad, and it can be it is kind of a jihad when you are like, it's everything is wrong, but I want to say the right thing, which can get you fired or can even get you killed if you're at the wrong
Mhm.
place at the wrong time. So
Yeah.
yeah, it is a jihad.
So going back to Sykes talking, because I hear egalitarianism all the time, and I feel like that definition has changed. And I know Psych in the past we've kind of looked at our dictionaries, because online it says the doctrine that all people are created and deserve or equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. But my 1970s dictionary says advocating or characterized by the belief that all men should have equal political,
Based.
social, and economic rights.
But men also includes women. I bet if you look in the same dictionary, if you look up men, it'll say men and women.
All right, let me see. But this is men, like political, social, and economic rights. Yeah, I'm trying to get my hands on a really, really early dictionary. Well, I want one that. Yeah, this one's from the 70s that I have a hard copy of.
Nice.
Well, definitions have been changing over time. Going back to what Sykes said, how science is stagnated in the past 80 years. Yeah, I blame pushing for women in STEM for that.
What are they gonna do in STEM? They're gonna go become a doctor for 8 or 10 years and then get married off and not be a doctor ever again.
Well, but I also the last big massive wedding I went to, it was one of my doctor clients actually that just had graduated med school. But all her bridesmaids, there were 10 of them, and they were all also freaking doctors in different years. And all of them were literally complaining about how long they were going to have to work because of all the student debt.
Right.
Like they wanted to start having children. They were going to push them off until, they started getting their student loans paid down or whatever.
And they're going to wait for the next 20-30 years for a doctor that makes 3 or 4 times more so they can marry them. They wouldn't marry anybody who makes, I don't know, half or less than than them. That would be just the regular standard. That we're not going to settle. We need a Jesus tier, Dr. Chad.
Okay, so Psych, men, plural of man.
Yay!
Okay, and then man, sadly.
I'm going.
Yeah, no, but in technical terms, it's the third person singular person pronoun when gender is unspecified, like mankind. It doesn't mean only men.
Yeah, but the dictionary only means men, Muhammad.
Oh, I don't know which dictionary is that. I'll have to look at it myself.
She has the old classic, actual good dictionary when we knew accurately what actually the terms meant, and every year they're just gonna change one word to another. I mean, we understand it's mankind, I mean, whenever it is, it's men first. That always comes in everything. That's why they call women womb N. It's like a man with a womb, but with a X chromosome.
Okay, man. Jesus, that's a huge definition.
Based dictionary.
Which dictionary are you referring and looking up?
I have a Webster's Second College Edition New World Dictionary from 1970. Hold on. 1972. Oh wait, no, 1970.
Okay. Okay, I've got World Book Dictionary from 1970s also. So let's have a look.
Oh, and it says previous edition, copyright 1953.
1970. Yeah. Copyright 1979, but being published since 1963. Original copyrights 1963. So
Oh, nice.
But your dictionary is Australian, so it doesn't matter.
no, it's American dictionary. I've got
Okay.
Australian. So I've got American dictionary, I've got the British dictionary, and I've got an Australian dictionary. And these are
Okay.
like actual academic standard dictionaries. They're not.
Well, I don't even have a dictionary, Mohammed.
Oh, you should have a dictionary, man. There's nothing like having a hard copy dictionary.
Okay, the number one for man is a human being, person specific.
Yeah, which is what I said, third person
A,
pronoun. Yeah.
a primate having an erect stance.
Wait, what?
A primate that stands straight up.
Okay.
It's only until, let's see, the human race, mankind. Number 4, an adult male.
But if I can go
Yeah,
slightly
human
back
being.
to the religious discussion,
Yeah, Christ
I-
consciousness.
what I've found, or just literally just carrying on from what we're talking about, what I find to be implicitly hypocritical about Islam, the structure of Islam, and that's a very horrible statement to make, but anyway, is that it doesn't sustain personal jihad. Because if everything went according to the way of Sharia, you would just crack down on everything and everything would be punished. And so people would act the right way, but they would do so not out of a personal jihad. So there is no sort of sustainable
No, you would be
self-replicating.
subjugated. You would be subjugated. You would be conquered by the caliphate, my dear friend. So in the traditional narrative, as you're saying, the only right to rule the world is with the Muslims, and Muslims must prevail, and Islam will prevail, and everybody else will be vanquished. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, so there to me doesn't seem to be a sensitivity of sort of preserving personal jihad as a feature
Oh,
of the
it does
religion.
exist. Oh yeah, it does exist. If you become a Muslim, of course it exists.
No, I know it exists, but but in my view, it only exists in a mixed society. In a society, like, who are the people who have to exercise personal jihad the most? The people who live in Christian countries or Western countries or non-Muslim countries, because there alcohol is legal, for instance. So it's more of a temptation. You get tempted more, right? But also, these temptations are all action-based. They're all behavioral-based, which, in my view, just spiritually deep enough. It doesn't go into the psychology. It doesn't go into the mechanics of thinking and understanding. So, in my view, the problem with Islam is just it isn't spiritually deep enough. It doesn't get into the
It's
heart
not
of the
deep
matter
enough.
of
No,
morality.
no, man. No, it's very deep, man. Hinduism is very deep. Islam is very deep. It goes into psychology and all the spirituality of everything. You go to Hindu ashram, they will go into psychology like Jordan Peterson wouldn't know what to say about.
No, I agree with that about Hinduism, but I don't see the same in Islam.
Yeah,
Because
because
it's
you
all
haven't
about-
studied. No, because you haven't studied the right books to Google Sufism, Islamic Sufis. Look at what they've written. It's like troves and troves and troves of stuff.
But that is just an importation of like Platonic Christianity, of Platonism and Christianity into. I mean, I agree with that. I do think. Look, I mean, if you look at the Gabriel Hadith, and the one. I do believe that one of the requirements to be a proper Muslim is that you have to know the Injil. It's not enough to say, I believe in the Injil. You actually have to know the Injil. You have to have received the Injil, the gospel of Christ. But I don't see, I think most Muslims don't believe that is a real requirement for being a Muslim.
Believe in what?
So in the Gabriel Hadith, Gabriel goes to the prophets and says that there have been like 5 books. There have been 5. I think there have been 5 messengers, and to be a Muslim, you have to believe in all 5 messengers and all 5 messages.
No, you have
And
to
one
believe
of
in
those-
all messengers. You have to believe in all messengers, not just 5 messengers.
Well, I believe the Gabriel Hadith elucidates
Oh yeah, Hadith.
5.
See, Hadith is just a purported collection of purportedly what prophets said. Some of them are maybe reliable, make sense. Others do not. To me, the Quran overrides Hadith. But yeah, there are Muslims who say, "Oh, Hadith overrides Quran," and that's not the correct thing for as far as I'm concerned.
I believe that every sect of Islam accepts the Gabriel Hadith. It exists in all of them, I think.
Well, yeah, I know which one are you talking about, but I don't think it mentions 5 prophets only. Are you referring to the hadith in which prophet is sitting with his companions and then this guy walks in and has a long dialogue with the prophet and everybody keeps listening and then this guy leaves and then prophet asks, "Oh, do you know who this was?" And they say, "No." I said, "This was Gabriel." So are you referring to that hadith or something else?
Yeah, just I mean, what you've said.
Probably, yeah, probably. But I'm not sure if that mentions 5 prophets or something like that. Let me have a look. Let me Google Gabriel Hadith, because if you're using that term, then it exists on the internet. Hadith of Gabriel. Oh, there it is. 5 pillars of Islam. Oh yeah, yes, yeah. So that's exactly what I was referring to. Yeah, so that's pretty much what. Yeah, but 5 pillars of Islam is not believe in 5 messengers. It's you have to believe in all messengers without exception. You cherry pick and choose. Oh, I'm going to believe in this one, but not in that one. But our understanding and conception of messenger is different. Like you consider Jesus Christ to be Son of God, part of Holy Trinity. We don't. So that's a divergent pathway right from the beginning. So
is he seen more as a prophet?
sorry,
Is he seen more as a prophet?
we see Jesus Christ as a prophet, just like Prophet Muhammad. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I never felt right about how God could like literally let a bunch of assholes murder his son and not do anything about it. That never sat well with me.
Yeah.
My answer is he left them with a question.
Yeah, but what question exactly? Did
Why-
God forsaken him?
Yeah.
Why is that question important?
Well, that to me is a mysterious question that unlocks the whole testimony. Because if you meditate on that question, if that question is the implicit concern that you can't avoid, because you see, as far as I can tell, you're stuck with that question. Like, if you deny the divinity of Jesus Christ, you're left with that. Well, like, why did Jesus join you? Why did he come over to your side and essentially ask for your forgiveness for committing the crime of the accusation that you gave onto him? So it's like he's not arguing with your accusation. So why is God not arguing with your accusation? And that's because you have the freedom to have that accusation. So the answer to the question is is the evil in your heart. That's what stands between you and God. That's why God forsook his only son.
Yeah, but I've also heard that was also God. Like
I
God
don't
is God, Jesus is also God. Like,
well, he's one part of God,
right.
one out of three parts, God in three parts.
So about Revelation being a, did you say a dream?
Yeah, well, the book of Revelation is a dream by John of Patmos.
Okay.
John went out to Patmos and he dreamed and he wrote down his dream.
Mm. See, I like the Jesus more in his dream.
And I always tell people, because a lot of people heap on a lot of things to Christianity, which I think is not Christian. Like this idea that you always forgive people and stuff like that. Like
Mhm.
I don't consider like being pathetic and sort of is part of Christianity. The idea is that it says judge not lest ye be judged. It doesn't say do not judge. It just basically says that judgment is what's it called? A two-sided sword. It cuts both ways. Like
Mhm.
if you're going to judge, it's going to cut back onto you. So you must be ruled by your understanding. You must be enslaved by your own understanding. And it's going to judge you as it judges everybody else. So, you might even want to start by judging yourself. People already judge themselves, usually, in a lot of ways. And it's just universalizing your judgments so that you have a proper judgment. I mean, the Spirit of the Lord, even in Christianity, in the Christian scripture, it says the Spirit of the Lord is the spirit of understanding and knowledge, and the spirit of judgment. Judgment is included in that. So you are supposed to have judgment. You're just supposed to have a righteous judgment, a proper judgment. And out of your judgment, you can create sin, and you can also create the remission of sin. You can blot out sin using your judgment. There are a lot of things that can be done in the light of understanding, in the light of reason. You can save people from things. It talks about the sin that is not unto death. And it talks about the remission of sins in the Christian scripture. So it's like there are all these spiritual powers and spiritual tools that are available, but a lot of these things are very psychological.
Mm.
And I don't know, it gets into being able to overcome the things that are spoken about in Revelations.
Mm. Hey, Muhammad.
Yep.
You've mentioned Jordan Peterson a couple times. Have you listened to his biblical series on Exodus?
I started to, but it's like this. See, there's a term what we call professional. What do you call it? It says it's French profession deformation professionnel. What that means is if you become too specialized in a particular field, which is very specialized, you start to see everything through the lens of that specialty. And life is so much more about that special. For example, if I'm a doctor or an engineer, I start looking at every problem, even non-engineer problems, with the lens of being an engineer. So I think he's psychologizing the religion and the faith of the Bible and its actions and its premises, which I don't have any particular objection to, but it didn't make any sense. I mean, Bible is a scripture and it gives us parable, it gives us some morality by giving us examples and parables, and then leaves the decisions to us what we're going to do next. You're doing psychological examination and try to explain that through psychology lens, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I just wasn't too interested, because to me, scripture is God tells me do this. If you believe in me, if you submit to my will, do not eat pork. And I don't need a psychological justification of that. Yeah, there may be some scientific fact behind it, which happens to be true, but I'm not following that because science tells me don't eat pork because A, B, C, D, E, F. I'm not eating pork because God that I believe in commands me not to eat pork. And for me, that is the end of the discussion. He tells me, if you submit to me, if you're a Muslim, do not touch this thing, do not touch alcohol. That's the end of the story for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I disagree with what he's saying. It's quite, but like, see, I listen to so much stuff, I read so much stuff, I watch so much stuff. I truly, if I did have more time, I probably would listen to what he was saying. But like, I just don't have that time. It's a very long series, and I actually recommend to people to listen to his biblical series. But I've listened only to very short excerpts. But I have listened to pretty much every other interview that he's had.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of it. Yeah, except a few blind spots he has here and there. I think he's done a great service to society, and he will be a great reformer. Once he's no more, then we will realize his true value. Unfortunately.
Oh, I know. And see what I love about, because I listened to his older series where he was just trying to psychologize it, and I like
that's the reason
better.
that is the one that I'm talking. I'm not talking the new lecture series. I'm talking about the one that he did originally back in 90s. That's a real substance, because that is all long before he became the star of everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the real stuff. That's real stuff. I love that series anyways.
But I like listening to their breakdown, their reading of Exodus and their breakdown, because all these guys come from different disciplines. Like he comes from psychology, but then you got Dennis Prager, Dennis Prager. And then there's like an author and somebody that works in film.
Jonathan Peugeot would be there. Oh yeah, there he's sitting on right hand of Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. Now just listening to their dialogue during it, it's kind of cool.
And see, the other thing for me is, like, I don't need to listen to it because generally I already agree with the message in Bible. So yeah, they're doing an analysis. Yeah, but I've read Bible. I read Bible whenever I'm doing something, and I need to. I just go and pick up my own copies and I just go through them. So yeah, they're doing an analysis, but this is kind of a dissection and examination, not really an exegesis on an academic level. But it's a fantastic thing. I'm not saying it's wrong. What I'm saying is I'm just not too. I think primary reason is because I don't have time to do it actually. Delve into it. It would this would require, I don't know how many 1,000 hours to go through all of this, and I've got too much on my plate anyways to read through and watch through and whatever.
Yeah, I think there's 7. Yeah, it's like 15 hours I think total.
Oh, yeah, no, but I'm talking about his original series, all of it.
Oh yeah.
15 hours. It's way more than 15 hours.
Yeah.
Because I scanned it and I said, oh geez, this is too much. I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
Maybe if I get sick and I'm stuck in a hospital bed, maybe then I'll listen.
Right.
Who knows? Yeah.
Now because I listen to quite a bit of his older stuff, and I like this much better.
You should if you're a fan of Peterson's, then all his stuff from 1990s, his TV interviews where he discussed evil, concept of God. Oh, this is like, when I listened to that, I said, wow, man, this is the real stuff. This guy is a real thinker, and that I stand by my statement.
Yeah.
He's not just run-of-the-mill grifter guy who's just doing stuff to become popular. He's been saying exactly pretty much same stuff like 3 decades before he ever was near any stardom. Yeah. And that's fantastic stuff, actually. His evil concept of evil or God, I don't remember. But like, I've listened to a lot of his stuff. Yeah.
I mean, you guys know more about Peterson than me. The only thing is he kind of tiptoes around a few subjects. It was the tribalism, and also I guess I think a lot of the he kind of talked bad about the MGTOWs, and then he later apologized. And so
He
it's kind
did.
of like delving into
Yeah.
subjects.
No, I'll tell you what it is. Here's my hypothesis, and feel free to give your input, folks.
Mhm.
The more traditional a man is, more gynocentric he is, without realizing that he's being unfair to men. That look at Dennis Prager. Man should man up and get married.
Mhm.
Seriously, dude, are you nuts? Do you see what is happening? Don't you see what is happening being done to fathers? They're thrown in jail if they're sick and can't pay child support. You really mean that? Seriously? And same Jordan Peterson has the same blind spot. Oh, we become a man. It is manly to become a husband, to have a family.
You
Seriously, you
deserve
have
to
a
die.
sorry?
I said you deserve to die.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. What
female
the hell
should
is that
choose
supposed to
you.
mean? Yeah, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Like you
What
want men to walk into traps? Seriously? And he's
when
totally
when
unable to see that blind spot, which is really disappointing to be honest.
right? It's I think I see that a lot of with the conservative cucks and right leaning people generally in the U.S. that this is a blind spot. They don't want to understand. They don't want to look into it.
No, no, no,
And
no, 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 Woody. See, here's the thing: human beings, especially men, and people say it's a social construct. I totally disagree with that. We have what is our first response when we see a child in harm's way? Our first reflex response is to go and try to save and protect that child. Same thing applies on men women interaction. That is why society in general has always been gynocentric and always will be gynocentric. Okay, going back thousands of years and go forward in hundreds of
but
years, well,
this
probably
wasn't the
not.
case. The thing is, this wasn't the case before Muhammad.
No, no, no,
But
let me finish. So that's a default state. Now what happens is that once you've been and see a guy who's not been through divorce court and all that stuff and does not want to listen to the stuff and has had a happy life with his own kids and wife, you really think he's going to be able to see it? People like Dennis
that
Prager or Jordan
that calls for
Peterson?
that calls for I mean they're definitely intelligent people, but it
Yeah,
also calls for more of understanding. I'm not saying that they're dumb, but in a way that
yeah.
this part of their intelligence is kind of stupid, because the reality is in the West. I understand, aside from the way that courts and the families are dealt with these days, that
Mm.
for younger men as they are going, it is getting harder and harder for I'm talking specifically in the West, not talking about any other countries, second world, third world countries. In the West, it has become women have dwelled and depleted of any quality that they had, right? Any quality that would improve your life. That doesn't make sense to be married. And not only that, even if somebody wants to acquire or mate or date, even that, you have to deal with so much headache, so much feminism, the virus that has spread on them, that there was this recently, there was this Somalian Muslim girl who turned in, like, in one overnight, she just turned into of twerking and walking around half naked, slapping men everywhere. And she a couple days ago, this is in Houston. She got Houston, Texas. She was messing around and provoking people, and she got hit with a brick on her face,
Oh,
and
I
she in
saw
the
that.
hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, I saw
right.
that.
Yeah,
Crazy
I
bitch.
saw that on YouTube. It's making big
Yep.
rounds on Twitter and YouTube.
Oh
Right.
yes.
And so this is literally, this is the quality. Average woman is not far from that. Women seems to, and I'm not saying all women, right? But usually the good women that are just, let's say, going to work, they're not getting to harm's way. They're not getting beaten up, right? But the guy that was witnessing that, he said that, look, this was happening. She was provoking. You guys know all this. All black women are telling me that I should have done this and that. And he stated, look, I'm only here protecting I'm gonna make sure that I go home to my daughter, instead of being in harm's way for
Oh,
protecting
absolutely.
another woman that is provoking, that is
Yes.
that is in the gutters of society. Wants it
Mm.
goes around slapping random men. She yells at them, she slaps them, and walks away. That's all
Mm.
on her TikTok, right? So disgusting people
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that shouldn't be defended. Now, kids are. I understand. Kids are totally different, but
Yeah.
slowly
No,
but
no, I agree with
maturely,
you. I agree.
men
I
are
agree.
right. Because
Learning.
you talked
We are
about that.
learning. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you talked about the instinct, right? I understand. Like, hey, as a man, I have that instinct too to protect. Like but I'm not. The thing is, I don't know if I see a couple fighting, who knows that how long
Oh,
she
I
has
would
been
not
at the
go
gun to
near
him.
100 meters of them, man. I
Exactly,
would go in the
exactly.
opposite direction.
The least
I
I
want
could
to come
do.
back to my kids alive. Absolutely.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
exactly. Because that's another part. Like, hey, if
Absolutely.
you wanna look, I walk around arms, right? If it doesn't matter how many guys or whatever, I got 22 bullets with me, so it's not like anything's happening to me. And I definitely avoid. I always avoid being a responsible citizen. I always avoid getting into any altercation unless it's the end point that I have to use it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
goal. I don't get into fights. You know,
No, yeah, I
it
agree with you. I agree with you, man.
exactly.
Fight. I like you. I'll tell you what. It's let's presume even if you manage to find a woman who's you think is perfect for you, and there are a lot of decent women around.
Right.
But if you're making good money, let's say you're making $500,000 a year, the risk to you is so high financially if you get married. You you have to be insane to get
And I
involved
don't
with a
even own
woman.
my kids. The,
Yeah,
the most precious.
and exactly. Oh, exactly. I've gone through a divorce, man. So tell me all about it.
No,
Yeah, it's like
I know your story. That's what I'm saying. Like over
yeah,
here, she could
it's
fuck off
insane.
and go to her parents. If I marry in the West, right? She could no matter what I do, right? One day, if I'm not saying that this just happens rarely, but I'm because people are gonna be like, oh, how does that happen? How does this happen? Who fucking cares? It's not only her kids, it's my kids too,
No,
right?
it's because no, no, the common thing is, oh, you did not find the right woman. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, have you ever heard about like
That's
people
the
change?
biggest. That's the most bullshit. Yeah, that's one of the most brain melting, stupidest things that I
Yeah,
ever heard.
yeah,
It's like, okay,
yeah.
why don't
Because
you?
human beings change over time. Human beings change over time.
Right. But these boomers, they don't know the gynocentric hellhole that we live in now, right? And there's some boomers who understand and know, but these Pragers and Petersons, these goddamn boomers, they don't understand that, and they don't want to understand
It's not.
because
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not that simple. The thing is, I mean, I have I have been an ardent supporter of. By the way, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah to
Walaikum
everybody.
Walaikum assalam,
assalam.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa
Wa
rahmatullahi
jannatu
wa barakatuh.
halaluhu wa dozahu haramuhu.
Habra, 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 habra,
Wait, can I just point out the different ways that this is being spun? It's like this dude saying details. Houston women gets hit in the face with a brick after rejecting men she didn't give phone number. But then
No, that's
man,
stupid. Yeah.
I know, but man explains why he let women get hit in the face with a brick. She goes around smacking white men. So she was going around hitting white men
Yep.
only?
Yep. I think there was only two TikToks that demonstrated that. She has that on her own TikTok. That's what she did. The two incidents that I saw was both of them were white men. Just
Yeah.
yelling at them and then slapping them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy bitch got exactly what she deserved.
Right. And, and no
But
police
they're
report.
saying got hit in the brick for not giving a man the phone number.
No. That's I think that's wrong. She was probably like, "What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? You can't do nothing." Or the guy that was there, he made a video, maybe a TikTok or video. He showed that she was the one provoking, and who knows what happened. But stop trying, stop trying men. There's a reason why men each other we don't try each other because we
Right.
know one of us are gonna get fucked up, right? And that's the thing. But women don't realize that hey, you're gonna run into some crazy stupid guy. Like there was a really good video of this guy who came out of jail and he was in for like some homicide or whatever. Black guy. These two dumb black bitches. They came to McDonald's. Oh, here's a $50. He said we can't accept a $50. And they start yelling at him and cursing at him. And this guy, some screw, went loose on this guy. He took out a rod and he just beat the fuck out of these two dumb bitches. And maybe he probably went back to jail. But the thing is, they probably learned a valuable lesson that day to not go around fucking with people.
Right.
I think apart from the inflated and exaggerated prison rape and everything, jail is a very cool place to be.
Yeah, I think all the leftists should go there for free Medicare and free food. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing. It's like going back to the boomer doomers. They don't want to understand, and it's mind boggling. They understand international politics. They know the culture, but they don't want to understand what is actually happening. And one day, maybe one day, when they get gutted alive in the family court system, such as Crowder, they would maybe say, "Oh, it was all my fault. She didn't do nothing wrong." And maybe years later, they're gonna be like, "Okay, MGTOWs were right."
Bullets. The wall defeats them all, brick by brick.
Bricks lives matter. I was
I'm
I was
glad
going
you
around
got hit in the
posting
face
that.
with a brick.
Hopefully she learned a lesson. This was the example of modern American or Western women going around just fucking with guys. It's like
Well, but
The
this.
real kicker is
Mhm.
20 years ago, 5 men would have jumped on this man, would have stopped him using the brick on
Yeah.
this woman. In
Yep.
this time, that did not happen. And that tells us men are
Yep.
learning it's actually dangerous trying to defend women,
right.
especially when women are demonizing men constantly. Why would they do it?
Yep.
And the black guy that made the video that was there, he said, "Look, I'm not gonna get involved in this." He clearly said, "I gotta
No
go home
way.
to my
I
my
won't.
daughter."
I would
Right?
not.
He
I would not.
that his daughter deserves his protection. There used to be a male
Absolutely.
escort with women because of stuff like this. That okay, if something happens, there's somebody smarter, your brother who's there, and nobody's gonna bother you because of that. But if you go around doing this shit, a male part of your family would tell you, "Hey, don't fuck around. I don't want to get killed." Right? You go around, the guy's gonna attack me first, and then he'll beat the fuck out of you later. But he's gonna attack me first. So if you want, you can get beat up, go alone, but not with me. That's one of the traits that they could follow by a male leader in the household. But I don't know. It's very normal to do that. But I'm glad guys over there didn't do much. Oh, you know what? Actually, guys did.
In India,
Sorry.
in India as well, there was a similar case of a lover quarrel or something. The guy beat that woman to death with a huge rock, actually slamming down on her face, disfigured her. Her face was completely pulverized and turned into a mush.
What do you?
And there were men and women both standing by, not only standing by watching, they were actually moving and because they have a very hectic schedule and people have to move from place A to place B, and they can't, they are just like ants that we have to work, so we are worker ants. So that is what happened, and everyone was there was a hue and cry about why Indian women are not being saved. Well, you bitches call us potential rapists, balatkari ho tum, day in and day out, and you have the audacity to then ask for assistance in your lover's quarrel as well. Why would I have to throw myself in front of bullets and knives for women don't even know?
Right. And you don't know the what was even the story behind that. And I understand, hey, you shouldn't kill people like that, but it's like, even if that's happening, do you want to get killed with her? Right? Or do you want to get stabbed with her? That's the thing. Hey, just all my job is to call 911. The police is there to get harassed and come online for
Why,
attacking.
why do you have to even call 911? She's a strong and independent woman. She
I
doesn't need any man.
I agree, but it's kind of like you do understand, Kochar. We live in a gynocentric blue ball society, right?
No, that's a civic duty, anyways. But I wouldn't get involved myself.
Yeah, yeah.
Why,
That's the
why
thing.
should any sane, self-conscious man get involved with someone whom he doesn't even know, who are basically strangers?
Let me
If
correct myself.
yeah,
The thing is, 9 out of 10 times, unless I say I really have to call the cops, I don't. I'm not walking around, going into bad neighborhoods or bad this shit's around happening, But it's like if I see something is going to get very very bad, then I'm like, okay, that only happened once in life that I was like, okay, call the cops. But most of the times I'm like, fuck it, I'm not responsible for everybody. I'm not gonna babysit everybody. You whatever the fuck you want to do, go kill each other. Who cares? It's not my problem. You know what I mean?
Look, the thing is, if you push the people too much, then they are going to retaliate. And then no law, no police, no military, no army, nothing comes in between when you
Right.
are beating someone up to their death. And
Right.
that is what women don't understand. Men understand that
Yeah.
there is a certain line which, if both of us are in a scuffle or something, then there is a point beyond which we can't control ourselves, and we have to, check the adversary. So in
Right.
that sort of thing, it doesn't happen with women often. So that is why they get away with adventurism by and large. But anyways, good mother, you were showing some video.
Oh, add that to that lady case. Men actually, the guy when he was leaving, the other men I think tried to stop the car, but they just took off. That's what I heard also happened. Oh, and she did not report this to the police. Like another femoid was checking and called the police department in that area. She found that out, and there was like a day later since that happened. And police said, yeah, there's no report, there's nothing, nobody ever called us. Even she didn't call the police. So who the fuck knows what happened?
Big smacking another white man, much older.
I will, you mediocre fucking white man. Oh, no, a real one. Come on, come here.
Look at this piece of shit bitch.
Yeah. A pro-black Somalian feminist.
Are you winning, son? Are you winning? A boomer tells me, but Prager, Mr. Prager tells me, are you winning, son? Are you?
All right. So
Do you really think that boomers are gynocentric?
Very.
Yeah.
Fucking boomers.
But I don't know. Like, what is gynocentrism? That women have unreasonable expectations, and that society just like respects those unreasonable expectations because they don't want to give a shattered sense of reality check to the crazy bitch. Is that what gynocentrism is?
Do you want to go, Contrava, or should I go?
Because I mean, it just seems to me that this is all a consequence of the fact that in every generation, pretty girls get a lot of attention. They get drunk on all the attention for being a pretty girl, and then they develop these unreasonable expectations, and then society just doesn't give them a reality check, so it just turns into an ideology. I don't know.
It's not just pretty girls. It's 80% of all women. They get tremendous amount of attention from almost every guy. They could literally walk out after 5 minutes. They'll have like 10 guys kind of ask them out, right? So in a way, when you ask a girl out, in a way you're beneath her because you're asking for it, right? You're asking you're already starting off from a bad point. Just pointing that out. Another thing is that the gynocentrism is, for example, the courts. I think 80 or 90% of all the custodies of children are to the woman, right? In a family court system, the gyno grinder, right? In U.S., speaking of U.S., other countries are different, but probably similar. By default, the kids go to the mother, right? And the men have to pay for his wife's lawyer, his ex-wife's or about to be divorced lawyer, if he wants to fight for custody case. Also, I guess I heard stats that starts off from 50 and it ends up to 70, almost 70% of from your 401k, which is your retirement. That's where you contribute, to maybe one day get from your 401k. The company matches it, And so 2 to 4% of plus companies, let's say 8% of your income is going to your 401k. They get a, I don't know exactly how much, but they get money out of that too. That goes to her. It could be your property, it could be your house. A lot of times you would be end up crying or ending up in you living back to your parents or in your car, depending on circumstances. But that's generally how it is. Alimony, you have to pay alimony and child support. So these are majority of it is favoring a female in this scenario. So it's a lot easier for them to get divorced. Another part of gynocentrism is because men are kind of looked at as a disposable sheeples, the cannon fodders. You go fight and die for global homo, right? To spread feminism. You know, you go, buddy, go, die, and your body would never be even recovered in the trenches, the frozen trenches of Russia, right? Or in Siberia, where you'll end up, and you'll never even be probably found up. All you're gonna have is like your dog collar, if they find that, and that's about it. Maybe they'll have a picture of you. All these young men that are joining the military by age of 18 or more, it's like most of these guys, they're very young, and even in the military, if you're married, she's gonna take a lot of your income out, just straight up. If she has to divorce you, if she can allege that you sexually assaulted her, you don't need any proof. You don't need any proof for anything. You're going to be deranked, or you're going to back to be, being a private, right? If you were a lieutenant or whatever, you are demoted. After that, you have to pay alimony and child support forever. That's another part of gynocentrism. What these boomers, they don't want to, or they maybe are aware of the court system, how it is. And it's all basically thinking of men as disposable. That they don't man up. Who cares about what problems you're going through? Maybe you are mentally tortured. Maybe there wasn't enough guidance. Maybe 45% of all babies that are being born are being born in a single parent household, which 80 and 90% goes to a female. So by knowing these stats, that almost close to half of all kids are being born to a single mother household. But who cares, right? So that's I guess my way of describing, what gynocentrism means.
Eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems more like a gynocracy.
Yeah.
Gynocentrism isn't even in my dictionary, but gynocracy is.
It probably didn't exist back in the day.
Government by a woman or women. Gynocentric social.
Can't believe you're such a boomer, mother, that you're actually going through your dictionary looking up words instead of your phone.
I don't
Dictionaries
trust
are
the
good.
internet.
Yeah.
Since women invaded academia and started changing the definitions of shit, I don't trust it.
Right.
They don't even call it rape in India. Now they call it SA, sexual assault.
Everything is a sexual assault.
Yes, because they call it in modern sophisticated Victorian English, British English terms as violation, because it is much more sophisticated, as if it would wean away the effect or the psychological or physiological trauma of the aforementioned rape. So, I mean, that is just asinine at this point. But, good mother, you were showing some video. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to see this video?
Gentlemen, this is the video from Supreme Court of India, where Harvard University alumni is the Chief Justice of India in the middle of the 5 judges that is sitting. Chandrachud, iski maa ki. And this sort of bastard actually is debating, and this Supreme Court of India hearing is going on what? marital rape. So now, within the divine social fabric of something called a marriage, there has to be a man who would be otherwise considered as a potential rapist. That is happening right now in India as we speak. So this is a month-old video, but please listen to us. And from Good Mother to Mr. Observer to Mr. Zhang to Woody, I want each and every one of your views on this one.
Yes, sir.
After that. And Muhammad is stepping away for a bit. He'll be back.
Order dated.
They're talking to him. He's the Harvard alumni?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me at this point out.
Is he the youngest one there?
Dyed hair means a lot. That is what he is. Superseding judge's authority because of nepotism. His father was also the Chief Justice of India.
Mm.
And now he's... It's a collegium system where judges appoint other judges. It doesn't happen in any other country except for India.
Mm.
Bastard, at least start speaking now. What are you discussing? I mean, the camera is on. What are you discussing? Why I'm muting your microphone? Discuss it in front of everybody if you are that confident. These are the modern colonial slave owners of Indians. These bastards who have 50 million cases pending alone in the Supreme Court of India. 50 million, 50.
Show that order. तुम दिखाओ.
Mother, could you fast forward it via your keyboard? Yeah. When someone starts speaking.
In your compilation or in Mr. Dave's compilation?
Must have kept the question. Where? Which one?
287. 297.
Whose compilation?
The judgment compilation of. But my suggestion would be, I'll point out how this may affect. Your Lordships can consider framing a question and left it to be decided on some other day. Please see head note A. How this might perhaps.
297.
297. It's National Insurance Company versus Swaran Singh.
It's not there.
Judgment compilation.
Whose judgment?
Lordship may see.
There is no solicitor's compilation. It's not there in your compilation.
It's there, my lord. It's there in my submission, page 110. My submission, page 110. If you
Okay, we take
Your
your
Lordships have page 33 of
110, no?
of our compilation. My lord. I'm sorry, my lord, page 33. Page
33.
Page 33. My apologies.
इसका है
Head note A.
33. ठीक है. That is for
Head note A. No, I'm not reading the detailed head note. Section 149 2A. Duly licensed occurring in section so and so. Meaning and construction of whether different from effective license occurring in section 3. Accident. Meaning of and relevance of meaning of to question whether driver duly licensed.
This is driving license stuff. Contriver. Where's the marital rape law stuff?
Controller.
Whether a driver duly licensed.
I
when,
think
but
it
A
would
is
be
licensed.
it would be 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes forward.
hear the other side. We overruled Mukund Devangan. There would be cases which are pending across India today on which the entirety of Devangan would.
General trend of the tribunal.
Now, the Devangan regime has also held a field. Devangan itself is of 2017. For 6 years.
Generally, generally, central government, the tribunals do not give recovery rights. Nowadays, in accident,
forget the pay and recovery rights. What happens if you overrule Devangan to pending cases?
Recover your lordships is very
So
far.
therefore, we'll have to still decide whether we just simpliciter overrule it or say that, well, this is the law which we lay down from hereafter.
It will not apply to pending cases.
Not apply to
Under section
Because there will be
150,
some element of
under 100 section 150 subclause 2, one of the valid defenses that an insurance company can take.
Still driving stuff.
Because ultimately, the court, in such a case, you have to balance it. Suppose if you say pay and recover will not apply, or you say Swaran Singh had no basis in law, look at what happens to the ordinary victim of an accident.
Your lordships, may I say one thing?
The proper way to do it is in an appropriate case,
when this question is formulated properly, then everybody will address on that question. Then the court will be able to look into it and then come to a conclusion. But when the question is something else, it won't be proper also for us.
Actually, my lord may also indicate in this that actually my lord not interpreting the one of Swaran Singh. Otherwise, the insurance company will, my lord, again.
No, we are not going to go into it at all.
Because my lord, what they will say that, okay.
Look, what we'd like you to do now is we'd like to hear you on merits on the Devangan. We'd like you to tell us how Devangan is right.
Lordship, I have 2 more points.
Yes.
Just 2 more points. 5 minutes, not more than that. My second question, Your Lordship, is whether in the...
How long would you take?
Not much, I'll finish today.
And followed by?
He said 5 minutes.
About today, where you take 20 minutes?
I'll try to...
will be able to complete it today.
If it is possible.
He's finished today. He says half an hour.
I think 1 hour is enough for all of us.
I'll say 5 minutes.
This side was heavily insured. This side. I'm concentrating my arguments only on the basis of section 221 and the element of weight.
Now it is starting.
The side have argued is not important. My respectful submission, my lord. The weight constitute a very important elements of this act. There are too many definitions about weight. Section 2, subsection 3 defines axle weight. Thereafter, if your lordship may kindly come to subsection 15 is gross vehicle weight. Then it's 16 is heavy goods vehicle.
Okay, so it is all about license. This video is not good enough. Let me send you another one without boring anyone.
Driver.
After got 21 is light motor vehicle.
Over.
Yeah, this is a. Even though in the description it says marital rape, it says driving license and then marital rape. I wonder if it was earlier.
I mean, I don't know if anyone's interested, but in my law, I know the history of my law. Like, the definition of rape is basically non-consensual sex. And then the question was asked, does a wife have the capacity to withhold consent from her husband for sex? And the answer to that question was given in the affirmative, yes. She does have the capacity to withhold consent, and therefore a husband can rape his wife.
It's not rape when it is considered within the confines of marriage. I mean, we are supposed to. That is what we say for sickness and health in for better or worse, till death do us apart. It is not
Spouses meet all the
violation.
time. How many of people here have been married or are married? Is there anybody else apart from me?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, so men, husband and wife do this all the time. Sometimes you are in
Pestering,
mood to have
cajoling
sex.
other party for sexual intercourse and intimacy, and that should not be considered as rape. I
No,
mean,
no,
you
hang
are
on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. What I'm saying is husband and wife do this all the time. Husband wants sex, wife doesn't want it, and there is no sex. There are times when wife wants it, husband doesn't want it, and there's no sex.
Mhm.
So this kind of exchange happens all the time. We are human beings. Of course, you can't have sex every time you want it because wife may be tired, and the wife can't have sex every time she wants it because husband may be tired. So are we want an affidavit every time husband wants to do an application to have sex and female needs to do an affidavit application every time through the lawyer? It's just bizarre how we are, kind of legalizing everything even within legal. Like, yeah, if there is real harm to a woman or to a man from the other spouse, yeah, then yeah, let's see if there's some crime was committed. So I don't know why we even ask these kind of silly questions. Oh, can female refuse sex? Of course, female can refuse sex, so can husband. And it happens all the time between husband and wife.
Hmm.
So,
But
but the thing
I
is,
think the main thing, though, is withdrawing consent after you did it and then claiming it was
Oh yeah,
rape.
that's the problem. That's a major problem,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
and not only that, for false accusations of domestic violence and everything, sexual violence also is included into the curriculum. And if I might add, uh, even the Supreme Court of India calls it as legal terrorism, but they can't do anything about it because from the Bar Council of India to the advocates to the judges and everyone gets their own paycheck out of it because of this out of court settlement, which is a multi-billion dollar industry, both in the West as well as in India.
Bandit's asking the original question. To be honest, I don't think the psych department is a solution. They tend to use their knowledge to use people than help people. I
Exactly.
completely agree with that. The feminists,
Can we play the
anyway.
video? At least it is 4 minutes long and I wouldn't bore you.
Yeah. Let's see.
Before this judgment particularly, there were a lot of less rights for the married women. There were rights that married women cannot actually abort a child before a particular week. And in fact, the unmarried women only could do it only after 24 weeks of pregnancy. And also that there were some kind of rights that were missing with regards to sexual assault victims, with regards to minors. And this judgment has now plagued in, and in fact, not only plagued in, but also plugged all the gaps, has filled all the loopholes in the law, and has clearly set out rules for abortion, giving a right not only to the married and unmarried women, to women without and irrespective of their marital status, but also women who were subjected to sexual assault by their husbands, which we in general parlance call a marital rape. And a very, very clear line in the judgment which says that uh, the child born out of a marital rape is nothing but an assault, and hence the women should actually have a right to abort such a child. And that is the reason why the right has been given to a married woman as well to women of sexual assault. The judgment also says that the rape under the MTP Act shall also include marital rape, and the survivors should be included in the category of survivors. The 3B had earlier categorized 7 categories of women, and now it would include all of this. And this is something that would go down in the legal history, not only of the country, but worldwide. Because remember that even the most progressive country, as they call it, the United States, does not have, has also curtailed the right of abortion to a particular section of women. But the Indian judiciary is now paving the way forward for the world judiciary to see and to show how a democratic principle plays up and how the actual democracy plays up. We have with us Amit Mishra, who is the advocate for the petitioners. This is a judgment that would be laid down in the history, not only the Indian judiciary, but also the world. How do you see this?
Yeah, today's
I'm very happy that today is International Safe Abortion Day, and this judgment has been passed on this wonderful day. And I will say that today, this judgment will set new chapters in the history of not only in India, rather in all over the world. That India is progressive. India is progressing day by day, whereas on the other hand, in the US, where the abortion law has been, the rights of abortions has been curtailed, but in India, it has been given to not only the married, rather unmarried women also. So this judgment is really remarkable, landmark, and progressive as well. The areas which are covered not only pertaining to married, unmarried, rather the court today also covered the minor also, which the rights pertaining to minor somewhere conflicting with the POXO Act. The court has covered that aspect also, that gray area also in this landmark judgment. So I'm very thankful to Justice Chandrachud, who has passed such a remarkable judgment. Really, I'm very thankful that this judgment has passed on International Safe Abortion Day.
Mr. Mishra, because we see
Save
what happened in
Abortion
Roe
Day.
versus Wade, we saw
Yes.
what the US
Is that a
Supreme
new
Court said
thing?
about abortion rights. Do you not think that India is now paving the way for world laws? India is now somewhere leading the way for the judiciary in the world across?
Definitely, India is leading a march towards and setting new chapters for all over the countries in all over the world that see these are that India is setting new rights for all the women, for married, unmarried, minors. That these are the basic fundamental rights which should not be, no one should be denied from these rights to in India, and therefore it will be a huge success for India, and it will set benchmark for all over the countries.
My last and final question before I let you go is that a very, very important aspect that this judgment also covers is marital rapes. The Supreme Court has said in its judgment that rapes shall also include marital rapes. How do you see that coming?
Just now judgment has passed. I have to go through with that, what the pertaining to marital rape, what the court has said. I will go through with that finally, that how the court has perceived pertaining to 375 clause 2. Only then after that I will be able to comment on that.
Oh, now you would not give any comments, bastard, because the entire Bar Council of India would be, start clobbering at you.
Sorry, can I just ask you, Contriver, how does the law in abortion work in general in India? Do you only get an abortion if there was a sexual assault?
It has been legalized since the 70s, my man.
So
Since the
just on
70s.
demand, abortion on demand.
No, abortion can't be on demand. At least you have to show that you have been impregnated, and whether it was rape or incest or something like that.
Oh, so there is no, you can't just have abortion. It has to be based on sexual assault.
Look,
Or
everything
incest.
goes by in the black market, whether it is abortion, whether it is anything. So I mean, let us not just put the cart before the horse, because everything goes in India. It is as corrupt as China, it is as corrupt as Africa, it is as corrupt as any country in the world. Ukraine, okay, everything goes.
Well, in my country, you don't have to be corrupt because you can get abortion on demand in my country, as long as
Yes,
it's not
but
over.
why demand it? Why not have sexual restraint? Why not have sexual discipline? I know that is very hard to do in this sexualized world, but that is the basic premise of a conscious society. Now people are just sleeping around and having children on the floor. So
Are
that
men
is
walking
my,
away from marriage in India? Contriver. Are men walking away from marriage in India? Do you
sir,
see that?
I am a victim myself. Everyone
So you
knows my
do?
story on
Oh,
this
no,
channel.
I'm not.
at
I'm not.
least.
Sorry, I'm not aware of your story. But like in general, like we see in West, that men are like in USA, men are not getting married. In countries like Australia, where common law marriage is recognized, you don't even have to be married, and you don't even have to be living under the same roof to be considered in relationship. So, what about in India? And that's why men are like trying to stay away from these things, like getting in relationship with women? Do you see that, or at least start of that trend in India, or no?
It has already started.
Okay.
It was earlier about, for example, I would tell you honestly, in the 80s, it was all about, you know, uh, a pickup artist or someone who could woo a woman, pull a wool over someone's eyes, something like that.
Hmm.
So it faded away. In the
Hmm.
90s, the gender war, boys are best, Janilo, Batiye, Manlo, and then girls are best, that sort of rivalry started, and then it had been in full force where men were kept totally in the dark regarding as to what real female nature is, from gigolos to male strippers to male prostitutes and everything, from foreignpolicy.com and others. This has been the report since the 90s in India, since the
Hmm.
90s. So
Hmm.
earlier it used to be under the camouflage of communism and Marxism, and now
Hmm.
it does in under the camouflage of feminism. So women have been like that. It is just that they do not display, or the society tries to not wash their dirty linen in public. That is the
Hmm.
thing. Now it does happen out in full front. The entire naked dance happens, and everyone has to put up with it, because that is what the law says. They have done the very same thing called, which Susan B. Anthony from America did, called educate, organize, agitate. Now when you do this and someone is in your face saying you are a potential rapist, you are a potential rapist, there is something wrong with you, masculinity is toxic, the whole 9 yards, 24/7, 365, media, television, parents, family, everybody tells them that there is something wrong with you. Do you think that that man would not feel a little bit downhearted and sulken over the fact
Hmm.
that, you know,
Hmm.
everyone is up in arms and there is a furor going on around them? There is a
Hmm.
hue and cry, and you can't decipher
Hmm.
as to what is what.
Hmm.
So we are in that phase of men's rights. This too
Hmm.
shall pass, because it is just like the stages of grief. It is about plea bargain. First is denial, then is anger, then is plea bargain, and then it is all about acceptance. So when acceptance comes, MGTOW philosophy would skyrocket. Now it is all about men's rights, because they think that some holier than thou female MRA activists have been working for the last 20 years or something, and they are going to bring some change, because they are now trying to, they have now accepted the fact that what is female nature, but they are trying to find a unicorn right now,
Hmm.
just as to what was back in the early 80s and 90s for a
Hmm.
Western white man. So that is the case
Hmm.
right now. This too
Hmm.
shall pass, and then when they would consider that there are no unicorns in the world, as both of us are know this as injured parties in our own personal capacities, then they would come to the fact that they would come to the realization that this is not something which is digestible. This is something unpalatable, and they are not going to put up with it.
Hmm.
And they have already started doing that. It is just that it is a frenzy and a penchant for their own speech that they want, because it is all about doing the right thing and, speaking for the voiceless. I mean, it is all altruistic at this moment. But I think that MRAs in India, like Mr. Anil Murthy and others from Save Indian Family Foundation,
Hmm.
whom Good Mother had interviewed on this very channel. Uh, these people are actually doing some things, and we would love to hear from any male Pakistani men's rights activists as well.
Hmm.
Not female MRAs, because they are only to clout chase as divas.
Hmm.
They don't do the real work. Only men do the real work.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm a
But
victim myself, so so I don't try to say anything. And Bullett's very rightly said, because a man's home is no longer his castle, and that is the phenomena which is the case. Because if you are going to put a woman's name as the head of the household in your ration card to get ration from government at subsidy, wheat, rice, whatever, if you are going to get electricity bill in the woman's name because woman is the head of the household, if you are going to get public housing scheme in a woman's name, if you are going to get a car in a woman's name, then what is a man? What is the significance and relevance of a man anyways? You get married to the government and their subsidies and their welfare programs, and that is what women are doing right now because they know that government is going to bail them out.
So, Mohammed, you currently live in Australia, right? Have you always lived there?
No, I moved here in 2008.
Okay. From Pakistan.
That is correct.
Okay. So did you do your education and stuff in Pakistan, or like your higher
All of it.
education?
Yep.
All of it?
Yep. All of it. Yeah.
And you got married in Pakistan or in...
True. In Pakistan.
Okay.
well, didn't you have like a very a wife that was from a very rural part of the country?
Yeah. That's true. Very conservative family, but that doesn't matter if you move to a Western country, and if an individual decides to go full personal freedom, there's not much you can do, whether it's man or woman. But the problem lies in the fact that if the party who's the primary breadwinner, he or she is the one to lose all the assets.
As I always say, women are only good as men allow them to be.
No, you cannot. Like, what do you mean by that? Expand on that.
I think, okay, I don't want to personalize your example. Let me give you a different analogy. In Western society, you would presumably have seen for quite a long time that when a girl is in their mother and father's conservative household, okay, till the 12th standard or 12th grade, they uh, go to school, they have long hair, they wear all the dresses, and they look feminine, and they look beautiful, gorgeous. What happens is after they go to college, they shave their head, they get tattoos, they sleep around with hundreds of chaps from the very same semester or something. That is what happens. And what is the response of the parents when they realize as to what their daughter has become? They say, under their own disguise, because they can't blame the daughter, they blame college by saying, "Oh, look at what college has done to our darling little daughter." No, no. The reason being, she wanted to do the very same thing while she was residing in their father's household as well, in that very conservative household as well. It is just that she was not allowed to act like
Where
a
do you live?
whore.
Where do you live, contriver? Where do you live, contriver?
I live in India.
Yeah. Have you lived in any Western country?
I have.
Which country have you lived in?
Canada.
Canada. So I'm not sure what you mean. Parents control the girl, because no parent can control their children in the
I mean,
West,
first
because
generation
one phone
immigrants
call.
I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah, that can happen, but like even that doesn't always happen. Even first generation, like for example, my children, they know they can call police. And once my daughter tried that, I'm going to call police. I was telling her certain boundaries are not to be crossed in terms of using, iPhone and this and that. And I gave her the phone. I said, yeah, go ahead and call. And then remember that you're never going to be able to see me again. So you, whether you're a parent or a husband or a brother or a boyfriend, your total annihilation is just one phone call away. So there is
I
no
know.
control. There is no control the parents or anybody can wield on a woman or a man who chooses to conduct himself or herself in a certain way. You
Sir,
know why?
I
Because the society, individuals may have morals, but Western society has lost the sense of morals, and they've placed self-interest and selfish desires, whether it's men or women, above the collective, which is the family. There is no, yeah, there are families, but it's not the way we perceive the family to be.
Yes, but the thing is, you are, historically, if I might say, I have given the analogy of a woman from the bra burning generation of the 60s, the late 60s, by the way, who
Mm.
went to
Yeah.
University of California, and her
Mm.
parents were Republican senators from the Californian province. So
Mm.
that was the example I was giving. So, regarding the history of historicism about it, I was giving that example. But why the girl wanted to do what she wanted to do only after going to college? Why she couldn't do that before? Because parents had an iron hand in an iron glove sort of
Yeah,
mentality.
50,
And
50,
that is
50 years ago, yes, not today.
yes. So I
Yeah.
was giving that historical
Yeah,
example
yeah,
to
absolutely. I
showcase
agree with them.
as to what female nature really is. That
No,
women are only good as men allow them to be. If they are under the leadership of
men are
Taliban, they are
also
going to
no,
behave. Yeah.
no, but men are that logic also applies to men. Men are
Oh yes.
evil only as far as men other men allow them to be evil. Otherwise, if you leave men unharnessed, unchanged, free from all laws, what will they do? They'll A lot of men will go doing violent stuff, which is because
Well.
men are by nature a bit more physical in their activities.
Oh yes.
Can I
So
Totally.
just?
this,
Totally.
yeah.
I'd like to add another point here. I I mean, I think that it's not just this. That there's a reason why history is the way that it is, and that's because sexual liberation for women didn't exist before contraception and the pill. And so now that we have like reliable contraception, women
Mm,
don't have that traditional fear of sex that they used to have, because it used to be
mm.
incredibly risky for women to have sex. Now the risk is far reduced. And so,
I
like
The
culture
same risk
is getting to
existed.
grips with that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the,
But see,
the,
it's not correct to apply this only to females. 70, 80 years ago, if you impregnated a girl and she became pregnant, you would be lashed into marrying that girl and owning your responsibility. So there were severe consequences for men also, not just for women. But yeah, women had a higher stake because they are the ones who do get pregnant. So that's absolutely fair to say. But it's not
yeah.
fair to say it's to say, oh, men did, as if men did not have any consequences to their actions. But today, and this sexual liberation, who's really enjoyed this liberation? It's not women, it's the men who want to sleep around because women can control their contraception. They've got contraception, so it's not women who are really reaping the benefits of this liberation, so-called liberation. It's the men who want to just sleep around.
Yes, but my point is, if we go into back into the history of Roman Empire, or even in our South Asian history, women used to take some, herbal medicine from some local, healer or a doctor or something, who used to give all these Hakim Lukman types, and they used to give all these medicines through which they
Mm.
used to abort their own babies. A herb that could act as a poison to a pregnant woman, which could abort a fetus, was available in India 4,000 years ago and in entire
Yeah.
South Asia.
Mm.
Entire South Asia, including
Uh-huh.
Pakistan, including Afghanistan, including Bangladesh, including Nepal and Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, everywhere. So, what is that herb that acts as a poison so that it aborts the fetus when you are going to a squat toilet? for defecating or urinating, and that is exactly what used to happen. Women did that back in the day. Women in the Roman Empire used to abort their own children without any contraceptives. So female nature has been that way. It is just that we, under the guise of hardcore orthodox traditional conservative notion and all these sapient novels like And They Lived Happily Ever After, tried
So
to romanticize
what
something.
what are you referring to when you say female nature was like that? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, there was a polyglot called Chanakya.
Hmm.
He wrote something called Arthashastra, and he wrote something called
No.
A woman has uh, something twofold of a man, a woman has this threefold of a man, a woman has lust 6 times greater than a man, and a woman has courage 8 times greater than a man, despite being an inferior gender. That
What
is
do you
what
mean? What do you mean inferior gender? What does that mean?
I mean, physically, not
Yeah.
intellectually or
So
mentally. They used
No,
to
yeah.
crumble empires. So I'm not saying that. In terms of
Mm.
physiological strength, upper body
So
strength.
so so, but I'm not. No, sorry, sorry. My question was when you say the female nature has existed forever. What were you referring to in the context of abortion existed 4,000 years ago?
Okay, so
I'm trying to
I mean,
clarify that part.
okay, surely. Here I am paraphrasing a quote from a book of, ironically, a woman herself called Esther Villar, The Manipulated Man. And here she writes in her book, when a man says to a woman, when a woman says to a man, "I love you," what she exactly means is that you are quite a good workhorse. So please read that book. It was written in the
I've
70s.
read it. Yeah, I've read
Yeah.
that book.
So, so,
So
so,
so
so female nature in that context of Esther Villar, I am presenting right now.
yeah, so male nature is also pretty much uniform and static throughout history,
Oh
and
yeah, surely.
female nature, yeah. So
Yes, but here is the caveat to it. Here is the trick. We, a generation of conservative parents, two parents in the household who raised
Mhm.
us, who lost their virginity to each other, and they lived life under some morals or a code of something, whether it is religiosity or culture or patriarchy or something. We have seen a transition, a complete polar shift from that aspect into what it is today, which was enunciated very recently in the video, which was played by Good Mother as well, that India is becoming a progressive nation. So we are making not progress, but basically a regress in that regard. So that is the thing which I am pointing out to. Male nature could be that way. Male nature could be rapacious and boisterous or whatever. I am not disputing that fact. But at least men and women used to have a social bond, a social fabric between an average man and an average woman. That has been
Yeah.
completely
Oh
left in
yeah, yeah.
tatters right
Yeah.
now. That
Oh
is all
yes,
I
yes.
am saying.
That has been destroyed. Yeah. So
Yes.
to that end, I think there is an online article by the title of "The Misandry Bubble." Everybody should read that
Written
article.
by none other than Imran Khan.
Not the Prime Minister. This is a different Imran Khan. It's not
I
Prime
know
Minister
he
Imran
came
Khan.
out of retarement, wrote a sequel to it. I always refer to
Yes,
that.
10 years
And this is
later.
the
Yes,
first line of
absolutely.
that
That's
article.
exactly the one. Exactly the one I'm talking about. And
Here is the
everybody should
article.
just Google misandry bubble and you should read that article, how prophetically true his words were. It was like tantalizingly true that he wrote, and then he wrote a sequel to it 10 years down the line. Insane.
What does he say the proximate source of the stuff is?
Feminism.
Which which stuff? What stuff so you saying, Zhang?
Well, the gynocentrism, or whatever it is that he predicts, where does he say the source of it is?
It's quite a detailed article, but it's an overlap of too many different. He just narrates the observations. He's not explaining. He's just making observations, and he then predicts this will happen and this will happen. And he mentions feminism here and there. Then he mentions the I think family law, family court laws, and divorce laws. It's quite a very very interesting read actually. It's a very interesting read. But there is no single explanation for whatever is happening because nothing happens in a vacuum. We don't live in silos. Everything is an overlap of million other factors. So to say, oh, it's because of female nature, oh, it's because of media, oh, it's because of this or that, no. There is an overlap of everything, and there's a phenomena in what we call, which is called emergence. And the phenomena of emergence is you do 10 people do 10 different things,
Good mother, I have
and then
given you the
something else
article.
emerges. And that's called, and which nobody could have predicted. That's called emergence phenomena. It's a new entity, but it's based in and rooted in actions of the individuals. And that's called emergence phenomena. So it's an emergence phenomena of so many other things. It's impossible to it's like a butterfly effect kind of thing included.
So, good mother, I have given you the article itself, and we
Yep,
deciphered
that's
that
the one, the
article
Mr.
a
Henry
year
bubble.
ago.
Yep, that's the one.
Yes. No,
So
in the
go,
private chat.
Amanda, go to the top one, Singularity 2050. That's the link you should click on.
Yes. Written by.
Singularity2050.com.
Yes, yes, this one.
All right, I put it in the main chat too.
Yeah. Yeah. So there is the 2010, then there's a sequel he wrote in 2020 because he
2020.
had said, I'll come back in 10 years and do a sequel to this article, and then he did. It's just insanely awesome. Very, very eloquent guy. I think he's moved now to Middle East. He mentions in the sequel that he's now moved to
He
Middle
lives
East.
in Abu Dhabi or Doha, if I'm not
Somewhere, yeah.
mistaken. Yes. I have talked to some people who know him, and they are mutual friend of ours. So I talked to him back in 2014, 9 years ago,
Okay.
and not over the phone, but obviously through the social media. And he was elated to know that his article got so much traction
Oh, absolutely. I'm not surprised at all.
regarding
Yeah,
worldwide,
it's
and
just
it had
so
become
well
like a
written because he was
manifesto. Yes,
based in
yes. So
USA and then he moved
it has
to
gone
Middle
worldwide.
East somewhere. Yeah,
Yes,
it
and
is.
then
It
he moved
is
to Middle East. Yes,
absolutely.
he
Yeah.
used to
I
work
find it
in
interesting.
oil sector as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Is he? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I find it interesting that I think that Islam does have a natural immunity to certain limits, like in terms of what feminism can't really do what it does in the West to, I
Yeah.
guess, the Middle East.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that assertion. It's
Well,
a good
they
observation.
have not tried that enough right now because as we right now as we speak, Saudi Arabia has allowed LGBTs to invited them into their country.
Is it?
No, but
Okay.
even in the
Yes.
That
West,
doesn't
I
make
think
sense though.
Islam.
That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up, to be honest.
Let me give you the
Send me the
news
link, man.
article,
I
and
want to,
yes,
yeah, I want to
and
check
this
it
is
out.
from Middle East Monitor. This is from Middle
Okay.
East Monitor. I'm not lying.
Okay. No. I'm not saying you like. I'm just intrigued to read it. Sorry, Zhang, you were saying something. Apologies for the
Yeah,
interruption.
no, it's fine. I was just thinking that even in the West, Islam is a valid defense because even against the LGBTQ alphabet people, like if you say that you're Islamic, then there's a carve out for you. Like that you be given a wide berth because otherwise people are being Islamophobic. So like under the
Yeah.
cover of Islamophobia, you can still exert basic cultural norms and mores that ground
Amish people
and
seem to be doing pretty well in USA. Amish communities seems to be thriving in their own way. They don't have divorce rates this high, and we've got in Australia we've got what we call Plymouth Brethren, which are a Christian sect, and they don't have this kind of divorce rates and destroyed families. And you can tell their children from a mile away okay, these are Plymouth Brethren children. They are so well behaved, so well mannered, so well dressed. Even if they are coming from poor families, the way they carry themselves, you can tell this. Oh, this is a Plymouth Brethren family. Like it's clear cut, obvious.
Well, then, would you? I'm sorry to be so personal in what I'm about to say, but then, in both, I don't
Not
know
at
your
all.
full story, the observer and contriver, but wouldn't maybe then the problem is that the woman that you chose were not sufficiently religious enough that if they were, then that would have been a protective cultural
Oh
envelope
no,
to have
man.
a safe
They were
relationship
pretty.
in.
They were pretty reasonably religious and conservative. But as I said earlier on, people change over time, man. I was an
And then
atheist at a time. I was an atheist at some point in time. Here I am sitting talking as a believer in God. How's that? People change over time. Maybe tomorrow I'll become an atheist again. Who knows?
But also, like going back to what he said about, things were one way in one environment, and then they moved to a different environment, and
Yeah, yeah,
different
and
social
that's what I.
pressures
That's very
happen.
good point you're making, Amanda. Because I tell people it's very difficult for two individuals to make what makes a marriage successful. It's not just the individual; it's these moral values of the society,
Yeah.
the fabric of society that holds the family unit intact. Once you decide those, destroy those societal moral values, that moral structure, then families would really struggle to survive and to stay intact. And the only communities which keep the family intact and where the family structure survives are those who still maintain their own cultural identity, which is rooted in religion. Look at the Amish community and look at the Plymouth Brethren community that I was referring to, or the Orthodox Jews. They maintain their own religious identity, and you don't see those high divorce rate and family destruction rates in those communities either.
Yeah, when you're in a community like that, like all of your friends also practice the
Yeah,
same things you do.
yeah,
Like
and they're
there's not a lot
talking
of
about the same
diversity
values
there.
also. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
they are talking about same values, and the values are not, oh, don't divorce. The values are family is important. And once you see, if you become too self-centered,
Yeah.
only about me, if I decide, oh, I just want to make more and more money, well, I should just say, to hell with my kids. They can stay with their mom. It's cheaper for me to pay child support at a higher rate and work full time and make about close to $1 million a year. And why should I keep my kids with me? Because I can't work half the time when my kids are with me. Because kids are a lot of work. So I can't work for 1 week, they are with me. But I don't do that. But if I were self centered, then I should not give a damn about them. But I didn't choose to do that. But if I did, then the kids go down the drain. I don't give a damn about family or my kids. And then I become self centered. So when your primary focus is on self validation and self interest, instant gratification, short-term gratification, as Jordan Peterson calls it, then there is nothing, you're not interested in having a family discussion or maintaining or protecting your family. You're interested in doing you do you and I do me. Then family means sacrifice. That, like, I've sacrificed a big amount of my income to be able to raise my kids when they are with me. I could have left them in a daycare or baby center or whatever. I didn't do that. So that was a big sacrifice in a way, but it is also a big gain in another way. And that's important to me. It's important for them also.
Well, at least we kind of know that with successful breeding strategies, or pass making sure that your community prospers and pass on their legacy, having kids.
Well, the
There's
thing is,
always there's
Woody,
always a restriction on females' sexuality because it's very easily can be given away, but they don't allow that to happen. They're shaming tactics, and which is there for a reason, so they can have their own offsprings instead of the UPS guys or the mailmen's or the Amazon guys, right? And the Amish and I guess the Australian similar to Amish community. I forgot what you call them. They have a similar lifestyle, and we can see kind of why that, and they have the
Mennonite.
freedom to. The Mennonites, okay. No. Muhammad was talking about they have a similar,
Orthodox Jews.
community.
No, they
No,
don't have similar lifestyle. They have similar religious society structure. They're not like riding around in horse carts and stuff. They're very modernized cars and all that stuff. But their
What are they
religious
called
values,
again?
their Plymouth Brethren. Hang on, let me put this in the
Plymouth Brethren.
no
So,
Plymouth.
Plymouth Brethren. Okay, Plymouth with a P.
Let me
So
check what the spelling. I think it's
Any
Plymouth.
yeah, any community,
Oh yeah.
all in all, any community which keeps the patriarchy and the pimp hand strong are going to have babies which would increase their birth rate, resulting into increasing their demography, and they would have the future keys to the kingdom. That's it. That's a short point.
Mhm.
So any community which is patriarchal in nature is going to have more children, obviously, because women are not empowered and women are not educated. When women are not going to school and
What do you
colleges,
mean women are not? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by the women are not empowered? What do you mean by that?
well, empowered via
There's
education,
depression.
so they give away much of their fertile years, giving it to education when they should be having children to increase the demography. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, in South Korea, in United States, at least it is 1.03% or something. In South Korea, of all places, the miracle along the Han River, as they call it, it is 0.57%. Japan is dying. South
Percent
Korea
of
is
what?
dying. Why? Because of
Well,
written, mandated, stated public policies which support women, and the friction with the culture is as such that they can't actually have children via working simultaneously.
Yeah,
well,
of course. No, it's impossible to do two things right into. So you can't sail in two ships at the same time. That's pretty
Right.
obvious.
Yes.
But these guys, it looks like they put the priority of raising families over
Yeah,
getting
it's the same thing that I
university
just said, Amanda.
indoctrinated. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I did this. I did. That's exactly the choice I had to make. Or do I leave the kids with their mom full time? Come to me maybe 2 weekends or 1 weekend in a month, and I can make $1 million a year, or
Yeah.
have 50-50 care and slash that money down to less than half a million a year. And I made the choice that no, kids need their father. Yeah, their mother is good also, but like it's good for kids to have their mother also. But then yes, they need their father as well. So I made the choice, and you can't do both at the same time, because when my kids are with me, it is so much work. I simply do not have the energy to work. I could have put them in an after school care and yada yada yada, but they didn't want that, so I didn't do it.
no, they're better off with you. The thing
Children
is that
need
that
their
I think so.
yeah, no, they're better off. That's definitely a good decision. I would agree with that. They rather I would say rather have more time with your parents than other people kind of raising your kid, right?
Mhm.
And I would also make it clear that I'm not the type of person like even to enforce. I do believe that everybody kind of should have the freedom to choose, right? And for example, if when I have kids, and if when I'm raising a daughter, I would say, hey, look, go through your basic education, get married, and afterwards, if there is something that maybe you want to pursue, do that. But at least have 5 kids. At least have like 5 or 10 kids, right? And I mean, in the end, it's going to be her choice. I can't force her to have kids. But with my boys, I would be like, hey, focus on education, go towards where you have a passion for, excel in your studies, go ahead. I mean, get promotions, things like that. And if
Hmm.
in a way, if I strive, hey, you go to college, daughters, hey, next thing you know, they're getting their heads shaven off, they're or they're coloring their hair, right? And these are the
Oh,
tendencies which go
yeah,
to.
yeah.
These are
I
the
make it much. I simplify things much more than that. I tell my daughter and my son, you're free to make choices, but you're not free from the consequences of those choices that you've made.
right,
So
because
decide
most
what you
likely,
want. Of course, I want to guide them. Of course, I guide them.
right.
Look, do this, do that way. And like especially my son, he's very, very understanding. He's quite obedient in terms of like our Eastern culture. I tell him something not to do it this way once, and then that's it. He will not do it. He's 9 years, so sometimes he will do it by mistake, and then that's perfectly fine. But
Right.
he's like absolutely he will not do something. He emulates and mirrors me, like even the way I walk and the way I put on
Mhm.
my shoes and everything. He copies me literally
That's
everything.
more. That's more of a natural boy behavior.
It is.
You know,
It
the
is. No,
father is the first.
daughters do it too. Daughters do it too. But and I think it's different for kids from kid to kid. I think there is a natural tendency for daughters to emulate their mother more than their father.
Right.
But sons have more tendency to emulate their father, especially if the father is like, I'm very interactive and I like he plays with me, and if he has to do, let's say, algebra, I read algebra and then I teach him. I sit with him and go through the exercise, and
Right.
that's a lot of work actually. Yeah, and
Well,
that's why
that's
I
the
can't
thing.
work when it's with me.
Well, that's the thing, because if you give $1 million to a man, it's not going to stop him from having as many kids as he wants. If you give the same $1 million to a female, she's most likely not going to have kids. Or if there's a degree that she want to be a lawyer or strive to be a lawyer or maybe a judge one day, most likely she's not going to have kids. It's not the same with the men. It's
No,
we
but majority. But here's the funny thing, and they've done the studies on this, and it's my
Mhm.
observation also. Female, like I've got obviously more than 50% of doctors are females, and a lot of lawyers and doctors, once they hit around 30, 35, they don't want to work full time generally. Yeah, there are exceptions who want to work full time, but they have either already completed their family and their husbands are working
but
as stay at home dads, or they reduce their hours because they want to spend more time with family, and that's
what
perfectly
you're looking
fine.
at,
More power to them.
right? This one
Here
is
is the thing. Yeah, please, Woody, complete.
well, I was gonna say, because I understand from there's the studies on this, and when we're talking about reproduction and trying to pass on your legacy, most likely if you teach a daughter, growing up, hey, if a man can be married and taken care of, right? He can't be like married off, and most likely he's not gonna have a wife who earns a lot more money who comes from a wealthy family. He's gonna have to be a man in the house, right? As a female, she always has the option to get married even if she wants to be educated or not. She could. It doesn't matter what her age. Women generally don't lose. But the thing is, if you most likely scenario of having your daughter to have more offsprings is generally not to overeducate or send them to college. With basic education, that's generally the tent the what we see, that if they're not educated as much as your boys are, they tend to have more kids and they would have less kids if they are highly educated.
Well, I think in this day and age it is asinine to even discuss that, because it is needless to define. Even United Nations have a UN charter, and they say that if somewhere the demography is very dense, it is densely populated, you just have to educate women. And while women get educated, they lose their fertile years from 18 to 30, which is for procreation and conceiving children.
Yes.
And after that, they get engulfed within the careers and all the, you know, mesmerizing wonders of the world while having
And
their
then they
fun.
end up getting 10 cats. Then they end up getting 10
No,
cats.
that's agenda.
And
That's a
boxed wine, which is complimentary. But what I'm getting to is something else. Here is the thing which is detrimental to the effect of men. Number one, when women enter the workforce and the dynamics between a man and a woman is such as men are visually stimulated and everything else, so that creates some sort of obstacles for men to actually work with women when they are like a hungry bear in front of honey. And second thing is that
You think
women
women don't work
devalue.
visually? Sorry,
women
contriver.
do too.
Do you
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Jesus,
talking
man.
about
Like,
men. I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman. I'm not saying
oh, I
that.
can tell you, women are
As a
also
man,
very, very visual.
When
The only
when
reason,
when they look at Muhammad's hands, they want a colonoscopy, or they want him to be
no,
a gynecologist.
no. We are all human. See the female nature is rooted fundamentally in fear for her own survival and safety, and that's her instinct. That's perfectly fine. So but yeah, men are a bit more, well, not bit, fairly more aggressive in everything we do. So that's perfectly explainable. So, but like see, there are a couple of myths and lies that circulate around, especially amongst men. A,
I
there are
mean,
no consequences of sleeping around for men. B, if man sleeps around with women, he's called a hunk. If a woman sleeps around, then you know what we call her then. No. Does any one of you, would any one of us allow a hunk or a, what do you call it, the stud, to enter our home if we had a family? No. So there are consequences for males also who sleep around. It's not only for females. And the most of the consequences against females are from other females, not from men. Men are always protective of females.
Wait, so what was the point?
The point was that we talk about, oh, men are visual creature. Men want to, yeah, women are also visual creature. If given the opportunity, they will want to have sex just as much as men want to have sex. You think
Right.
only men have strong libido? No. If women have a stronger libido, perhaps, or at least as much as men have.
Right. Well, probably more. I was gonna say something, I forgot.
Possibly, well, I'm not going to discuss all the experiences I've had, but I can tell you it's no less, if not more, than men. I can tell you that. Ask Amanda. Amanda will say that. Like, females are no different from men in these matters.
Right.
That is true. If a man is very attractive, a female will have a high libido. If they are
Absolutely.
attracted to that man for some reason, and it's usually not really a visual thing, but going back to the pimp hand strong and that kind of stuff and higher birth rates, like
It's also got to do with that, oh, he's a bad boy. He exudes that aura of being a bad boy. That's a very big thing for females. For some reason, I have no idea why, but it is.
I don't know if it's
Well, it's okay. No,
breaking
it's not the
down
bad
whole
boy.
bad boy thing. I think it's a level of confidence that a quote unquote bad
I
boy
think so.
exudes.
It's not
I think
confidence.
so.
Come on, this. You guys should
It
know
is.
this stuff already.
No,
No. It's confidence plus that aura of being
It's looks.
very competent. Yeah, competent or some sort of energy.
Yeah, competent. Yeah.
It looks. It doesn't matter how much confidence you have. They look fuckable enough, and they don't. I mean, they'll probably end up in jail again, But the last fuck would be like, what of a kind, right? And
No, but that confidence has to be backed up by some real solid stuff also.
Well,
So you can't get away with just confidence alone on its own, just
the
pure
confidence
confidence.
kind of builds up. Like, we understand that there's not everybody is different by looks, by height, and stuff like that. Usually when girls say bad boys, it's about good looking guys, the guys they want to fuck.
No, not necessarily.
Yes.
Not always. Not always.
Now, Woody, I understand you're a man and you are primarily visual, and that's how men operate. Okay, women
But
don't
the
operate like
women
that.
are probably, if not way more, I don't know what's the word for it. Their horn, their ovaries just kind of start vibrating when they visually see a good looking fuck toy. Basically, they think of it as a dildo. That's not the guy they're going to marry, but that's the guy that's going to replace her ovaries.
No, it's a bit more than that. It's quite more than that, Woody. It's
Right.
not.
You're puppeting red pill fucking propaganda.
No, but that's the truth. It's okay.
No, it's not. How do you know? How many women you've been with, Woody? How many women you've been with, Woody?
How long have you
20,
been a woman?
25, I think, around 25, maybe
No, no.
26 now. No, the thing
No,
is,
no, you haven't been because you're not saying the right thing. If you had been with 25 women, you would know that what I'm saying and what Amanda is saying is true, actually.
no. Well, the thing is, well, look, I know you guys are boomers and you guys don't understand these concepts because life was a lot easier back in the day.
No,
Right?
we
Mom
don't
is your
hold on. We don't
mom-
understand the sexual drive of a narcissist. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the thing is, when in your younger years, you inherently don't understand what is attractive or not. It's like a mother. I mean, it's like you're a fish, right? And you're telling a fisherman how to attract. Like fisherman doesn't have to know. He's doing his job already. And the thing is, when people that's not you can see and I know all this stuff because of the Asperger's and the autism in the black pill. They spurg on this stuff all the time, and you boomers don't want to listen to what's actually happening. You guys, it's the confidence, it's the bad boy. There's something, there's a mystery.
It's not.
What's the mystery?
I'm telling you. Hold on. I'm telling you, women are visual when it comes to body language and how people compose themselves. That's the visual stuff. And if somebody has a false level of confidence, like they're, quote unquote, trying to fake it till they make it, women see right through that shit, and that is not attractive.
But mother, an ugly guy with a confidence doesn't get anywhere than a pretty boy with a face tattoo. He's man spreading, right? He's man spreading, sitting on the train. The ugly boy can have all the confidence, but he's not gonna get anywhere. That's the difference. And confidence, and I understand women pick up on social cues and body cues way more. They call it the EQ, which doesn't fucking even matter. You can read 2-3 books on body language and you can pick all this shit up, right? Which I have. At least I have read one book, so I gotta find 2 different books on body language. Now, the thing is, women are better at picking up these cues. Whether it's like the back of your hand. You don't know what it looks like, but you've seen it so many times. It's like inherent natural tendencies that hey, I want to get my organs messed up. So hey, I'm gonna go to this bag. Yes, the confidence.
No, hold
It's
on,
not
hold on,
superficial.
hold on. You're talking about the sex drive of whores, is what you're talking about.
Yes, because that's the lust that drives from the imbalances that people end up calling love is lust. It's not consistent, right? And people don't want to realize that it's not love, it's lust. There women are sending. You can look at the guys that women would send males to, right? They're either the pretty boy or they're I don't know. They have a good facial structure. I know it's the autism. It's coming out of me, but.
No, Muhammad or Psych, you were asking about the black pill stuff. This is black pill propaganda. So
that's
Again,
the beginning.
I have to weigh in on this one because some people actually said that MGTOW is black pill or there are some similarities. There are none. And being being MGTOW myself, I understand that they are not the same. MGTOW is about existentialism, which is beyond nihilism. Black pill is nihilism. They are blue
Well,
pillars
they
in
call
denial.
you guys nihilism. They say MGTOWs, MGTOWs, men sent their own way. They call you guys nihilistic.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
No, I'm saying they can call whatever they want. It is just that they think that by shaming men into submission, via using the very same feminazi trope of educate, organize, agitate, they are going to do some sort of damage onto us. They are not going to do this because this is our self survival. In this day and age, survival is in itself is an accomplishment.
No, there's nothing wrong with survival. The thing is, these are like the future MGTOWs. These are like young, dumb, and full of cum, and all they want is some Northern European slavery, right? That's what everybody in the black world is striving for. They don't want to settle. They don't want to, get a nice, jungle Asian or a nice Nigerian. They just want it's these Stacys and this Chad and Spurgeon on the facial features of Kyle Rittenhouse or some other model, right? So
Yeah,
the thing is, but these are the guys that will probably turn MGTOW later on in life.
they would, but the thing is, frustration is only about because they can't identify what is going wrong with the society.
They
can't
know. They know
decipher it.
everything. They know everything that you know. The thing is that, and geomaxing is the solution to all like this Western problem that we have. And few guys they take that gold pill, take the gold pill, Muhammad. They take the gold and Zing take the gold pill and let the gold pill guide you. That if you want to have a wife and kids, you can have that. All you have to do is money max. Try to make as much money as you can. And I guess just have a kid in another country or have a family in another country.
I
Family in
don't
another
think so
country is no
because
family at all.
yes, and not only that, it is just that they would not understand as to why is everyone knocking at my door right now.
I think it's me. I'm delivering your Uber Eats.
So I just wanted to bring up two things here because, okay, well, in pickup artistry, I know that there's some people that talk about the North Star principle. Do you know about that, Woody?
No, I never even heard of this term. What does that
Okay,
mean?
so the North Star principle, I think, is what Amanda and Observer were talking about in terms of confidence, which is that a man who has a sense of purpose, who has a sense of going in a certain direction, but like a deep, almost spiritual commitment to something, and that he's serving something, like that he's going towards something, that women are attracted to that because the man has a central pillar that connects all of his actions, and so he can be made sense of. You can sort
The
of
thing is, you can mimic, and you can pretend to be confident. These
No,
things
you
are very
can't.
learnable. Yes, mother, you
but
can.
You
but
can, but people can see through it, man, in an instant.
yeah, totally.
What are you gonna see through? You can only see what I'm trying to demonstrate.
No,
You could literally
no,
be
no, no.
a serial
No, but
killer, and he
the
would show
thing
a
that
lot of
you're
confidence.
demonstrating- But is the thing that you're demonstrating, is it of high value? Like, is it deeply self-consistent? Like, is it coherent in a sophisticated way? Is it all embracing? Because, like, there are levels of sophistication and depth. So it's like, just because you can demonstrate something that you think can look superficially strong, like, it's not going to hold up, under much test. Like,
Well,
if you
that's the
take
thing. That's the thing. Okay, with confidence, the confidence comes from competence, right? So if there's something that you want to succeed in, you try to repeat it until you can perfect it, and maybe perfect it further on. The thing is, generally, the rule is this is what I do, and this is the simplest form that I could explain on PUAs and in this confidence or whatever. I men spread everywhere, right? I scratch my balls when I'm sitting anywhere as far and wide as I can, so everybody else is uncomfortable around me, right? I'm exuding so much confidence, right? And I can say, I talk about sometimes the weird stuff. But even with my girlfriend right now, I would just talk about whatever. I ask her, she doesn't know. Hey, we're just gonna go over here, something closer to my house. That's it. And it's like just having just basic grooming. Being in sales, if you can't talk, just learning these basic skills instead of going to PUAs. This is maybe something that dads should have teach to their kids, right? They wouldn't have to come to PUAs and pay them $2,000 an hour for a bullshit video that you're gonna get is not even coaching. So just having normal basic skills, having a good hygiene, and manspreading as far as you can, right? And also scratching your ass. Maybe these are good enough traits. Aside from scratching your balls and ass in public, these are good enough traits that instead of approaching thousands of women, see if there's a woman maybe looking at you. maybe she has a focus on her face. It doesn't have to be, if somebody's working at Starbucks, hey, she's made my coffee first, so she made my coffee last. That doesn't matter. If you think that you can ask or talk to her instead of making a part-time job that you gotta talk to like 2,000 girls a day, just to find these traits. These are the body language traits that Black Pill will talk about, and that's about it. And if you say, hey, my coffee sucks, but do you want to go out? And that's all you need. It's either she's going to say yes, no, I have a boyfriend, No thanks, whatever. And that's all they need. But PUA, that they made it, you gotta get all your chakras aligned, and you gotta exude confidence. These are alpha male strategies to success, to get laid every week, boyos.
If you have to take lessons and workshops from a PUA how to get women, then you're probably not going to get any women.
But these poor guys, they don't know. They were paid $2,000 boot camps.
But you might get superficial women. That's what I'm saying. If you're
Right.
behaving
Yeah,
in a manner
sometimes,
that's
yeah.
superficial,
Yeah.
Right. That's the thing. There's no marriage mind. I mean, being married. I'm honestly being married in the West. I would say you're a fool to do it, but if you want, go ahead. Right. But that part of maybe being with somebody in a long term doesn't really exist anymore. The girls, they leave their guys all the time. Guys are not the ones breaking up generally. She has to be batshit crazy. She got to be like one of the well, like if mom has asylum, and if she left, like if she escaped, that's type of crazy bitch behavior is before getting reformed or going through the electric therapy. If she escapes and she runs into a guy and he'll be the white knight saving her, then guys leave. They're like, okay, this is super stupid, because of females in the West are like a a high valued commodity. So not everybody's getting it. Although 50% of men, there's couples walking everywhere, right? But speaking of, when it comes to these teachings, these guys, they want to either have way more women, or they want to have a lot of success with women.
I was just trying to make the point that you should actually be self-realized, and it's important to be self-realized, at least in concepts. Like, I think the North Star principle is worth learning, because it doesn't teach you how to be self-realized, but that you should. That should be quite high to be self-collected.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You don't have to learn all this. Just be normal.
Well, I mean, then I think you're just going to have a black pill existence, which I think is leading to, from what I hear, it seems to be feeding the problem to some degree, because you're not actually like subverting the current system. You're just sort
Dude,
of
there's whales. There's literal whales on Tinder getting more matches than Leonardo DiCaprio, right? So before it used to be okay. You can go you don't have to go for a 10, right? You don't have to go for a Hollywood actress, right? Ooh, right? Now, okay, let's shoot for the bottom. Let's shoot for not the bottom. Let's shoot for average. Average chicks are getting passed around. I don't know, by very rich guys or whatever. Okay, now, okay, all right, let's go to the bottom, right? Let's just let's go to whales that would literally kill you. Okay, these whales, before it used to be a Sara Lee's, cheesecake. That doesn't matter anymore. They got such a bad attitude, and not only that, but they're the ones getting hit up all the time by so many other men. It's like, what the fuck are you gonna do? The only thing is, just go to Mexico, fuck around town, get a bunch of STDs, and come back to US. So much confidence, right?
Don't exist.
Say what? I didn't hear you.
So the trad women don't exist.
They don't, and it's the environment. Even if a woman wants to be trad, she could leave, whenever she wants, and then you're gonna have to fight custody for your kids.
He
Like,
is
what's the
right,
point?
but but the trad women answer, trad women only exist in a patriarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a short point.
Even
Trad
even
women
even if
exist
there is
in Taliban.
even if there is a traditional woman, what I'm saying is, let us assume hypothetically, for the matter of discussion, that you do find a traditional woman, you do believe her to be a very good woman, but here's the catch: if there's a 50-50 chance she could change her mind and leave you, and the legal system and the state incentivizes her to leave you, and takes your money and gives it to her, would you marry her? If the announcement on the airport was, ladies and gentlemen, please board your plane, and by the way, there's a 70% chance or 50% chance this plane could crash, or 30% chance this could crash, Would you board that plane?
No, I would go by bullock cart.
That's exactly what I'm saying. See, the issue is in this question is useless, irrelevant almost, given the fact that the legal system is misandric. It is geared against men. Okay, so in my case, with my ex-wife, the division of assets was I got 21.2%, and she got 78.8%. And this is with 50-50 kids custody. If she had gotten the custody more than that, then she would have gotten more assets of mine. How's that? How's that fair?
Wait,
So you're telling me to get married again?
So you had to give her 71% of all your assets, divide that between you two?
78.78.
God damn.
Yeah, so I always tell me, stop this nonsense of 50-50 assets will be divided. No, it will be way more than that. Forget about 50-50 asset.
No, they say 50, but they divide it via 75% by and large globally.
Yeah,
Globally. Even
but
in
no,
India,
but
and
contriver, here's the thing. What I'm saying is,
just a second.
listen, no, listen. What I'm not saying the division. I'm not saying the court says it's 50-50. What I'm saying is, men are under the impression 50-50. This is a constant thing that I read. Okay, and see, here's my issue. When all the information is available on the internet few clicks away, if men choose not to educate themselves, then men are themselves to be blamed for not educating for themselves and walking into the trap. So I'm not blaming the victim here, because I'm one of those victims myself, but I knew this would happen to me. Having said that, keep in mind the fact that I didn't go get married here, and I'm not planning to. Now that I've gone through this in West, I would never do it again. Why would I subject myself to same financial destruction once again when I've gone through it already once?
All right, go ahead, contriver.
Just two things. First of all, this very feminism has radiated outwards from the West to the East as well, so much so that you have very recently seen the marital rape video. The very same laws and even more misandrist laws are being introduced in the East right now as we speak. Number two, the thing is, what that person would become 25 years down the line, we don't know.
Yeah.
Third of all, I was saying globally that 75% is the distribution unbeknownst to most men generally, and that is where from the women start negotiating. That is from where it starts, from 75%. Just like 75% of the divorces are being filed by women out of their own expediency. So that is the thing which I am trying to say, that it is the very same thing in India as well. Women try to apply for divorce, men don't. Why should they?
Right.
And why
And
would they?
it's also the part of being content. The thing is, if you have the option, if you have the flexibility of taking 80% of Muhammad, it's like then you would, right? And if you don't, then you'll be content with yourself. You'll be happy. It's like, what are you shooting for? Like you're shooting to be an astronaut, or like to be married to an astronaut, or like Elon Muskie. It's like it doesn't. When something, anybody has an option to flex and destroy somebody, they will, right? And I guess that's just the environment that we are, especially in the West. That it's not even their fault. It's like if
Not,
they have an advantage, they will.
brother, not only in the West. If you see all these, you know, PU is selling their courses. He is not alpha enough. He is not alpha enough. Well, what happened to Sylvester Stallone right now? He got divorced.
But he wasn't alpha enough.
Yeah, I mean, at the age of 75, too little, too late. After 3 divorces and 3 wives and 3 children from multiple women. What I'm trying to say is this: if Johnny Depp, of all people, can't keep his woman in check, if Channing Tatum, the Magic Mike XXL, couldn't keep his woman in check,
Will
do you
Smith,
think
Will
that
Smith,
Will Smith,
Will Smith.
Will Smith, that bastard, So if these sort of people who are the top dogs of the elite Hollywood industry with all their muscles and six pack abs and eight pack abs or bodybuilding, Aquaman, Jason Momoa, if he can't keep his woman in check and his woman can't be content with him, can you imagine for an average John Doe like all of us?
Contriver. Well,
Yeah.
I can tell you the reason why. It's because you guys are looking at the wrong area. If you give people options, they're going to leave. So if you have more money, it's easier to leave. The reason why I'm going to explain to you why the Amish work, because they have a couple things going for them. One, they speak their own language. It's a cross between Dutch, German, and English. So only they can understand each other. Okay, which is huge. Number two, they have a thing called Rumspringa. So basically what that gives the kids when they come of age is you either accept what we do as a religion or we excommunicate these people, which means that the cancer of feminism never even has a chance to grow, because if you don't agree with what we want, you're gone and you're excommunicated.
You are talking about Amish, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking about Amish right now. Another three, why the Amish work. They represent 30% of all births in Pennsylvania, which means they have a large demographic group that is a solid voting bloc. Okay? You're not going to F with them, because if you do, guess what? You got to have to deal with the Amish repercussion. And that's why the last election is the first election in a very long time where the men took their wives and said, you're voting for Trump. That's why the cheating in Philly was so bad, because they had to make up for all these numbers they weren't ready for. Number four, you're in a community where you're self-sufficient. You have the means of food, production, everything. Like, what are you going to take from the Amish? They make their own food.
Yeah.
They're self-reliant, okay? Number five, you're in an area where the Mennonite protect them. So you have people that with technology and that they can use to run the back office stuff while they handle the non-technology. Number five, technology, okay? Technology is a cancer. I'm telling you right now, you guys are going to probably blow your
Uncle
mind.
Ted was right.
Yeah, technology is a cancer, because what it does is it takes the means of being a man and makes it irrelevant. So it gives options for women to leave. If you're reliant to making your own stuff and you're reliant for protection, you're not going to leave your man. It's suicide. Okay? And you get excommunicated and all this other stuff. You have the rules of the religion to keep. Religion and shame keep people in line in the Amish community. That's how and the big one that we all don't talk about is, guess what? They go to Amish schools and they only get an 8th grade education. Because guess what? Once you get into the upper education, you get taught by your parents and you learn on the trade. Like if you want to build a house, they don't teach you how to build a house. They teach you on the job. Education, I'm sorry to say it, is another reason why you have such a high divorce rate, because you give people options. It's why the Amish work, is because they're using the old school mentality. It's not
right. But in Australia,
the ignorant people think, oh, they're just dumb and they're uneducated. Well, there's a reason for that. All the education they need is at an 8th grade level. All the other stuff is bullshit. To run a society, you don't need more than an 8th grade education. They've proven it.
Right.
All this other stuff is just indoctrination. So that and the other thing is, to deal with the Amish, you have to be vetted by the Amish. Like they're not gonna they protect their own. If you're going to work with them, most of the time they have to barter with them. So like if you're a contractor and you do contractor work where they don't have the tools, they're not going to pay you in dollars. They're going to pay you in a cow. Okay, so you have to be understanding that sometimes you're not going to get paid in dollars. You're going to get paid in assets, which is fine, but they're going to also vet you too. So if you start spewing your feminist bullshit, they'll just pay you a cow and say, nope, you're done with you. Okay? They'll honor it, but they're not going to deal with the indoctrination shit. You got to protect your values. Like it's on a deathbed. Like literally, like you're on your deathbed, you got to protect your values, your principles, what you stand for. If you allow any little bit of a crack, it's a game over. And the Amish realize this. And why do you think they're happy? Because it's not just living in ignorance. They have to codepend on each other. I've been in communities where they're rich. I'm in finance. I deal with rich people all the time. They're the unhappiest people alive. I've been in areas where the average income is $30,000 for the family. And guess what? They're happy. You know why? Because it's a community. It relies on your neighbors for help. You don't just do work for people. You barter. Barter brings people together. Cash does not. When you have to trade your own assets for a friend or a neighbor to get stuff done, that relationship is a lot deeper than cash, because cash is just like, it's blah. I don't see the representation. When you hand people cash is like a credit card. You're just handing someone value and getting cash back. If you hand someone something that you built or made, like say like a leather belt, you can do all those sweat hours of making that. You have more commitment on trading things, which means you're going to deal with people that you like or your people you deal with. And if you screw people over, guess what? The whole community knows about it because you're in a small community. So you take away corruption in a sense, because if you screw someone over, you're excommunicated. This is why the Amish work.
That's why I said disown your kids. Disown your disobedient kids.
No, this is all what you've described is all they're correlations. They are not causation, because in Australia we've got Plymouth Brethren, who are also a very, very religious community. They do everything that you're saying Amish don't do, and including technology, education, and everything they do, and yet their divorce rates and stuff is as low as Amish. They don't have divorces, but the only thing common is if you don't agree to abide by the values, you're excommunicated, and then you don't have anything to do with the rest of the family or rest of their community. That's the only common thing. Apart from that, they speak English, they indulge in computer, they drive cars, whatever. They get educated, become accountants and doctors and whatnot, and they are just as well preserved in their family, which is what I was saying before you joined the stream, that the only communities where family structure survives is where they protect their moral values, and all those communities which survive are very well rooted and steeped in their religious doctrines. Amish community is a great example from USA, and Plymouth Brethren is a great example from Australia.
But there's a big difference here. Pennsylvania is, I hate to say it, unless you're in a rural area, Pennsylvania is a hardcore lefty state. So you have an area where the left is trying to feminize the Amish for decades. Like they're on the attack all the freaking time. I don't know what it is in Australia. I don't live in Australia, but the Amish are always attacked. Their news articles, all this. I mean, Yahoo News puts the same article out once a month about how the Amish are threatening women and all this other bullshit. It's they're always on the attack, and that's why I'm telling you how to deal with an area where you're surrounded by enemies. Like I said, I don't know Australia's situation, but they're on the defensive. They're in their little bubble. Everything else is trying to change how they view lives and make fun of them and everything else. Like they're always on the attack. That's the big difference. That's why I'm saying technology is not your friend.
No, I think both of you are correct. On this, because it's like one of those traits that if you try to apply in your life, you would get the outcome that you want. And basically, like even if you have a hard religious leaning, that generally would keep people together, or communities together, or have prospering families.
But I'm just saying, because what technology does in a nutshell for people, it takes the value of being a man away. What does man provide historically as a tradition? I'm speaking in trad views. I understand we have issues on trad. I understand that, but I'm just saying, in general, it's about making something. It's about being a provider, and it's about protection. Technology takes that all away. Okay, it would be the different. It's the difference. You talk about real quick. You talk about like if there was the artificial womb, it would take all the rights away from women. Well, guess what? Technology takes all the rights away from men. If you roll things back, you have more traditional values, because women value more protection and to be protected through a standard of living and protected through, standard protection. That's the issue. Like the more we make life easier, the more we take being a man and making it irrelevant, and that's a problem.
Well, Ted Kaczynski, he wrote a manifesto regarding huge emphasis on technology, right? The thing is that it is here and it's not going anywhere. We live in a brave new world, right? So we have to deal with this, and we have to, as accordingly, we have to find ways to meet our goals. You have to navigate. So it's not even going to go anywhere. It is just what it is.
I mean, there's only one religious Amish offshoot that I know works with technology, but they keep their communities about to 150 people, and it's the Hutterites. If you really want to look at that, what you're talking about in America, look at the Hutterites.
Okay.
That's a community.
I don't understand why technology would necessarily remove protection. What did you say? Protection and
because if you
Security.
the Amish, they have to use a board to clean their clothes. Okay, now we can just throw clothes in a washing machine. So what does that do? That gives women more time. And what do women do when they're bored? When anybody's bored, ends up being destructive. When kids are bored, here's a prime example. When a kid is bored and doesn't do anything, what does the kid do? Vandalize, cause trauma, cause crime, all this stuff, because they're bored. If the kids had stuff to do, they're out of trouble. So what do you do when a kid's always getting in trouble? You give them a shit ton of chores to keep them occupied so they don't do bad things. That's what technology does. If technology makes life easier, you get bored. And if you get bored, not all women, but a significant amount of women will go out and cheat or whatever because they're bored. They have all this free time to do whatever the hell they want to do. And when you have free time, and if you don't apply free time correctly, guess what? People do dumb things when they're bored. And that's the problem with technology.
Hey, is that a wolf on your profile picture? Is that a wolf or a dog?
Mine?
Yeah.
No.
It's a-
Amanda. No. That on Bandits is
Oh,
it's
that's
a bandit
a wolf.
profile picture.
It's a wolf.
Is that a wolf? Okay.
It's a wild
Looks like
wolf.
a wolf.
With a chicken
Is-
foot hanging out of its mouth.
Yeah, if you're interested, there's an excellent recommendation. The Wisdom of Wolves: Lessons Learned from the Sawtooth Pack. This was written. There's a documentary on YouTube available, and there's a book. But book is epic. If you're interested in wolves, this is a really, really good book to read about wolves. Jim and Jamie Dutcher, husband and wife team, who made a documentary, studied wolves for I don't know 10 or 15 years, and then make this documentary. And it's a fantastic book to read.
I will check it out. Thank you, Mohammed.
Yeah, especially in the context of the term that we use alpha male. So the alpha male is in the human parlance, alpha male in reality is just an obnoxious asshole male who just doesn't mind bulldozing anybody to get what he wants. But alpha male in context of, let's say, gorillas or wolves actually is the leader who's responsible for the safety of the pack or the family.
Right.
Actually,
I'm
Yes,
an
it's a
alpha male.
totally a human alpha male or a wolf alpha male.
I'm a alpha male, Mohammed.
I take your word for it.
All right. Well, what's the next topic?
Well, I just wanted to
Anime.
say that I think there are two ways. You can try go backwards and remove rights and force kind of environmentally enforce the traditional way of life, or you can kind of move forward and try to equalize the rights and equalize the law, and then meet the gender roles in the new context of equality before the law and stuff like that. And I think there's no point to trying to go back. I think that we have to negotiate or renegotiate gender roles in new context, and that means that we might as well not try to fight the tide of equal rights, but try to work out in a world with equal rights what the situation should be.
Well, here's what
Well,
it's gonna lead to.
I would give you a solution where women could work or sleep around or whatever, and feminists would agree with me for once, because it would give them their biological clock back. That is the artificial wombs. If they come into picture, everything goes away. We would still have single fathers who could raise their own children, and they would have full custody of their own children. That is what they want. Nothing more, nothing less. For sex,
Yeah,
yes, they
it
could,
doesn't work that way in real life.
yeah,
There's no
it
such thing
doesn't
as a
work.
single parent. Yeah.
Well, in an ideal situation, that might be the case. We have been raised by two parents in the household. That is nothing of a misnomer. What I'm trying to say is, for a solution, which Zhang was actually talking about. So, for a solution of moving forward and not going back to the good old patriarchy, I would give you a solution. Give us artificial wombs, and that's it. Parents and luckily, fathers would have full custody of their own children. That's it.
Yeah, you can do
Right.
that through surrogacy if you've got enough money. But see, we're just saying, oh, it's not one parent job to raise kids. A woman or a father single-handedly trying to raise a kid or children can't actually work. Who's going to pay
Right.
for all the bills?
One of the
So the
problem is,
father
look,
is
any
he is
any
procreating, becoming a father, so he would have the wherewithal to actually pay for the expenses of the child.
How will you how will you work? You've got a 3 month, 1 month old. How are you going to work
Yes.
with a 1 month old baby? Have you had a
The
baby ever? Do you know how much
the
work 1 month old is, or
the
five
the
year
gra-
old child is?
the grandmother would take care of it. Raising children
Let's say
is
she
such a
dies tomorrow.
difficult. Just a
It
second. Just a
is.
second.
Tell me
Just a
about it.
second. Just a second. Raising children is such an arduous task that even illegal immigrants who can't even speak your language, who can't even speak your bloody language, and a teenager, girls could, know how to feed a baby or things like that. It is
I,
such an arduous.
I would not recommend it, but yes, family is where you leave your kids if you don't have the time.
Look, Woody, he asked for a solution moving
Right,
forward.
right.
I gave the solution.
Yeah,
Now
the
the complexities and complications might get introduced to the single parents or the single fathers of things of this nature, which Mr. Observer mentioned. But I'm saying, despite all that, he would have full custody of their own child. That's
Yeah,
it.
but that's no, but see, contriver. We're see women already usually get majority of the custody of the children, and they have a very
95%.
hard time. Yeah, and they have a
Yes.
very hard time raising those kids. So if it doesn't
I
work
don't
for
care
women,
what
how
they
do
do. I don't care what women do, because if they are so much caring and nurturing about the
strong
child,
and
well,
independent.
why do
yeah,
they
but
get the divorce?
see, I'm not talking. I'm not tying it up into the divorce, and we are not. The aim is not to exact revenge on women by having kids for men, like by through surrogacy or through artificial womb, because in the end, the right of the children is being violated. The children have right to being. The children have a right to have both parents. Okay, they need to
Sir,
be raised by two. It's not one parent job.
Bandit, you go ahead. Then I
So
want to go after
Yeah.
Bandit.
yeah, just a
To be
second.
to be honest with you, like I have a son and a daughter. Okay, so you need both parents, because the goal when you become a parent, your life changes. It goes from being all about you to about being to be service to someone else. Okay, if
yes,
a proper parent needs to submit to their child. They need
yep.
your ego needs to be knocked down 5 pegs. It changes you. You are robbing your kids of a balanced life if you are just
Yep.
all mother or all father. It takes two parents,
Absolutely.
because it's the
Yes.
yin and the yang. They have to balance out. You have the disciplinary of your father and the nurturing of your mother. Okay.
Yep.
You need, otherwise you're going to create a world where you're going to have hyper masculinity and you're going to have hyper femininity in the same person.
Yep.
I mean, men are going to be either hyper masculine or hyper feminine. It's because they're not going to have the other aspect of their life. And
They're just going to be mentally ill, man. They are not going to be normal human beings anymore.
Exactly.
Absolutely
they're going to end up psychopaths.
Single mother household actually exemplifies what you two gentlemen are saying. But
yes,
my question is,
fixing it by having a man is not going to make anything. It's going to be the same net result.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, if a woman could have the liberty and the right to be a single mother, why would we take it away from the man that he has to do the heavy lifting for an ungrateful society and not have the very same privilege to be a single father?
If it is wrong, if it is wrong for them, it is wrong for us. If it is wrong for the mothers to be single mother, it is wrong for us to assert and impose single fathers.
Because, and I'm telling you, the reason why is because of technology. You're making the life of being a woman so much easier at the expense of men. It's not a balanced trade here. Remember, everything is on the spectrum.
If it is not a balanced trade, hold on.
Wait, let me finish my thought. I'm still talking. Okay. Let me finish my thought. It's a spectrum. We're on 100%. Okay. If you are taking away from men, you have to give it to the women. If you add it to the men, you got to take away from the women. It's a zero-sum game here. Okay. And the problem is, if you make it easier for one sex, by default, you have to make it harder for the other sex. And because things need to run, like you can't just have society collapse just because we're going to make life easy. That's why technology is a cancer, because what it's going to end up doing in the long run is going to make all humans irrelevant, because technology is going to do everything. And then what's the point of having people? We got to feed people now, and then you're going to have extermination. That's the end result. So technology is going to be used to enslave you. If you do not have the means of doing things by yourself, that gives you value, gives you purpose, gives you a reason to live. If you just live in life and everything's easy, you have no purpose. Why do you think America has a moral and value, apocalypse here? Because we have no purpose in our lives, because we're just running around just doing what feels good instead of actually making stuff and giving stuff that actually give value and purpose. We have a purpose crisis in America, and it's all because technology is taking the purpose away. I'm not saying we have to go back to the 1800s, but we have to have a conversation about purpose, because if everybody has the same level of purpose and values, I'm not saying divorce would go away, but it would be significantly less.
Well, you are coming from a good faith argument, assuming that the other side would also come in a good faith argument. That is not necessarily the case. Number two, the thing is, my point is very simple. Now you are going to make it harder for men. Understood. Well and good. So men are going to commit suicide just like they do right now in the name of parental isolation and parental alienation, or these things are never going to be addressed because men are not considered even as human beings, and they are considered as some sort of sperm donors and cannon fodders who have to do the heavy lifting for the ungrateful society anyways. And that is where I come in. I say, if that is the case, to hell with society, to hell with civilization, to hell with religiosity. I don't give a damn, and I would declare my self sovereignty to be of prime importance. If anyone doesn't like it, take a bloody hike. And that should be the declaration for every conscious man who wants to pursue his own life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
The only problem with that contriver is women right now have the power of the government to just say, we're going to have a bachelor tax. We're going to basically make your life a living nightmare and make that.
All right, when men are not going to work.
No,
in China, right now, here it is happening, lying flat. That is what they are calling it. Yeah.
The
So
Chinese, you have to have you need to have even have a wife, you need to have a house, you need to give them a dowry of like 15 or 25,000 yen. This is what's going to happen with men if they do not take the political means away from women. It's going to get a hell of a lot worse.
So in a way, as a result, the only thing which works 100% of the time is by reinstatement of patriarchy and restitution of conjugal and parental rights of a man, where he would be deemed as the head of the household and the family unit, and he would be the hunter, mother would be the gatherer. They would be raising children in a household with two parents and a joint family or a clan or a village or whatever, which would be an extension of it. So I understand that. What I'm trying to say here, Woody got out, now he got in. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this: if that is not the solution which everyone is looking forward for, which is reinstatement of patriarchy, resurrection of patriarchy, if people are not considering the fact that there is a hunter gatherer biological imperative and there could be n number of genders nowadays, what is the solution for a man which is of XY chromosome?
I'll give you the solution. What do women covet more than women? Have the power of sex, men have the power of commitment. So how do you fix the problem?
Via crashing the market.
You need to crash the marital market where men stop committing at all to women and we demand change.
And for that to happen, men are going to bleed till death en masse. I totally recognize and realize that fact. That is what the men's rights advocates actually pontificate towards every once in a while. What I am trying to say is something different.
No, I'm not saying I'm saying the sexiest guys in America need to all just say, you know what, we're not going to commit to women.
It is not. Look,
all the PUAs.
Something which is plausible, something which is not plausible. We should not talk about that. That all hot guys are going to
because women do it all the time. They all congregate together and say we're going to have a sex strike. They do it all the time.
So,
if men,
why do these men look, my friend? Why do these men who have actually all the leverages in the society to sleep with?
Because life is not about having sex with all the women that you want to have sex with. It's called self-discipline. It's
look.
There's nothing. You're acting like a child.
You are not listening,
go have sex with
brother.
everybody.
Bandit, come on! You are not listening. What I'm trying to say is this: that these men who have the ultimate privilege of sleeping around with n number of women as they could, as a successful or a fairly attractive man, do you think that they are going to give away their own golden shall we say privilege that they have? They would never do that. Why?
Yes,
Because
they do. I see it all the
benefits
time.
them.
I see it all the time in church. I see it all the time. You have all these girls swooning over these guys that go at church, and I'm not gay, but I'll be honest. They're over 6 feet tall. They're everything a girl wants in a man.
Pretty
and
gay.
I'm not going to commit. And when you ask them why, is because there's no feminine women around, and then all these women either. And they get pissed off, and then they demand change. That I've seen it. I see it in.
Okay, hold on, gentlemen. Hey, can we say Muhammad has to go? He's gonna go.
Yeah.
Muhammad,
Thank
thanks
you.
for coming up.
Thank you. Great talking,
Thank
guys.
you, sir.
Yeah,
thank
thank you for those.
Thank you.
Take care, Mohammed. It was a good sparring session between you and Contriver today.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Right.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Muhammad.
Thanks. Bye.
Good night, sir.
So I
That's
mean,
my
I
point.
can just
I'm
say
trying to
that
put
like
this in my
there is a
life.
third way maybe from controlling the environment. I still think this idea that you're going to control the environment,
Yes.
sort of play societal godlike, that you're going to have this top-down control of patriarchy. I still think that I think we're beyond that. I think we're historically beyond that. I think that the future is to renegotiate, but also
No.
the North Star principle, I think, is the solution, because that is what true pair bonding, a deep connected pair bond, is made out of. Is that, you know, a woman has faith in a man, and the man's principle of, you know, some North Star thing that's guiding him.
Well,
And
Zhang, my brother, all those things actually could only happen within a patriarchal setting, without which, at the outset, it might look like it is a fairly conservative society, but you can't conserve anything at all unless and until there are clear natural gender roles divided, which could only happen within a patriarchal setting. That is a short point. Take it or leave it, I don't care. But I leave it to your wisdom.
Well, I understand it's a good question by Zing, you know, on this. And I think both of you guys have a good point, which I do agree with too. The only thing is that most of animals, you know, there was Irish elk, right? They had big horns, and females found that attractive, and females start breeding with them, only the ones that had the biggest horns. The horns got so big that it was a defect, and all of that Irish elk race died. And the point is that if we have a society, if we have countries that are going to follow by the female choice, then it's doomed to not exist anymore, right? And at some point, there's going to be a time where you know, all these rights, you know, I would say voting rights probably take most of them, or even men's, you know, like nobody really gets to write unless they have a responsibility, unless they have a stake in the country, right? So I would say go as far as that. But when it comes to female choice, humanity is going to go extinct if we just follow this trend, which will someday come to an end. If it's bad now, it's going to be better later. It's just going to be a lot. We just have to probably go through a lot worse situations, or have artificial wombs for men. I think that's going to be one of the end goals.
Well, that is, we are just 5 years away from the technology. There are already being displayed, and in MIT, actually, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, they
Mhm.
have actually been able to raise a calf of a cow, which with CRISPR technology, so it has much more muscles than an average bull. And the second one is of a lamb that has been raised in that very, shall we say, artificial womb. So if
Mhm.
it could give birth to animals which are perfectly fine right now and who have not died. Earlier, what used to happen is the fetuses used to die within 6 weeks, made with artificial sperm. These women also tried to make
Yeah.
artificial sperm. The fetus used to die within 6 weeks, so it could not bear the
Because
artificial
a sperm
nature
is
of the
way more
sperm.
complex than
Yeah, yeah.
making a womb.
So even in the womb stage as well, they have to take an egg from a woman. Now, how do we achieve it artificially is something which is much more complex via collecting the DNA samples or something of different people, perhaps of Hollywood celebrities or some pop stars or rock stars or whatever. Elvis Presley. I don't know. So that is how I think we would be able to achieve that technology. We are on a threshold. We have to pass that Rubicon. And when we do, we would have artificial wombs. We already have sex dolls and sex robots for men. So
Because
in this day and age, I don't think that any man actually is required to be married to a woman. It is just that if they put off their colored glasses of conservatism and God, country, family, they would be able to understand very quickly that this is what needs to be the future,
well,
which Zhang also wants.
but the problem is marriage is not about the man and the woman. The marriage is about raising an environment for the child. when you understand that concept, that's the true purpose of a marriage. A marriage is not supposed to be, you know, spending life with somebody. It's about creating a child with a man and a woman. That's the purpose of a marriage. Okay? The problem is, if you create a society where it's easy for womb, okay, one, the feminists will never allow that to happen because they'll make the laws to the point where only the insanely rich will have that. I'm being completely fair here. And the other thing is, until you can get the feminists out of the lawmaking business, they're just going to make it impossible for you to enjoy any of these new technologies. Like, for example, they already can make eggs they can do from skin cells. It's not hard to make an egg cell, it's the sperm that's the hard part. That's the tough nut to crack right now. And when you have the ability to play God with CRISPR, it's not going to be the poor person, it's not going to be the average person. You're going to have these perfect humans with no biological diseases through CRISPR for the rich people, and then everybody else is going to be, you know, they're going to be called like the new mongoloids. All right, they're going to be the new idiots. Like, it's going to create two classes of human beings. You're going to have the perfect human, and you're going to have everything else, and you're just going to create another class warfare. Again, it's another way of separating people. This is what's going to happen eventually, because humans, in a nutshell, won't allow artificial wombs to happen for the common person. It won't happen. I'd like it to happen. I'm not disagreeing with your argument, Contriver. I'm just saying,
well, ideally,
realistically, it won't happen.
Ideally, I understand. Like, the thing is, let's hope for the best. Artificial wombs, you know, won't be too far off. Once upon a time, only the rich had television. Now everybody and their mom and their dog has a small television, right? Which even a phone could be like a television. The only thing is, ideally, the best environment for kids is a two-parent household. But hopefully, you know, if there is a patriarchy that would take in effect sooner or later, that would probably be the better scenario for a population or raising good citizens. You know, but I don't think anybody really wants to raise a kid on their own, a man or a woman, right? But decisions lead and disasters happen, and now you got a single mom household.
Yeah, the single household is that you're robbing your child of a balanced and loving life. They need both.
Right.
You cannot, a high-functioning, rational, good person, it is almost damn near impossible to not have that child be messed up in some way with one-parent household. I don't care if it's the man or the woman. Men in theory, I don't know the statistics, men might be raising better kids, but you're still robbing that kid of a mother, okay? And that that kid's gonna resent the father at some point too. It's human behavior.
Do women, the other half of the humanity, actually care when men go through the very same parental isolation and adultery and the whole 9 yards?
Yeah, it's because the means for them is easy to do it. And like I said, the only way this is going to get fixed is men are going to have to start taking commitment away. And then we're going to have to change the laws to be more 50-50 again. And then marriage is going to go up.
No, fuck the 50-50.
That's the means of getting things fixed. You want a solution.
Why 50-50? Why
50-50?
No fucking 50-50.
100% custody should be with the father.
No.
When that happens, more responsible fathers would also come up. Okay?
No, it's not about. It's about raising a high-functioning, fair, and well-balanced adult. You need both sexes. You can't have all male or all female. Right now, it's all female. You need to get it back to 50-50.
I'm saying,
if you want to have a good functioning society, you need both sexes.
Brother Bandit, what I'm saying is, in case of a divorce or a separation, custody, whole and sole custody, 100% custody should go to the father. He is already the breadwinner and he is going to take care of things anyways. Financially, of course. Just give him the custody.
Yeah, custody should never be 100% anyways. It should be 50-50 all the time, unless there is a problem with the adult. Like if it's a psychiatric problem or something dire for the kid, it should be 50-50 custody for both parents. It shouldn't be one person should not get it over another.
Look,
Because what you're doing is you're robbing the child of a relationship between either the mother or the father. One cannot be fairer than the other. It needs to be 50-50.
Women don't do that. Women.
I know, and I'm
laugh
saying that's a
and
problem.
scoff at men who try to even ask for court guidelines regarding the very same thing. So please, women have been doing that for the last 104 years, if I might not be mistaken.
What I'm saying, it's ever since they changed the laws from like the 20s on, because of the getting the right to vote, they took away from being 50-50.
And let me ask you what you mentioned, that they changed the laws since the 20th century. Has there been some sort of course correction or set up or they have set up a grievance redressal mechanism for genuine grievances of men?
And it's because men are
yes
so.
or no?
Let me
This
finish.
is very simple.
I'm explaining my answer, and you'll get my answer. It's because men are solitary creatures. Women are groupthink. The group is always going to outpower the single person. And that's the reason why men their rights have been slowly getting torn away year after year after year, is because women are a voting bloc. They speak with one another, and they vote as a group. They stand for their own values. Men argue about the littlest shit and don't look at the big picture. Instead of being, okay, I agree with 60% of what you say, they focus on the 40% that they don't say, and they don't get along, and then we get divided and conquered, and that's why we're in the situation we are now. There's no camaraderie between men. The only way shit gets changed is you have to have the mentality that you're not a solo. You can't do this solo. You need a group to get what you want passed or to even survive. Life is a team sport. It is not an individual sport.
You're correct. You're correct on the normal,
So the answer is no.
camaraderie.
So the answer is no, that there has not been set up by this conscious, holier than thou civilization any genuine grievance redressal mechanism, or there has not been a remedial action taken in terms of course correction for the draconian laws that have been introduced against a man in general. Yes or no?
I already explained that. I said yes, because men do not group together. They're solo. They rather fight against their fellow man than group together. So they get cornered and taken out. It's the same. It's an encircling tactic. You encircle your enemy, and then you pick them off one by one. If you don't group together, you're done.
Here is the thing. Keeping your analogy in mind, what I'm drawing a similar analog now. You are saying that men are individualistic in nature and women are more solipsistic and socialistic in nature. Fine. So let us go by that very narrative. One by one, if men start leaving the slave plantation, that is called the civilizational bonds, apart from the draconian laws and bachelor tax and this, that, and the other, if they have been put up, and where is good mother? Okay, she's anywhere, but she would come back. So if that is the case, then could there be a solution where men's rights and men going their own way philosophy would gain more traction, skyrocket, and which would result into demography decreasing, and then women realizing as to what they have lost in terms of a civilization, family, children, whatever.
But the difference is women are naturally communistic, and that what it means is if you listen to any communist speak, if a capitalist wants to leave, I've listened to so much of this talk, and this is the point of this. A capitalist says, I will give you everything that I have. I will walk away from my house. You can have all my assets. I'm going to start over. Okay? I just want to leave. and you can do what you want, I want to do what I want, the communists will even say, no, that cannot happen, because I need to take your assets and apply it to the whole group. They will not allow you to leave. If you listen to any communist talk to a capitalist, they'll never allow them to leave, because it's a means for, they're using your means to survive. It's counterproductive to them. And that's
I
what,
know.
that's,
The host.
so
Yeah,
women will
the
not
host.
allow men to start over, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, they have to, because the technological advancement, if the West is not going to do that, guess what? Artificial wombs would be created by China or India or even Brazil or Japan for their dying demography anyways. They can't do that. And we can't put an impediment or some sort of an inhibition on other people to block their technological and scientific advancement anyways. And this technology, just like contraceptives came for women so that they could have their summer of love, sexual revolution, or whatever, men are going to declare their own sovereignty and their own sexual revolution as well.
So you're
it
saying,
is a, yeah.
so you're saying hedonism is going to lead to more hedonism, and you're going to create no reason for men to talk to women, which is just going to destroy.
There is no reason.
And you don't see that as a problem. You don't see that as a problem on a societal level.
I don't see that as a problem. I see it
that
as a blessing.
Ginormous societal problem, because guess what?
Oh yes.
Then it's going to flip between men committing suicide to women committing suicide, and but the difference is,
let them do that.
But the difference is the women have all the power in the government. It's not going to be. They're going to, the reaction that you're going to get is not going to be the one that you want. It's not going to be as simple, because women are just going to bitch and moan or complain, and then they're going to throw the whole power of the government against you.
We already have known that modus operandi of women. It is nothing new to us, and we have been subjugated so much. Now if we are going to be put in matrix style pods or something, and eat the bugs or something, that is a different story, because then men are going to pick up arms, that they are not going to sit in pods, and then perhaps might revolution might take place. But we are far from that. So I'm discussing that even if they try to say to the government. Now I would give you a very recent example from China. CCP has said that you have a 3-child policy. Young people are saying we can't afford that, and that is why hence we are not going to even get married. That is what the Chinese men are saying. Lying flat is a movement started by Chinese men, and they are not even working that much, just like they used to work themselves to their own death, like South Korean and Japanese men have already done that since the 50s. They built a first world country like Japan, a homogeneous country, but they don't have a demography now. Their demography is dying. So is Russia. So is of South Korea, which has 0.57% as their 0.57 not percent, but 0.57 as their birth rate. It is lower even than United States. So what I'm trying to say is technological advancement and scientific advancement could contribute towards the aging demography, and it could try to ameliorate the situation in that regard as well. And let me tell you why feminazis would support artificial wombs, because it would give them their biological clock back so that they could work and work for more years, even if they want to, via freezing their eggs and so on and so forth.
The demographic collapse in China is going to literally turn China into a desperate, like, fourth world country, because anybody that understands economics, if you're not growing, you're dying. If you do not have the demographics to support your aging population, you're going to have demographic collapse, where you're not going to have enough goods to support the current population. You're going to have shortages, you're going to have famine, you're going to have everything. Why do you think China right now, the real estate cost is 40 times more expensive than it is to live in New York? I read a whole study. Valuetainment did a whole thing about it over the weekend about this. The real estate market, and the difference is China's economy, 30% of Chinese economy is real estate. So when real estate does collapse, their country is going to fall apart. And they have the two biggest real estate companies in the country are missing debt payments right now. China is collapsing as we speak. And I understand why the problem is the men can't afford to have children, so they say screw it, which is a rational decision. I understand what you're saying, Contriver. I'm just saying on a societal level, the whole country is going to go into collapse, and it's going to go into fiefdoms. Everything's going to fall apart in China, and then now we're going to have another chance where you're going to have nukes that are going to be out there on the market, and a country that's poor. And let's see what happens with security the only reason why it survived with Russia was America went in and took over the nukes in a sense. They said you're not allowing you to sell the nukes. China, I don't know if that's going to happen. So I'm just saying, like, it's not going to be good for society as a whole if China collapses. It's not good. Things in America and in India are going to be a lot more expensive because you're going to have to charge
an arm and a leg. Yes,
it's going to get a lot more expensive for everybody. More poor people in America and in India are going to suffer and die because the food costs are going to go through the roof. So they're going to be torn between paying for a house or eating. Like, it's not going to be good for anybody. This is like
we are already dying. Look, I'm not going to be Pollyanna-ish about it, but I'm merely saying that we are already dying, loveless, childless, without any family, virgin. The society doesn't care. When it comes to women and their biological clock and things like that, oh, let us.
Everyone cares.
Everyone is up in arms. Oh, women and children first on the Titanic. Are we the lesser children of God as men because we are born with XY chromosomes? I'm sorry, sir. This is what needs to change. Why? Because women are not getting better suitors for their marital prospects or something. Look, I'm saying give men the very same thing you have given women, the basic human rights which you have given women, the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness which you have given women, whether they are virgin, whether they are a single mother, whether they are a feminazi or not, whether they are a married woman or not. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody says anything to them. Nobody shames them into submission. Just like men are being told, oh, you must be gay. So that is what I am also saying. Men need their own freedom and sexual revolution, and that is what they are already achieving, whether people like it or not. Black market is going to be there for guns, just like criminals and terrorists get all their guns. It is just the law abiding citizen from NRA who is going to be at the tipping point, and a sword would be dangling on his neck all the time, just like it is in your case as a legal firearm owner, or in American idiom. That is all I am saying in a context. So that is what a man is. Why do I have to do heavy lifting for this ungrateful society? So I'm not going to participate. I'm going to pay my taxes, which I have legally incurred in a financial year. I'm going to follow the laws. I'm not going to rape or kill or slaughter or butcher someone like Ted Bundy or Richard Ramirez, but at least I need to have my own freedom and my own sexual agency as well.
And the problem is you're not going to get your freedom because anytime a group of men get together to get freedom, society or government squashes that in a heartbeat. Anytime.
Exactly.
And why is that happening? The reason being is because if men had the same freedom as women, men would utilize that better than women. Women right now are not going up to their max potential with the sexual revolution.
I already know
that. They still have to follow shame, and they can get controlled through the groupthink. Men don't have that. So if you gave the same opportunity to men and they're individualistic, they're going to just say, screw the government, screw whatever, I'm just going to survive on my own. And then what's going to happen is, because men are individualistic, they're going to be taken out one by one.
Look,
That's
they
what's going
could
to
be
happen.
they could be taken out one by one, but the rest of the men who are still going to the abattoir, the slaughterhouse, one by one, they are already learning about the learned helplessness they are in, and that is why. Why do you think the marriage rate is, at their lowest in the Western world, in the Western Hemisphere? Why do you think that is?
I already know the reason why.
No, 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 no. But I'm saying that, is it because, not because of a realization that the draconian laws that have been put in place against a man in general, and men don't want to sign on that bloody piece of paper? That is the thing. I'm not saying whether it is right or wrong, moral or immoral. I'm not getting into that sort of reductionist debate or discussion. I'm saying, okay, fine, Bandit. Thanks for your input, brother. We love you. So, what I'm trying to say is, Zhang, is that if that is the case, then men need to have the very same sexual freedom and agency which a woman has, and they are going to achieve it, because just like the blitzkrieg strategy, if you have seen a dam bursting on a river, if there is a giant mountain or a rock, the water goes around it. So men are like water. They would form the shape of a cup, they would be in the shape of a kettle, they would be in the shape of a glass or a wine tumbler. It doesn't matter. Men are going to take the shape and circumvent around it, so that they would be able to do things their own way. Now they have realized it, after MRA and MGTOW philosophy being propounded for quite a long time now. I have seen that since 2014, and I have realized that this is our existentialism, a blessing in disguise, if people might call it. It is not nihilistic, and we are not saying to hell with the world, FTW, tattoo on our neck like fuck the world or something like that. It is nothing of the kind. We are saying that we want our own self sovereignty, and we are working towards striving for it in the most legal manner as possible. And the sooner the world realizes it, the better. That's all we are saying. We are not hateful and vengeful towards others, because we are indifferent. For hating someone also requires some sort of energy towards the other adversary. Indifference requires nothing.
Based. And on that note, I'm gonna bounce. I have to return some videotapes. Great show, everybody. I always do great shows. So you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh yes, we are
It
very
was a
welcome. Thank you, Woody, for your input.
yeah. It was like it was a mother needed some therapy and I needed some therapy. So I feel much better now. So yeah. But
Take
yeah,
care,
definitely
buddy. Keep
appreciate everybody
lifting
for
weight.
coming on. Yes,
Yeah.
you guys. I'm still gonna listen, for a little bit, but yeah, you guys have fun. Everybody have a
What
good
is your
morning, good
PR,
night.
by the way, in powerlift?
Uh, I guess the most in like what, in squats or bench?
Deadlift.
Which one are you scared?
Deadlift. Deadlift.
Deadlift. I went up to five. I think five something. I forgot exact number, but yeah, the 500. On my bench,
Okay.
I went up to 350 for one rep. You know what I mean? The max out rep.
Oh yeah.
Obviously and then for squats, I think I came to like about 470 for squats.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I competed in amateurs, nothing crazy or whatever, and it took me a while. It took me like almost 3 4 years to get to that, the one max out rep. But the farmer walks, the poles, The Atlas Stone, I did that, and I wanted to do it, during and after high school. I wanted to at least compete, and so yeah, it was a lot of fun, very strenuous on your body, but it was a lot of fun.
Okay, fine, brother. Take care.
Definitely. Have a good day.
That's
Have
cool.
a
Have
good
a
day,
good
brother.
night, Woody.
Now, brother, we both remain.
I've been listening to you, Contriver, and I've been
Yes.
listening to all of your man, it still seems like it's a little bit tit for tat. Like, I mean, I look, I mean, I'm sympathetic that if you get this technology, it'll help hasten the cultural conflict and bring it to a head, because it'll equalize the powers on both sides of the gender divide. And so
Yes.
then women won't be able to hold anything over men in order to force them to kowtow to their preferences anymore. So it'll help equalize the power, I guess.
Okay, but the thing is, look, we are not against anybody, but we are in favor of ourselves. For the first time in since the inception of human history, men are being able to look for themselves. Is it not a good thing? I mean, self love is something which I always propound and purport for people, and men could learn how to have self love for themselves, and then and only then they would get inner peace, according to the Hindu scriptures or Buddhist scriptures or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, I
That
don't know
is
if
how,
what you just said translates into single parenthood.
yeah, but single parenthood or whatever they feel doing, like, they could be able to do that. That is all I am asking. And that is not a wrong thing to do. Could women have the very same sexual agency which men have? Yes. So why is it a fact that men can't have the very same things which women have, and they can't covet the very same things which women have? So it is not a tit for tat. It is about self realization. It is about their own survival, and they just want to, exercise on their own options. What is wrong in that? I don't think there is anything wrong with that.
I mean, it is a brave new world on some level, because, I mean, never before, you'll be breaking the dyad of man and woman, that was otherwise needed to be parents, that
Well,
the man would always need a woman.
let us go into the merits of the argument then. Who fired the first shot? Who drew the first blood? It is not men. They just wanted to believe in the very same sapien novels, or like, and they lived happily ever after. Perhaps that is why they can't move on from a rejection or from a breakup or something, and they kill themselves.
I guess, the benefit of this technology would be that Mitgao you could still be a parent and be Mitgao.
Yes, single
But
father. That is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
but I mean, hopefully it's an option that you wouldn't have to exercise, because the option would exist. It would give women enough pause to bring conceptually the idea of competition, that they would actually have to compete against single parenthood as an option for men. So
Well,
they would
I
actually
think
have to make the pair bond would have to be worth it for men.
Billy is saying, will men be saying stunning and brave? I definitely want men to say they are stunning and brave, and strong and independent for taking care of a child all on their own. So I don't see any sort of contradiction with that. I would say myself to be stunning and brave because my mother always pesters me with uh, you know children, children, children. So I said, okay, how about I adopt one? So my mother actually rejected the idea, saying that that would not be your DNA. So I said, what about surrogacy? So my mother is very, fairly conservative, orthodox, not even conservative, orthodox. So she said, "How dare you say that?" So then I dropped the idea that you want to have a child without a sacred bond of marriage. I said, Mother, have you seen what the draconian laws are? I would be deemed as a rapist and would be sent to jail. Why? Only because I pestered my wife too much for sexual intimacy. If that is not the case, then why I should give up on my dreams of becoming a father if I want to? That varies from a case to case basis. And if I want to, I want to raise a child of my own. I'm just presenting a thought now. Nowadays, that desire has also waned away, and I don't want to, because I see how much of a headache children are for my batchmates and everyone who is working around me. They have to take their son and daughter from coaching. They have to come back. They don't listen. They do all sorts of things which they are not supposed to do at their age, including premarital sex and everything. So I don't want to go through all of that. I have gone through enough already. I'm saying about my own personal capacity, and I don't want to become a father at this point. I just want to die alone. But if that is the case, then I would like, if I ever wanted to have a child of my own, I would love to be a single father via surrogacy or via artificial wombs. I mean, it is just a one time investment. At least not half of your stuff would be taken away in alimony, palimony, child support, and other things. You
I've
would
got
not
some
have to.
homework for you, Contriver.
Yeah.
I think you should watch Ally McBeal, and you just have to learn to love Ally McBeal, and then everything will be renewed in your life. You will be a romantic, and you'll start looking for love in the world again.
Well, I won't, because I have already loved one woman. She left me. I don't want to discuss why and how and when. And I understood via a rude awakening, it dawned upon me that love is a lie. Now, people might say, oh, just because you had one bad experience with a woman, then also, well, experiences matter. My experience also matters, so does yours. And that is why we are having a to and fro discussion where I don't want to impede on your own experiences, but I am saying to each their own. And if men logically think logically for a moment, if men would have a sex doll or a sex robot or whatever, plus porn and VR goggles or whatever, plus they would have artificial wombs, and they have the washing machines and dishwashers and whatnot, they would have a cook or a housekeeper to take care of everything, or a maid. Do you think they would ever have a wife to deal with, to sing songs with? I could call a prostitute for doing that if I want to have a true girlfriend experience, as they say. I don't need a woman for that. It is all about sex in exchange for resources. That was back in the day, in the early man era. It is still in the day, the sex in exchange for resources. Then and only then sex is given to men. So why can't I have the very same, uh, shall we say, parity in regards to my well-being and my life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as a man? That is all I am saying. I'm not treading on your toes or of Muhammad or anybody else. Why say, or even my brother Bandit or my friend Billy the Goat, that it has to be somewhat equitable. Well, there is nothing equitable in the world. You have to snatch it, seize it your way. Women did it via educate, organize, agitate 104 years back. Why can't men do the same via technological advancement?
I don't know. I mean, I just think, resource acquisition for women. I do think that there was something deeper than that in love, in romantic love. There was something more precious than just convenience
Well,
between the gender role.
okay, fine. Then let me ask you a follow-up question. Could women die for their children?
Well, a lot of them did die during childbirth.
No, no, no. Could women die protecting and providing for their offspring? Their offspring, by the way, not someone else's.
Well, I think that they did during childbirth very often.
No, the childbirth is a different thing. I am saying if the child is born and is alive and well, and a mother is nurturing or something, and if there is a natural calamity or a disaster or a wolf in their backyard or something, would the mother throw herself up in front of the animal or the attacker or anybody else and try to protect her children? Yes or no?
I think there are examples of that. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Would women do the very same for their own husband? Generally speaking, not on an individual case to case basis. Generally speaking, if women were in the shoes of a man and they were supposed to be the cannon fodder for the state, the battering ram of the state, or they would have to bear the brunt of an incoming army, and their husbands would say, well, I would stay behind, you go and fight on our behalf. Would they do that? Protecting and providing both their children and their husbands? They can do that for their
I mean,
children.
I
I
there might
can't.
be some modern examples, but I guess no, not in history.
In general, yeah.
I don't know of any countries that have conscription for both men and women, but they might exist. I'm not sure.
I mean, Israel has one, but it is only of 18 months when it is for 3 years for a man. It is a mandatory military service. And in that too, women in Israeli military border police are just sent there to search a woman that she might not be strapped with a bomb and become a suicide bomber and blow up something. That is what a woman does in Israeli Defense Force, where the combat casualty percentage of men in Israeli Defense Force (IDF) is around 97%. In US Army, with all the Corporal Emma being having two moms and the rainbow flag as the US Army military advertisement, they have a combat casualty ratio of 95% men. Men are the ones who die protecting and providing for their women, children, and land. But here is the catch. What the Jordan Petersons of the world and others actually say uh, is, who is this bastard? Anyways, So, for Jordan Petersons and other clinical psychologists like him who try to be a trad cuck all along, uh, Richard Grannon, for example, the life coach, he also speaks about it, but he speaks from uh, a point where he says that men have to do this, they have to clean their room, they have to die protecting and providing for the civilization, for the quote unquote, they have to sacrifice themselves. Here I am paraphrasing him. They have to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the society. What is that greater good of the society? Where a man is presumed guilty unless proven otherwise, where there are draconian laws being put in place, introduced to impede on a man's masculinity and his masculine nature, where American Psychological Association APA sermonizes every once in a while, stating that traditional masculinity is toxic. I mean, if that is the sort of a civilization we live in, I would rather not fight and wave a Russian flag than to fight and die for an ungrateful country and ungrateful society. And that is what men are doing. They are not fighting for the Chinese army. They are not fighting for the Indian army. They are not fighting for the US army. Only the ones who are fighting are Russians. Why? Because they know that they have an existential crisis at their doorstep and they are going to defend it just like they did when 80% of the casualties were taken by the Red Army in the Second World War. They threw numbers and numbers of men on each other, and that is why today they are a patriarchal Orthodox Christian society. They have a father's commission which mitigates the parental isolation and matrimonial disputes. In Russia, in Chechnya and Dagestan, where Khabib and all these UFC fighters come up, they don't know that these people have introduced provincial laws that says that wife beating is okay unless and until there is a significant amount of harm to her, as long as it is within the four walls of the household. Why? Because they want to increase their birth rate. That is how you do, via establishing patriarchal norms and normative standards. I'm not saying that that is okay or not okay, but I'm not going to hit a woman whom I'm going to have sex with tomorrow as well as today. So this is a very this is a misconception that is being propounded by others, that oh, men are violent, men are this, men are that. Russia is doing the right thing. In China, they have because of their aging demography, they have closed down the LGBT centers and everything. There is no LGBT and gender pronouns going on in China. In Russia, they have criminalized homosexuality. And they have said to young people, stop watching Pornhub, meet outside, go and meet other people. So the nation states do these things when they have conscious citizens and conscious leaders, even if the women are not. Do you think that there are no feminists in China, or there are no feminists in Russia? No, there are. The Pussy riots, something that happened in 2007 in Russia, they vandalized and desecrated the sanctimonious Russian Orthodox Church. And these were all feminists, bra burning, topless feminists. They were beaten up by the police, black and blue, to the point that they dismantled their whole feminism narrative back in the early 2000s when Vladimir Putin was the president. So these sort of things could happen. It is just that Women are just going to bitch and moan just like they do. Men should not get affected by it. That's all I'm saying.
But what about issues that you just raised yourself, like domestic abuse, which
Pardon?
is like a feminist issue?
Yeah, feminist issue like what?
Domestic abuse.
Domestic abuse, when woman raises her hand on a man, is that not a domestic abuse? Then we should make all the laws in the world as gender neutral. Why is that not happening?
Yeah,
And
but I mean, but generally it's different. The dynamic is
no,
different because
no,
men are so
no,
much stronger than women.
no. That is a wrong misconception. You are starting from the premise that just because he is strong, that he could, uh, you know, bear the brunt and take damage from a woman who might be coming at her with a knife. I'm sorry. Or who might poison her, who might chop off his genitals, his copulatory organ in his sleep. Women do that in India all the time. So my problem is women, and psychologically they destroy men. Mothers destroy their own sons. So my point is, if we are trying to create a egalitarian society or whatever where everything is equal, then make the damn laws equal as well. If men are getting a death penalty or a capital punishment, women should get a death penalty by hanging by the gallows as well. Why is that not considered by this conscious stricken progressive societies of the world, including this bitch ass Indian society which I live in, where a man is always presumed guilty just because he is a man? So we should not start from the premise that just because a man has more upper body strength than a woman, that this is how somehow detrimental to a woman's safety and security even within her own household. It doesn't work like that. Because, oh, it might have happened in the past during the dark ages. Well, what does dark ages have to do with the present? When a man is completely docile.
But weren't you yourself quoting something happening in Chechnya or some, was it like a Russian province or something like that, where domestic abuse was being normalized or legalized?
No, Chechnya and Dagestan, which is the Muslim provinces of, shall we say, southwestern Russia or southeastern Russia or south central Russia. I don't know. I have not seen the map, so I don't know which part of it is of Russia. But in the Russian Empire, they, first of all, their children were becoming terrorists, Islamic jihadis. So that is why the father of Khabib Nurmagomedov, he was a retired Soviet army soldier as well as a very good wrestler. So he started an academy where instead of becoming terrorists and becoming a suicide bomber or starting the insurgencies just like they did in the entire Caucasian region and the bombing of Serbia and Siberia and everything else, where even US army dropped depleted uranium, he started a wrestling academy and MMA courses, which his son also went through the cruel tutelage. So they did not become headless chickens and blow up things or lifted an AK-47 rifle to kill innocent civilians. So that was a patriarchal style of working. Second of all, they tried to mend marriage system by saying if your son is going to be a terrorist, your entire family would be executed. And that is why then people started, okay, so that is why people are not going to become terrorists anymore. And then they said to women who have left their husbands or got divorced from their husbands, they said, if you want to be a single mom, you can't live here. Go to some other country and live there. There won't be any single mothers over here. Well, she said, well, I'm divorced. They said, the authorities said to them, get back to your former husband with whom you procreated and conceived a child, because your child is being radicalized online right now, and he is going to join ISIS or Al Qaeda or Taliban. Don't let it happen. If he does, you would be executed as well as a mother. So, out of survival strategy, these women then these women also tried to give meager excuses like, uh, my husband has had a second marriage after our separation. So they said, well, get back to him, be his second wife, be his mistress, I don't care. You just go back in their household, and the accountability then would lie with the man of the household to keep your son in check so that he would not become a bloody terrorist. That is how it is done. You can't put down, a woman can't put down the foot on the neck of a son just like the man of the house would. And yet he would raise him to take care of women of the household. That is what patriarchy teaches boys and boisterous, rambunctious people who are just bubbling with energy and just want an outlet, be it through porn, be it through violence, be it through anything. And that is what Vladimir Putin did in the Chechnya and Dagestan region. Now it is bringing a full crop of Hamzat Chimaevs and Khabib Nurmagomedovs and his entire breed of Russian fighters. Why? Because they invested in UFC, MMA, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Sambo. They did not invest in RDX, explosive devices, and AK-47 Kalashnikov rifles, which they could, and that was already happening in the early and late 90s in Russia. They established a father's commission. Nobody could even dream of setting up a father's commission for mitigating the parental isolation and genuine grievances of a man, of a father at least, the parent of a child. Both parents should be given priority, not just one. And it is about time for men to realize that they have given more priority to women to the detriment of the society itself. That's all I'm saying. So they did this experiment in Russia. They did the very same experiment in China. They said, you people are masturbating too much. You would be given 1.5 hours of gaming every week for children. More than that, you can't even play online video games on your cell phone or something. Now they have the companies of Xiaomi or Xiaomi or Oppo and all these, 5G phones. They actually did the very same thing, and they started martial arts classes for boys to make them like a little bit of a manly man. Reinvigorating the very same masculine traits is something which we need worldwide.
I don't know if that changes anything from a solution standpoint, because I mean the problem is that women all by themselves live in their own cultural bubble, and
Well,
there are enough men that will still play the game,
well,
or that
the
will
thing
still
is,
try to play the game.
You are talking from a Western standpoint where patriarchy had been non existent since the French Revolution. After the French Revolution, in the entire Western Hemisphere, patriarchy actually died. I totally realize that. I totally understand the fact. But we have to learn as to what patriarchy is to resurrect the very same masculine traits within men, teaching and mentoring other men and boys who are of younger generation, and that is how they would turn out to be better suitors for other women. This used to happen in the Soviet Union as well. When Lenin came into power, he legalized anal sex, LGBT, this, that, and the other, all these Trotskyites, bastards who, enjoyed every form of degeneracy of the world. But when Joseph Stalin came in power as the successor of Vladimir Lenin, he outrightly banned everything else. Everything, not everything else, everything which was earlier sanctioned and decriminalized by Vladimir Lenin. And he even visited a village in modern day Ukraine or somewhere where a woman had 17 children, saying, and he gave her a medal that she has done a great deed for Mother Russia back when the Soviet Union and after the Second World War. So we have to understand that all these isms and these labels mean nothing when it comes to increasing your demography. Now, you can't increase your demography via propounding the theory of LGBT and gender pronouns and feminism. That could only happen when an iron glove is in an iron hand is in an iron glove. I would just be coming within 2 minutes, huh? Just stay tuned.
Can you still hear me while you go do something? I don't know. I still think liberalism is part of the solution. Because I can still see within a liberal society that you can, within that envelope, you can have a solid traditional foundation that grows from the grassroots. And I think that, that's where the solution really is. That also in psychology. I mean, I do think that just psychology by itself is a great vehicle for combating degeneracy in general and giving guidelines to people as to what promotes health and things like that. It's just that right now it's sort of taken over by the fad of gender ideology and trans ideology and all that kind of strange moral relativism kind of stuff that's very nihilistic at its core. But if psychology were more developed and less prone to being taken over by fads, you could have a kind of cultural renaissance and instilling healthy measures and stuff like that. I mean, right now, I do think that we have a crisis in intellectual elites, even because, you know, like on the left, they're so insulated in their kind of echo chamber. So we don't really have public elites like we used to have. We don't have intellectual elites that used to have discourse and propound things and hash them out.
I mean, this sort of intellect or these intellectual discourses is something which is fanciful for the masses to watch and clap and give standing ovations, but these are not realistic enough. As KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov said, stop aiding the world communist system, back when he defected from the KGB. And he gave the very famous video on art of subversion, and that was his job. So he gave the solution in the end. He said, bring back prayer in the school. Bring back prayer in the school. And, he gave the whole analogy. I mean, we have deciphered those videos with good mother ad nauseum. I think we are beyond the point of no redemption. We are already a gone case. So, if we have to fend for ourselves on an individual basis, wouldn't it be better that we also try to find a solution for our own problems, be it regarding your own, carnal desires? For that, there might be sex toys and sex robots and sex dolls or whatever you might have. For intimate desires, you could have a prostitute or something. For uh, for other things, you might have uh, some sort of a arrangement that you would work from home or things like that. These things, we are going into the brave new world anyways, and who cares what someone thinks? At least I'm not going to judge a person if he wants to be a single father or something, because one of my friend, actually, he's a single chap. He also adopted a child who is a son. In India, we can't adopt a female child because it is rumored that we might try to coerce them into sexual intimacy, and we could try to have incestuous relationship with the stepdaughter. We are castigated in the most capricious manner, and a book is thrown at us, calling us every name in the book. We are the forgotten, forsaken gender, that is men. And that is why men need to find their own solace. Men need to find their own hobbies, their own, uh, you know, recluse where they could live happily by themselves, not with someone. Now, you might say that love is something, it might happen to you. I think most people have tried that, it never works. Personally speaking, I have also tried it once. It never does. So, the solution might be for people like us is to look for ourselves, start loving ourselves, start improving ourselves, and start engaging in self actualization all by ourselves. So I always say, dear men, start loving yourselves. Self love is the key to inner peace. If you are not, if you are angry at yourself because the society fooled you, or your parents fooled you, or someone cheated on you, or something, at some point, life is too short to have grudges. So you shouldn't have any grudges towards anybody, even the person who tried to harm you, physiologically or psychologically. You have to stand up again on your own 2 feet, and you have to indulge in, you have to gain inner peace. And the one and only way to achieve it is via selfish tactics of self love. If you can't love yourself, you wouldn't be able to love anybody else in this world. That is all I'm saying.
I mean, I can accept that. I think it's just that I think that you do give up some level of hope, that you're not hoping as much as you perhaps could about being optimistic about, you know, I don't know, finding someone who's traditional or something like that. Someone who
No,
shares your ideology, who shares your
even,
points of view.
even if that would be the case, I wouldn't want to participate in, it would be the living definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. While the laws that have been introduced in this gynocentric system would always try to incentivize bad behavior of women just because they have a golden vagina privilege. That is the thing. And that realization is what leads to men deracinating themselves from this, words and epithets like hope, love, and everything, and indulge in the very realistic survival mechanisms and strategies which would be helpful to them. And that is what even Machiavelli wrote in The Prince. Chanakya wrote in Arthashastra. Miyamoto Musashi wrote in the Book of Five Rings of how to engage in self betterment. Or even uh, I am reading. Hey, by the way, do you read novels?
No, I'm quite bad.
Okay, so there is a novel called Reverent Insanity. Fang Yuan is the lead character, and he is an evil, uh, some sort of an anti hero, and he is revered by the rest of the world. And this novel was so popular that it was banned by the Chinese Communist Party because the author was a Chinese citizen living in China. And the gist of it is taken by actually a French novel called The Little Prince, written by Reverend Antoine de Saint Exupéry. And I shall give the link in the private as well as public chat. This is the link in the public chat, and this is the link in the private chat. This is from archive, so everybody could read it, as well as the novel that is in PDF format. Control C, Control V. This is the novel Reverend Insanity, which has been banned in uh, by the Chinese Communist Party. And I think people would be able to learn a lot as to what reality is. And just giving you an instance from Another Chinese novel which I am reading right now called Demonic Emperor. He was a demonic cultivator in that regard. So, what he did was he lined up a bunch of people and he said, the leader, that whom are you going to spare if you are given the choice? It included his brother, his sister, his son, and himself. So he didn't answer. He started killing one by one his brother, sister, daughter, son, and in the end came to him. And then he said, shall I spare your life or shall I slit your throat as well? So he said, no, please spare my life. So he said, why didn't you say that in the beginning when I was slitting the throat of your son, your daughter, your sister, your wife? That goes into some deep psychological thinking and some sort of self introspection regarding that. But it tells you the basic gist of life from a man's perspective and as to what he thinks it might be. So that is something which we need to ponder upon and look into. So I would very much appreciate if you would look into these two novels. One is Reverend Insanity, and one is the gist of which is taken into Reverend Insanity, called The Little Prince. I have given the archive link as well as the PDF link of it. Please read it. There is an fairly good audiobook available on it as well. If you people would read it, you would be able to know as to why it was banned by the Chinese Communist Party, which are fairly authoritarian in nature. People don't like, societies don't like free individualistic men in general. It seems that it threatens their very idea of being a community, I suppose. But that is just my surmise. I could be wrong. Please, your thoughts.
I mean, it certainly sounds interesting. So is it I mean, it's almost religious to come up with a motivational model for single men or for men who have, let's say, an unconnected single-mindedness that isn't bogged down by community and obligation and holding up a family and things like that, because then you are dealing with almost a kind of theological model of action which could destabilize the state, or at least could counter the administration of the state, because it could compete with something like what the
Well, that could be the case because we actually don't want to do this, but we were it had been imposed upon us to become like this. So now the devil is in the details, and we have been imposed to become like this. And I think at this point, we as individuals can't go back.
Well, you must also remember that society for a long time got better for men, because in the times in which there was polygamy, when men had many wives, for the most men didn't get to reproduce. Most men didn't get to have a wife or a family. They would sort of be unsuccessful in that dimension, and they just wouldn't leave their genes to the next generation. It was only once monogamy in the West was kind of laid down. I don't. You must tell me maybe what the history of
Yes,
monogamy was in India, if it was any different.
no,
Or was
monogamy was. I mean, if you look at Lord Krishna, he had 16,108 wives, right?
Wow.
So Lord Shiva had two marriages. one from Sati and one from Parvati. Lord Ganesh has two marriages and two sons from both women. His younger brother, Lord Kartikeya, also has two marriages. So, polygamy has always been there. It is just that out of this perhaps biblical or Christian mentality that they have been, frowned upon in the West, and everyone wants to follow the West. Perhaps that is why we are having so much trouble looking at the natural state of order, which is of polygamy, and women throwing themselves on competitive and productive men all along throughout human history. And it should be that way. What is wrong in that? I am more concerned about the rights of a particular man who earlier used to have full custody of his children, who earlier used to have who used to be the head of the household, who earlier was not at all, uh, his authority was not impeded upon by the draconian laws of the state, and who actually worked fairly well via contributing to the greater good of the society. Now, that doesn't happen anymore. I'm more concerned about that. If women don't want to marry a man, I could care less about it. I'm more concerned about the man that they are going to marry and then leave him high and dry because they have the expediency and convenience via the laws to do that.
I'm afraid we can't talk about this issue too properly because we're too deluded by the modern constraints of, let's say, unequal marital law and stuff like that.
Yes.
But I mean, I think that there are problems with polygamy because essentially you no longer have a pure pair bonding, and instead the man becomes kind of
Humans,
like, sorry.
look, humans are not pair bonding at all. It is just like the chimpanzees and bonobos, animals who have low sexual dimorphism, like birds, they might have pair bonding. Now, someone might say that the gestation period in human beings is around 9 months, so that is why they are pair bonding. No, the gestation period of a child in a mother's womb in elephants is around 22 months. They are not pair bonding. We are tournament mating species. We are not pair bonding species. Pair bonding species fairly have low sexual dimorphism. That's it.
I think it's hard to compare us to animals. I
Well,
don't
we
think
are
the
also Homo
analogies quite
sapiens.
work.
We defeated Homo erectus.
Sorry, do you mean Neanderthals? Or
Yes.
what do you?
Homo erectus. I don't know whether it is Neanderthal or someone. I thought that it might be very much useful in this argument.
I can't remember what I mean, I know there was Homo habilis and Homo neanderthalis and Homo Cro-Magnon man, I think. And I can't remember. And we are Homo sapiens sapiens. That's the name of our species, I think.
That could be the case. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly what Homo erectus. I always thought Homo erectus did also apply to human beings. That's, I don't know. Oh no, you are correct. They went extinct. It says 2 million years ago.
Oh yes.
So they're a distant cousin, something like that.
Could be. I didn't know that. I just read it somewhere and just tried to, do the showboating.
If you don't mind me asking, Contriver, what are your religious beliefs?
I am a Buddhist, born as a Hindu.
So it is your expertise to believe in nothing. Is that it?
No, I believe in Creator. I believe in God. I believe in spirituality, just like everybody else does. It could be any religion. It is just that when people use a caricature of religion as a tool or something, that is where I have a problem with that. Anybody, it could be of any religion, I don't care. Just don't use religion. And if you are using religion and religious examples for your situation, then use it fully. Don't use it, uh, you know, in a fairly hypocritical manner where it only suits you. If we are talking about religion, then, have religion fully. What is wrong with religion? Religion is a very good thing, but don't use it in a hypocritical manner. That's all I'm saying.
So you don't think you could find a female Buddhist who would have a set of beliefs that were compatible enough with your own that you could trust her?
I could very well find a Buddhist who might be willing to make a life with me, conceive a child with me, but given the circumstances of the very same laws that have been put in place, which incentivizes her bad behavior, I understand that she is also a human being, and I'm not willing to participate in this Russian roulette.
It's sad. In my country, you can get married in 3 different ways. You can have 3 different styles of matrimonial property regime. You can be married out of community of property, in community of property, and also again out of community of property with accrual, which means the profits of the marriage gets divided, but what you go into the marriage with stays yours and theirs.
Wait till United Nations tells issues an edict for simpletons from South Africa like you to follow. They have already legalized no fault divorce, and adultery is being decriminalized in UK, your transatlantic cousins, just like it has been decriminalized in India in 2018, 5 years ago.
We also have no fault divorce where I live. We got it
So?
in like the 60s.
So Is it really a fairly conservative society? Marriages are good. I'm not saying marriages are bad, but the failed prospect of a marriage going bad is something which is based on probability, not possibility. And the success of a marriage is highly improbable in this day and age, at least where the English common law is prevalent, like in our country.
I don't know. I think you have to believe in Ally McBeal.
I think I should, but again, it gives away. What was the song? I'm selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
And all this talk about dealing with feminism, it's so depressing.
Yes, but that is the sad state of affairs which we have to realize. We don't have to be angry about it, but we have to realize and work accordingly. That is all I am saying. I'm not saying whether it is good or bad, right or wrong, immoral or moral or amoral, and whether I am on this side or that side. I used to be like that. I used to be on the side of conservatism. I used to call myself an orthodox conservative. Then came the issue that conservative politicians are the biggest backstabbers in the world, be it Modi, be it Trump, or be it Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil or someplace else, who decriminalize homosexuality, who decriminalize uh, adultery, but criminalize marital rape and term it as the very same rape which happens with an unmarried woman with strangers. So I don't want to live in this sort of society. And I have no affiliation to anybody.
I mean, I must say, I didn't realize that India was still so conservative that you don't have abortion on demand.
Well, they have had since the 70s. It is just that in a matrimonial case, it was frowned upon because it was not considered a good thing within the constraints and confines of the divine fabric of marriage. Now, that is not being the case anymore. Why should anybody care?
So when I think about India, I don't think about feminists that much. Is it really taken over by feminists, like feminist
Why?
ideology?
Since 1947, when India got independence, we have had our Women and Child Welfare Ministry. What is that?
I guess from your perspective, it's a think tank about infiltrating society with feminist ideology.
Yes, it's a Marxist philosophy, but instead of workers of the world united, they say vaginas of the world united for achieving a quote unquote common cause, whatever the hell it might be. All right, shall we end the stream? It has been 10 hours and 20 minutes now.
God, it has been quite long.
Yes.
Okay.
Must have had quite a day. All right, bye. Thank you for ladies and gentlemen who actually joined our stream. Mr. Billy the Goat, Mr. A Freebird, Mr. Zhang, JLM, Woody Johnson, Bandit, Mr. Iridium Kush. Uh, uh, who else was there? Mr. The Observer, Muhammad. Uh, who else was there? I'm not getting right now.
You
Mr.
did say Woody.
Yeah, Woody Johnson. So Mr. Dark played, Mr. R.J. Regan, J.R. Heffe, and who else was there? Bullets, my brother from another mother. My brother from another mother, Emmanuel, he was also there. And last but not the least, the lady who resurrected us back from the dead, good mother, because of her channel and because of her giving her voice to the voiceless, like all of us simpletons who could have who could actually engage in a dialogue with various parts of the world, a truly international channel, and a free speech platform. May heavens bestow upon you health, wealth, and prosperity, good mother, and you shall achieve wonders in the world. Thank you. Ending broadcast in 3, 2,
Good night.
1.